Chapter 481. Associated Evil God. Cade Town. Su Ji used a chicken feather as a trade and exchanged it for a large amount of gold coins with a legendary expert. He became a rich man and came to the town. He bought a semi-welfare bookstore owned by the church, which was located on the street on the other side of the town. The library of the Church of Light. The location was not bad. It was an intersection, and not far away was a bus stop with a brass license plate engraved with the black earthworm characters of Old West Street. The shop was about 80 square meters and was very small. It had been a few years and the rows of mahogany bookshelves were old, filled with books. The white paper wall on the wall had already started to have layers. Behind the cashier, there was an oil painting of the forest scenery with a silver frame. It was very elegant. It was said that the previous owner of the shop had painted it when he was young, and he was a poet. The biggest feature of this shop was that it was not for profit. It was a welfare facility built by the Church of Light and distributed in major towns and cities. Anyone could borrow it for free, similar to the model of Xinhua bookstore. After all, the Church of Light believed in Hermes, the god of wisdom. Books were an important source of wisdom, so they were naturally a good place to spread their faith. There were many similar unprofitable measures, such as the Church of Light regularly providing porridge and helping civilians in exchange for faith. Mortals had also formed a habit of regularly praying to the church on Sundays and weekends. The other professional spellcaster churches did the same thing. They did not aim for profits at all. Each of them was a charity organization that benefited the earth. What they wanted was not the gold coins in the hands of the people, but their faith and piety. The church's main source of income was the high-level experts, who cast spells for farming, made alchemy machines for sale, and some other industries. The alchemy buses, bus stops, and streets are all funded by the major churches to gather the faith of the major towns. The gods in the sky serve the mortals, and the life here is in fact much more blissful and beautiful than the other countries on earth. In a sense, it's a utopia. Su Ji stretched his back lazily. Although there are still dirty aristocratic powers and slave trade, they are still the target of attacks by major churches. Other than the Church of Light, the entire town was the territory of the Redstone Warlock Church. The maintenance of the town's facilities was the responsibility of this church. The arrival of other churches would inevitably cause disputes of faith. He sat at the cashier and said, "A new human? What kind of gene?" Every time he created a new world, he was used to exploring and researching in the sandbox. This was the case for the ancient humans who created the Rubik's Cube back then. The life form who created the lava world even directly created a large research institute. Now that he had a bookstore, everything could be considered simple. After all, the creatures in the food industry had already reproduced quite maturely, they just lacked an opportunity. "Are you really a human?" Su Ji massaged his temples. This was not the first time he had done such research, and it would not be the last either. Forget it. Let's look at genes first and the situation in the food industry. He sat in the bookstore and opened his eyes. The rules of the food industry were very special. Evolution. Even if every creature broke through their level and underwent a transformation in their life level, Su Ji would accelerate the speed of their evolution at the same time, reaching the speed of creation. Just like little spirits, he would achieve the evolution of his life form. Even the same creature would have different forms due to different evolution methods. At this time, the players inside had already summed up the biological evolution chain of various systems, which was very interesting, such as fire-water evolution, omega evolution. The side effects were obvious. The short few seconds of acceleration would greatly reduce their lifespans. The Heavenly Emperor would only have 80 years of life left. But it doesn't matter, because the time flow in the food industry is 1 to 1 year. It's barely an online game world that most players enter. It's extremely bad if the lifespan is too long. This is an evolutionary world with short lifespans and intense competition. They devour each other and use each other as food for evolution. That's all. Su Ji was sitting at the cashier. Many students and elderly people were borrowing and reading books in the bookstore. It was a semi-self-service mode, so Su Ji did not have to pay attention to it at all. In fact, the town's Mizo High School was right above the bus stop. Every day after school, many students would come down from the bus stop to read and pass the time. By the time it was even later and everyone had left, just as Su Ji was about to close the door, a tall, slender, and beautiful young man carrying a black school bag carefully walked in. He sneaked into the adult area and opened a book with a cover that made people blush. "Mariki, are you going to explore the adult world again?" Suji sat at the cashier and said, "Young people are at the age where youth is sprouting, but you have to be more moderate." The young man blushed, but he didn't put down the book in his hand. He said awkwardly, "I'm just observing, just observing." He was very thin-skinned. Suji just smiled. The bookstore of the Church of Light also had such books in order to attract all kinds of believers. It was also a kind of popularization of knowledge, so it was very open. Mariki was the guy who had picked up the God of Dreams. Suji noticed his abnormality and was extremely curious. Did humans take in a strange god who had lost his memory? And the characteristics of the God of Dreams caused the surrounding humans to split up and become weird? While he was researching the new world, he came to this small town. The reason why Mariki came to this bookstore and secretly read those unhealthy books was that these kinds of books often contained the aura of evil thoughts and rapid black emotions of people, which were used to feed the God of Dreams in the shadow. This was the best way for a mortal to gain evil thoughts. Eat faster, Mariki's breathing was rapid as she flipped through a book, her face red. The voice in his body was very simple. It kept absorbing the reader's lingering thoughts of the day. "I feel that you are very excited. Your pupils are contracting, your heart is beating fast, and you are also exuding some excited emotions. Don't you like it? There. That's different." Mariki took a deep breath and swallowed. Her face was burning. "I didn't take the initiative. I didn't want to see. I'm not pure anymore, I'm sorry to the West Asian I have a crush on." He was completely unable to describe his life. He was originally just an ordinary high school student. He was timid, cowardly, had no cultivation qualifications, and could not even fuse with potions. He had lived an ordinary life. He did not expect that he would save a strange evil god from the subway station. It was clearly very weak, but it had an extremely terrifying nature. It could even passively induce the hearts of people around him in dreams, causing their evil thoughts to form an evil god that belonged to him. An evil god would be born in everyone's heart? He had no idea what that was. Weren't evil gods powerful monsters that were created by gathering the massive evil thoughts and negative thoughts of all living beings? And one person could produce it. Although they were extremely weak and far inferior to the true evil gods, they did exist. If this news spread, what kind of uproar would it cause in the world? This was hard to imagine. Even in Mizo High School, where ordinary people studied, no one had the ability. Now, the people around them were also quietly changing. The dark side of their hearts began to condense. Even a good person would have suppressed an unspeakable embarrassment in their heart. He pursed his lips. The top student, the beautiful class monitor, who studied hard, had a blind cat in her heart. And the West Asian who had a crush on her had a heavy crab in her heart. They were clearly ordinary people without abilities and were destined to not walk on the path of cultivation. However, it was as if they had created a companion evil god in their hearts and were now walking towards an unknown transcendent. Chapter 482. This is youth. The days passed by. There was nothing to be busy with in the entire book house. It was originally an idle job. Sitting in the shop, an antique alchemy car was driving by with smoke rising from it. The god of dreams, stimulating the darkness in the human heart and gathering it into the grotesqueness of the human heart? Suji was still sitting at the entrance of the bookstore. He had only come to be an observer, and his main purpose was to update the food world. The gourmet species had been relatively perfect, and it was time to release an intelligent civilization. As for which human to choose? He muttered to himself. This time, he found it difficult to make a decision. As the days passed, high school student Mariki would often come after school when there were few people around. They gradually became familiar with each other and also called Messiah uncle. However, he was not too surprised by this name. There were too many people with the same name. However, Mariki started to feel vexed. On this day, she could not help but ask Suji, "What should I do?" The class monitor and West Asia have already noticed the strangeness in their bodies and thought that they were entangled by some mysterious evil god. They are planning to go to the church. He couldn't help but complain. His secret of reading adult books had been discovered, and he began to let go completely. During today's class, West Asia had lost her weight. She accidentally fell from the upper floor of the library and was caught by him. The girl's weight was like a fallen leaf, incredibly light. I named her abnormality Heavy Crab. The heavy crab is so heavy that it can crush a person to death. It has absorbed all the weight of West Asia. Mariki said in a low voice, I secretly investigated it. Because of her family, she was under a lot of pressure, so she sealed her pain away. It was as if the pressure had been stripped away from his body and turned into a heavy crab. And I won't have any pressure anymore. I'm like a willow catkin, fluttering in the wind. Su Ji found it very interesting. He sat in the bookstore and quietly listened to the young man's complaints. He also quietly wrote down a record in his book. Companion, 001. Name, Heavy Crab, Heavy Stone Crab. Attribute, because the human heart is formed by too much incomparably heavy pressure and burdens, once it leaves, the body will also lose the pressure. It is very easy, which is to lose weight. Very interesting. Wasn't it? This was also a monster. It seemed that the god of dreams had lost her memory, and there was a huge surprise. At the same time, Su Ji was also thinking, because of the characteristics of the god of dreams, the people around me will develop their own unique bizarreness. Although it's extremely weak, can it be like an ordinary bizarreness? Absorbing the dark resentment and emotions of others to become stronger? Is it a weird thing that happened during cultivation? 2 days later, Mariki came back to complain. The innocent young man kept complaining. I secretly investigated again and beat around the bush. The class monitor had the evil god, the evil cat, because she had accidentally saved a white cat that had been hit by a car on the road. In the end, it did not survive and could only be buried by the side of the road. She felt very guilty. Now, every night when she sleeps, she's controlled by the evil god in her body, turning into a white cat and jumping around the whole of Cade Town, even absorbing people's energy. Mariki was on the verge of collapsing. The kind and smart class monitor had become. All because of him. Otherwise, the guilt of saving the kitten would only be guilt. And now, there were only 2 of them, and they were both kind classmates. It might even expand in the future. If he encountered evil people and used this power to do evil, what would he do? It's fine. If there are bad people, you just need to be stronger than them and you can defeat them. You're the one who caused them to be born, so you'll have to destroy their existence. Su Ji handed him a book about the adult world and consoled him with good intentions. He patted his shoulder and said, Young man, study well and become stronger. Mariki was stunned for a moment before she nodded her head heavily. She then opened the book with a red face. Su Ji continued to write down. Companion, 002. Name, Barrier Cat. Property, due to the resentment and regret of the kind heart toward the dead cat, it turns into a cat in the middle of the night and controls its body to walk. Details unknown. Another week passed. A terrifying thing had finally happened. It seemed that someone around him had produced this power and used it to do evil. His bizarreness was very terrifying. It seemed to be some kind of alchemy bomb that could explode after being attached to an object. He also had a terrible hobby. There were murders in the town, and the victims were all women who had lost their hands. Mariki completely broke down and came over to complain. Su Ji laughed and merely encouraged him, you need companions. Lead them to become stronger together. Mariki's face was filled with confusion. After 2 days, he still could only do this. He brought a pure and innocent high school beauty, who seemed to be his class monitor. The 2 young men and young women secretly began to flip through the books with red faces, full of youthful aura. Another 3 days passed, and another person joined. It seemed to be a member of the West Asian team. They would come and flip through the books every day. Evil gods that absorb dark energy to strengthen themselves. This fellow is really honest. He even brought the person he has a crush on and curled up in a corner to read. Su Ji was a little dumbfounded. A few days passed. The influence of the god of dreams in the entire town of Cade was still spreading wildly. In the entire town, more and more people were experiencing the same thing. Although it was very weak, not even at level 1, and was slightly stronger than ordinary people. These symbionts, who had strange thoughts in their hearts, began to try to control their ghosts strange, attacking each other, and forming an alliance. This is getting interesting. Suji sat in the bookstore and watched quietly while continuing to study the new world. He said to himself, a primitive sprout of the system? Start from an unremarkable little town. However, in less than a day, a familiar person arrived. It was Green Vine, Mother Earth. She brought her disciple Hu Hai Han and seemed to be traveling around the world. They went straight to the bookstore. Great Sovereign Messiah? The cute girl stepped through the door and was stunned the moment she saw him. She quickly reacted and smiled. Did you also sense the abnormality of this land? You're even earlier than me. She was a little surprised by this mysterious monarch. As the Earth's dragon vein, she naturally felt the strange phenomena in this land, so she came to investigate. However, the moment he arrived, he was instantly at a loss. What kind of creature was this, half human, half ghost? The dark side of a person's heart was split and condensed into the grotesque. Heart ghost, substitute emissary, accompanying spirit? She saw a few people fighting in the dark on the street, releasing the evil in their hearts. They were extremely weak and strange, killing each other. The ordinary people around them couldn't understand the strange things they were releasing. What's this? A substitute emissary per person in this small town? She took a deep breath and felt that this extremely ordinary town was about to erupt with a situation that was unimaginable even in the three realms. Where is the source of the explosion? So, she silently sensed the abnormality of the whole town. She did not expect that Emperor Messiah was already here. The source of the explosion is on that youth. Suji sat at the cash register and did not even look up. He said indifferently, but I suggest Mother Earth not to do anything, because if you kill them, the grotesque won't die. Instead, it will lose its restraint and become the traditional free grotesque. It's better to just wait and see what it will turn out like. Humph humph. The local Queen Mother knows what to do. Why would she need a mere great sovereign sect? She had just become a god, so she was naturally full of pride. She slowly looked over with a serious expression. In the corner, there were three people, a beautiful young lady and a handsome young man. She swept her divine sense again. Menmei? Her brain instantly crashed, and she was starting to have a mental breakdown. What were these three people doing? The most exaggerated part was that he muttered while reading, reading can make us stronger. It can help us defeat those evildoers. We can do it, we can become strong. Walk on the path of cultivation. Her face was no longer calm, and the corners of her mouth twitched. She sat beside the cashier to see what was going on. Can I sit down? She asked. Suji did not even raise his head. He took a book and sat at the cash register. Please make yourself at home. Meng Mei snorted to express her dissatisfaction and took a deep breath. After less than half an hour, a girl dressed in a revealing bunny outfit walked into the bookstore. She was jumping around and watching the scholars who were constantly reading in the bookstore. It seemed that no one else could see her. What are you doing? Mariki turned around. You can actually see me. The girl who was dressed shamelessly was surprised. Ordinary people couldn't see her? Mariki looked around and realized that no one in the bookstore had seen her. By right, the whole street should have been looking at her since she was wearing such an amazing and enchanting dress. Could this person also be? Mariki looked at her and realized that she looked very familiar. She was actually the celebrity senior from her previous year. She was the dream girl of all the boys in the school and was also the school belle. She was good at her studies, beautiful, and gentle. Her weird ability was transparent? Mariki frowned. She's starting to realize that she's invisible. She's wearing this on purpose to test if anyone will notice her. Bizarreness was born from the dark side of one's heart, sadness and obsession. She became transparent. Perhaps she had been paid too much attention to and lived too tiredly, so she had a thought in her heart that she did not want to be noticed. Was this bizarreness because she became an invisible person? Mariki took a deep breath. It's all because of that mysterious evil god that I picked up. It's too terrifying. It can actually make all kinds of evil gods appear in people's hearts. It's simply a creator of evil gods. You know what happened to me? The girl asked curiously. Of course I know, a lot of strange things have happened in our town. Most of them happened around young people because of the troubles in their hearts. I call it the puberty syndrome. Mariki took a deep breath. In order to gain his trust, she gave him a relatively professional name. There are even people who are using this ability to do evil in the town. I advise you to join us, control your ability, and explore this unknown ability. You may become a strong person in the future, even a legendary one. Legendary. The girl's eyes were bright. This was already very shocking. To these country bumpkins, an epic emperor was a legend. The strongest person they had seen in their entire lives was the person in charge of the town's red stone church, a fourth-rank expert. Control this strange ability? Training, to make us stronger. The girl was also a little excited. No one was willing to live the life of an ordinary person. How do you cultivate? Mariki hesitated for a moment and pointed at the two girls who were pretending to continue reading in embarrassment. He handed them a book and said, "Reading can make us stronger." So that was the case? I heard that many experts are people with great wisdom. Erudite knowledge was a necessary condition for a strong person, and it was even more so for the god of wisdom, Hermes, who always had a book of light in his hands. The girl calmly took the book and glanced at it. Her face instantly turned red. Menmei was speechless. So it was like this? Reading books was to become stronger. She and Hu Haihan were completely silent, and they felt their scalps go numb. Studying makes us stronger? All right, she was completely blown away. This game. From the beginning to the end, he had been carrying out this powerful core idea. Chapter 483. Conversation. Meng Mei felt like she was on the verge of breaking down. She continued to watch quietly, trying to figure out what was going on. In the bookstore, an even stranger scene happened. The pretty senior even tried to take the book and read it. It's actually working. I feel like the evil god in my heart has become stronger after absorbing some of the things left behind by the others in the book. The senior was also stunned and pursed her lips. To the children of ordinary families, becoming strong was an unattainable dream. No one wanted to be mediocre. Everyone wanted to live a longer life. They only had a lifespan of 30 to 40 years. No one wanted an ordinary life of supporting their husband and raising their children. I'll join. She blushed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The quiet sound of pages being flipped could be heard in the messy and small old bookstore. 4 high school students in Mizo were hiding in the corner, constantly absorbing the evil and dark emotions in the books. Hoo. The cute girl was furious. Seeing this scene, Meng Mei couldn't help but take a step forward. Screenshots. Screenshots. The pictures were sent out one by one, along with some text. Shocking. This game is too scary. Learning makes me stronger. Even learning can help us walk the path of the strong. Her face darkened. She could imagine how excited those idiots and otakus outside would be. She had already imagined the scene on the forum. You can do this too. As expected. Before this, we were asked to study physics, mathematics, pharmaceutics, language, chemistry, machinery. Any kind of knowledge is involved, and now, even in learning, one can become a strong person. Woo. I was born in the wrong world. These newbies are too weak. If I was inside, I would have long been an elite dozone. The corners of her mouth twitched crazily. Don't. Why did my Earth Dragon vein change? Could this be a new system that was born in line with the emergence of the sinkhole world and the tide of the times? Forget it, this bookstore was too special. She pulled her disciple to cover her eyes, feeling that she couldn't look straight at them. Also, this Mariki was poisonous. He brought his 3 female classmates to read books and curled up in a corner. Was he trying to develop a harem? Hey! Aren't you going to do anything? She turned her head to look at the owner of the bookstore, her anger attacking her heart. Everyone has the right to pursue their dreams. The young man was still flipping through the book with a calm expression. He wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses and looked very elegant, like a well-learned Western scholar. It was as if he had not seen anything. Pursuing his dreams? Meng Mei was completely speechless as she looked around the library. According to a normal store manager's routine, they should stop them and prevent young people from going astray. That's why I replaced the honest store manager and took over the store. Su Ji pushed up his black-rimmed glasses and said faintly. Meng Mei's eyes widened. So that's why you're living in seclusion here and becoming the manager of this bookstore. You're actually this kind of messiah. The cute girl was stunned. This is to cover for them and prevent the adults and parents from finding out. You're really a caring little cotton jacket for young people. When I was studying, why didn't I meet such a kind person like you? Su Ji did not even raise his head. He continued to flip through the pages quietly and continued, you didn't see it. Am I doing a good deed? The cute girl was stunned. That's right. With great sovereign Messiah's wisdom, how could she? Suddenly, her perception covered the entire town. She seemed to have sensed something, and her expression changed slightly. She had already sensed the way other people absorbed the evil thoughts. They did evil, pranked, robbed, and kidnapped. Some people even started to kill to create panic. Absorb the fear of the entire town. So it's like this. She instantly understood those who have evil gods are divided into good and evil. Evil people did evil things, absorbing evil thoughts and fear, and strengthening their own evil god. And a good person? If he did not do evil and absorbed the evil thoughts and fears of others, it would be difficult for the evil god in his heart to become stronger. Therefore, I can only come to the bookstore to read and absorb some residual nutrients. If the bookstore is cut off, then, the kind side will not be able to fight back. Meng Mei's eyes flickered as she looked at the young man who was reading quietly. He was trying to create a balance. This was bad news. Those who had evil god companions had great favor towards the wicked. Master, shall we destroy this town and kill those evil people? Hu Haihan said. She could destroy the entire town at the center of the vortex and even kill the new god of dreams. It's no use. Meng Mei kept sorting out her thoughts and took a deep breath. If we kill these humans, their evil gods will become free ordinary evil gods and wander around. It would be better to have someone control them. Furthermore, the source of the entire town's outbreak is the evil god creator who can create evil gods in people's hearts, the god of dreams. She stared at Mariki with a serious expression, as if she could see through his shadow. As expected of one of the evil gods with the strongest attributes. It's an existence that can temporarily trap several saints. This should be the god of beautiful dreams. After becoming a god, she has the ability to undergo a qualitative change. Even if we kill the god of dreams, it will resurrect in other places and cause similar disasters. Ah! Hu Haihan was shocked and confused. Does that mean that there's no way to suppress this in this town? My good disciple, it's a blessing that such a thing happened here. The cute girl sat on the chair next to the cashier and began to think. She took a sip of tea and said. After being killed by my fiancé at the Heavenly Peach Banquet, the goddess of beautiful dreams must have died completely and lost her sense of self. The one born now was a new god of dreams without the memories of the previous god of dreams. Otherwise, if it had the intention to attack the Heavenly Peach Banquet, it definitely wouldn't have exposed its location and caused such a huge commotion. Instead, it would have quietly looked for wandering know-it-all and his group to meet up with them. In fact, Meng Mei was also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the god of creation was indeed incredible. She composed herself and continued, wandering know-it-all's real intention in the demonic world should be to call back the god of dreams and work together to create an evil god religion. Among the countless churches, they will compete for believers, and their evil god believers will have the ability to be associated with the evil god. Those who believe in me will have the evil god. What, wandering know-it-all's real goal is to establish a church? Hu Haihan's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He couldn't help but sweat profusely. She wasn't stupid. She understood what he meant and imagined the horror that would follow. Perhaps, this was Bai Xiaosheng's real goal. The Heavenly Peach Banquet was only the first part of his plan. Although he had failed, he still had a second part to go. If this church can give ordinary people power, then it will definitely. Hu Haihan looked outside the street. The entire town had changed drastically. He could even imagine the structure in the future. The competition of this evil god's church was overwhelming. Perhaps all the professional churches that stood in great numbers would be overthrown. This person's intelligence was simply too terrifying. He had schemed against the entire three realms. If he really wanted to create a miracle with an absolutely weak position. Hu Haihan couldn't help but say. But Bai Xiaosheng did not expect. Not only did the ambush at the Heavenly Peach Banquet fail, but the god of dreams had also encountered some unexpected changes. It's completely dead, so it was picked up by ordinary people and we were the first to discover it. She took a deep breath. This was all thanks to his teacher's strength. She had also heard that her teacher's background was very mysterious. As one of the most ancient Khanate gods, Mother Earth's green vine actually had a protective seal left behind by her lover in her mind. When the god of dreams attacked the heavenly peach banquet, it was her teacher's projection that saved the heavenly peach banquet and saved the saints. In that case, could this mysterious being be a 9th rank? 10th level? Just the remnants of the figure in her mind had killed a saint. With her knowledge and vision, she could no longer imagine what kind of indescribable taboo existence that was. The more Hu Haihan thought about it, the more he admired him. His teacher was really amazing. Perhaps, only such a mysterious existence was worthy of her teacher? The Mother Earth of the Three Realms, Goddess Green Vine? In addition, Great Sovereign Messiah was also very powerful. He was still fighting with Bai Xiaosheng? He had already guessed Bai Xiaosheng's future plans, so he came to this small town? The God of Dreams was found? Hu Haihan kept thinking and looked at the scholar in the bookstore with admiration. He was indeed a wise man. At this moment, the cute girl's face was calm, but she was also secretly looking at Messiah's expression. I didn't believe the things that the previous distributor of the system told me at first. Now that he looked at it, it was indeed not simple. Even letting someone peek at Goldie Pei, it also has a very deep meaning. She was also a little surprised. However, at that time, even Ermin was shocked by him. Now, he pretended that nothing had happened and said that it was his fiancée's trick that killed the god of dreams. This great Emperor Messiah would definitely be shocked, right? After all, he had been at the Heavenly Peach banquet back then, so he had no idea what had happened to the saints. Sure enough, when the young man who was reading his book heard that his fiancée had killed the goddess of dreams, his expression changed, and he even looked a little dumbfounded. Hee. As expected, you've been frightened by me? As a creature that was born from a level 9 corpse, he should know more about the horror of this than Ermin and the others. The cute girl immediately felt very proud. He had just suffered a loss at the hands of Emperor Messiah. Now, he had finally gotten back at her. No matter how smart the natives are, it's still hard for them to win against the players. After all, the players know more information. She sat in the bookstore with her head high and chest out. Her expression became calmer and calmer. That muscled player girl only has muscles in her head. It's normal that she can't win. However, he still suffered a loss here. Chapter 484. Change. Ahem. Mother Earth coughed twice and sipped her tea calmly. We can't stop this now. Even if we wipe out the entire town, the God of Dreams will still be reborn in other places, and similar events will still happen in the town. The next time, he would not be so lucky. The first one to find the God of Dreams and the first one to arrive at the scene of the incident. Perhaps it will be Bai Xiaosheng. It's better to find a way to solve this problem and observe it. She kept organizing her thoughts and looked at the high school students curled up in the corner of the bookstore. Strange. It actually appeared in a human body and turned into good and evil. Interesting. When necessary, we have to find a way to help the good side develop the system and establish a foothold. And Bai Xiaosheng will definitely find a way to help the other faction. Is the battle between the evil gods and the righteous gods going to fall on these mortals? Meng Mei was smart and had already thought of the trend of the era. The God of Dreams' existence in the wandering know-it-all's eyes would overturn the entire three realms. However, it had already forgotten about the past, and it was hard to say which side controlled the future. After all, they had been thinking about how to control and suppress the increasing dark thoughts energy. 2. Purify it into normal energy. This was not only what Su Ji had thought of, but also what they had previously thought of. And right now, wasn't controlling the evil god in his mind to fight another type of magic equipment? A way to deal with evil energy and garbage thoughts? After all, this kind of expert would also absorb the evil energy. Then, how would this person who was associated with the evil god, a kind human, develop? She began to think. She was good at farming, and thinking about the development of such a system was also her specialty. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the 4 high school students in the bookstore. Could it be that this system, if it doesn't harm people, can only set up a designated bookhouse in each town? Let the masses watch it regularly, and the church's powerhouses absorb it regularly to develop it. Bah! She shook her head and her mouth twitched. But no matter what, a new evil god system broke out in the demonic realm. Perhaps in the future, it would really be the devil world. Medusa had gotten a bunch of magic potion professionals, who were small demon gods to begin with, and now she had an accompanying evil god. The two systems, demon god and evil god, had been gathered. They were all strange and sinister evil systems, and the demon world lived up to its name. She sat at the table, deep in thought. The times had changed, and even the titans of the three realms had to observe the minute changes. Suji, on the other hand, just sat there calmly and flipped through the pages of his book. In fact, he was sorting out the affairs of the food industry. After all, business was busy. He glanced at Meng Mei and said, "The changes of the times have to be observed, but I don't need to deal with or interfere. In the end, I'm still busy with the development of the New World's sandbox." The days passed by. The entire town of Cade was in turmoil. At first, it was only Mariki's school and the students around him that were infected. Gradually, it had spread to the adult world. They also began to fantasize about all kinds of unique abilities that were exclusive to them. Even the entire neighborhood was in chaos, as if the supernatural had been revived. Even the bishop of the local Red Rock Warlock Church could not help but come over. This fourth-rank expert was currently being stopped by an unknown existence. That existence, hidden in the shadows, stood in his room and warned, "That's not something you should interfere with." The old days. The evil god. The red-robed middle-aged man's expression changed. The aura in the shadow was terrifying. It was a true evil god. This kind of old existence was immortal and would exist forever in time. As long as one recited its true name, it would wake up in the world and walk on the earth. Wherever it went, there would be panic. It was its divine kingdom. Yes. The bishop immediately knelt on the ground, "We will retreat immediately." He trembled and broke out in a cold sweat. This was no longer something his local church could interfere with. Even the main church of the Redstone Warlock Church, which worshipped the founder of the monarch class, did not dare to interfere. After all, the Redstone Warlock Church could only be considered as an average church. He kneeled on the ground and wiped his sweat. He was terrified. "I'm afraid that this kind of taboo existence is planning to influence the general trend of the entire era. The more weaklings like me know, the faster I'll die. I'll only attract terrible misfortune." After the mysterious evil god left, Bai Xiaosheng has also discovered it. Has he come over? In the distance, in the dark corner of the church, a god of faith worshipped by the church slowly appeared in place, bathing in the divine light. Is it the delusional witch who is in charge of whipping and beating, Vanaki? That man's terrifying abyss, the dream demon who mistreats men and terrorizes countless men, he chuckled and disappeared as well. He had been sent by Hermes. In this battle, the two most intelligent existences in the eyes of all living beings were competing against each other. As for Hermes, although Su Ji could still descend at will, he was too lazy to control him. After all, he had the power of will gathered by all living beings. This avatar had no self. It was still like a mechanical doll with a fixed action pattern and unique behavior logic. It had become the real Hermes in the eyes of all living beings. He didn't need to interfere anymore. Is a storm coming? Su Ji sat quietly in front of the bookstore with his legs crossed. Menmei and Hu Haihan had been staying in the bookstore for quite some time, observing the town and the city students who were huddled in the corner reading. The number of members was gradually increasing, and there were already 7 or 8 of them. Every day after school, he would get off the bus at this stop and study here. The young were always hot-blooded, serving justice and organizing riots. However, they had also suffered a lot of injuries and had many characteristics of adults. After experiencing blood and killing, their faces had also changed from young to determined. When they read books, their eyes also became firm, and they no longer blushed easily. But now, with so many people, they're gradually losing their harvest. Meng Mei rested her chin on her hand and looked at the high school students on the bookshelves. Because of the changes in the town, how can there be any adults in the mood to read? Moreover, their numbers have increased, and there are very few dark emotions left in the book. Now, the power they divide is naturally less. However, Menmei did discover something new. They had already begun to try to find energy from other places, such as antique of tragedy. Some old, dirty old objects could always be attached with some special energy. These objects contained the emotions and obsessions of their owners, which were provided for them to absorb and become stronger. But these aren't the proper roots. I still have to think of a way. How can a normal person absorb the dark energy, fear, and other emotions without doing anything evil? She took a deep breath and couldn't help but put her thoughts on the forum outside. A few days had passed, and the people outside were also discussing it. Chapter 485. Thoughts. After a few days, the internet outside had already started discussing it. Menmei clearly understood that a person's thinking had its limits. Many people's thoughts were gathered together, and they had different ideas from all aspects. Their bold and imaginative ideas were very helpful to him. She sat in the shop and could not help but say goodbye to Suji. She quickly left with her disciple and went to the hotel, then went offline. If anything happens, remember to wake me up, she instructed her disciple. As for Emperor Messiah, she did not have to worry about her. He was a god, and he had just knocked on the door again, saying that he had someone behind him, that he had the protection of a big boss in his mind, and that he could easily kill the god of dreams in seconds. He expected that he would not dare to be presumptuous. In fact, Meng Mei discovered that there was an advantage to becoming a god. Even if she controlled the body that descended to the mortal world on earth, the main body of the god would still have some hazy consciousness. She could wake it up and feel danger. Perhaps, when I'm more skilled and stronger, I can continue to control the mortal body in the real world and be able to control two things at the same time. It's very easy for a god to do two things at the same time. I've already become a god, so I should be able to do it and adapt to it. She couldn't help but think, if I can control both sides, I can also train myself in reality and let myself walk the path of cultivation in reality. Although it was still too far away for him to succeed in his cultivation in reality, with only 3 months left, he still had some preparations. It was better to do it than not. Voila! In front of the computer, the well-proportioned and slender girl opened her eyes. Only half a day had passed in the real world when I logged off for the second time after the Heavenly Peach banquet. She looked at the clock on the wall. It's a good time to try. I don't have a bloodline, so I can only cultivate martial arts. Perhaps I'll have to become a muscular woman. I laughed at a certain someone before, but now I can only fall. Meng Mei's expression became strange. Suddenly, the young girl pinched the muscles on her arms. They were soft and delicate, white as sheep fat, and felt very good to the touch. However, she could not help but shake her head. Farewell. The cute, beautiful, innocent, white-skinned, beautiful, and soft me, you can't change back before you become the celestial thearch. This path of no return, I'm coming. That way, Mom won't have to rush us to get married. She pushed away the table and chair, making space in the room. She began to crawl on the ground and do push-ups with both hands. With the help of her second-order spiritual power, her posture was very standard. 1,2,3. A daughter should be self-reliant. Youth is an exercise. Blood and youth. Training. 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 She tried to recite a few words of a certain muscular woman's slogan loudly, and it was actually quite interesting. However, such a strange and novel life had become her little secret, and she could not tell anyone. Right now, my weight is 98 pounds. Let's start from 300 pounds. Finally, the weighing scale that crushed the room. She murmured in her heart as she sat on the push-ups in her room, releasing the hot blood of youth. At the same time, she used her divine sense to sense the computer and look at the forum. Let me see what the guys on the forum have come up with. Outside the door, when his mother heard such a hot-blooded training slogan, she vaguely felt that something was wrong. Mine. A daughter. In the Spore Evolution forum. Ha 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 ha. Everyone was overjoyed. This was a game that loved learning. The concept that learning could make one stronger had refreshed their worldview. It turned out that it was possible to learn anything. It seemed like there were many hidden Easter eggs. They were all in high spirits. They felt that the image in the screenshot was excellent. They looked at Uncle Huang in order to become stronger and save the world. No one else could do that. He simply loved it. Also, I'm bringing a few shy and cute girls to read books with me. Let me do this kind of world-saving mission, okay? The racer of Mount Harana said. Didn't I tell you? The gods and the major churches are now absorbing positive energy for cultivation. One day, they'll start absorbing negative energy for cultivation. It's here now. Everyone was chatting. In fact, the problem was also very obvious. The three realms was about to make a complete leap. Previously, they only absorbed positive energy, but now, they had also begun to absorb negative energy. Then, here came the problem. How to absorb it? He couldn't let people do evil, could he? If he absorbed the fear and despair of others and went around harming others, he would be the villain and would be meaningless. This system was stolen from Wandering Know-It-All, and he was indeed full of evil intentions when he used the God of Dreams plan. He was prepared to use it to do bad things, but how to use it in return was the big problem. There were many scattered ideas, and everyone was discussing them. The simplest point of view was to write a book. Aren't there already signs of it? Just go along with the development. After all, we're so developed here. We can go on some websites, translate some well-known novels, and set up a few bookstores. The demon world has never seen such a big scene before. He must be shocked, the who was excited when reading. Wouldn't it be endless? The only ones who are working hard are the big bosses in the translation. I'm just afraid that you'll be completely bored and can't eat any more. Funny. One library in one city will attract the flow of the entire city. Countless cities will form a chain of occupation churches together, providing for the cultivation of the occupation system within. This is called the Sword Emperor Occupation Church. This young man had a lot of ideas. Everyone held their cheeks and felt that this idea was reasonable, but it didn't seem to be a good one. Many people objected. It was improper for everyone to go to that kind of library to read. Moreover, they didn't even care about their face. How would the neighbors look at them with strange eyes if they were in an open book house? It won't work. No one would dare to go there. Everyone directly ruled it out. Someone else suggested, there are many ways to collect people's negative emotions. For example, the animal arena. The casino. I can collect them all. Meng Mei's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. Yes, it could be used as a reference. Su Ji was also casually paying attention to the situation here, and he also felt that it was still quite normal. However, the racer of Mount Harana finally voiced his opinion after a long silence. I have a super feasible, absolutely feasible idea. Everyone was shocked. The famous big shot had spoken directly. He was probably going to come up with some powerful and bold plan again. Meng Mei's eyes were bright and full of anticipation. Su Ji was sitting in the bookstore, holding a book with an indifferent expression. He was also looking forward to it. The racer of Mount Harana, sneaking into a bookstore and reading that kind of book. Isn't that something that only happened 10 years ago when one was red-faced and flushed with anger? We modern people are no longer like this. We all hide in our rooms. How about building the first Macau casino? Can't your dragon veins imitate the internet? Menmei was speechless. The entire forum was shocked as well. They were all exclaiming that he was indeed a big shot. To think that there was such a solution. It was indeed an upgraded version. Why didn't they think of it? It was great to gamble online and collect emotions. Su Ji had yet to react. The racer of Mount Harana was in high spirits. Is there any brother who created this website? Can we have a chat? There were indeed many talents online. In the blink of an eye, a player quickly replied, there are. There was. I am. I didn't expect that the other world would also be occupied by us. I'm very excited, old bro. Su Ji was silent for a moment. Ding. Ding. The racer of Mount Harana has been officially banned. As soon as this message was sent, everyone on the forum burst into laughter. The second big shot who was banned appeared. Chapter 486. Boundless Calamity of the Common People. Everyone was cramping up with laughter. Recently, the racer of Mount Harana had been doing very well in the ancient tree world. He had been living for quite a long time, and it was said that he had even tried to walk out of the ancient tree planet's outer space. Could it be that he was getting more and more arrogant as he got older? It had to be said that the racer of Mount Harana was a big shot after all. The Royal Macau Casino plan that he proposed was most likely feasible, perhaps even the best solution. After all, the dragon's vein could act as a network. If you hid in the house and secretly connected to the network, the neighbors outside would not know and would not look at you with strange colored eyes. The defect of the library was solved. What ban? Not only did it resolve the restlessness of youth, but it also harvested emotional energy. It was killing two birds with one stone. He should be strongly promoted by Mother Earth. It was common in the mortal world. Funny face. Speaking of which, wasn't the god of dreams doing the same thing back then? Hiding in the room and absorbing young people's dreams? But we can't do that. The one above, you also want to be banned. Menmei, by the way, the death of the racer of Mount Harana must not be in vain. If you want his death to be worth it, this plan is not bad. Once the gambling factory is built, even if we don't engage in prostitution, we can still engage in gambling. Online gambling factory, fight the landlord. Mahjong. The sexy dealer was dealing cards online. Menmei, you're the dealer. Innocent eyes. Mengmei's face turned black as she looked at the internet. This group of animals, are they forcing me to a dead end? Building this kind of server website, the word bet has caused the destruction of many families. If I, Mother Earth, wanted to do this, where would my face be? She kept doing push-ups, gritted her teeth, and snorted. This group of bastards. As expected, he's unreliable. In fact, absorbing negative energy was indeed a very difficult thing. She was already mentally prepared for the scene in front of her. Yes, the world of the ultimate was a dumping ground for thoughts. There were a lot of weird things inside. Those people could just kill the monsters inside and absorb them. However, ordinary people had no way of leaving their divine sense to sense the land of the ultimate. At the very least, one had to be at the third rank to barely have the ability to condense one's spiritual sense out of one's body and enter. And what was he going to do before level 3? This was a chasm, and there was no way to reap such a huge increase in energy. To ordinary people, level 3 was a very difficult height. Many people with ordinary qualifications could only reach this height after cultivating for more than 10 years. It's so difficult for me. Mengmei took a deep breath. However, this Dragon Vein network has given me some inspiration. Perhaps I can update version 6.0 and connect to the Mana net. It was suitable for the medieval European civilization of the demonic realm, but distant water can't quench present thirst. It was not as if she had not gained anything. The racer of Mount Harana had given her some inspiration, but she could not complete the first 3 stages. Forget it, I've gained quite a lot. Let's be more specific and talk inside. She took a deep breath and continued to do push-ups, letting out the hot blood of youth. Even the ground was wet with sweat. She muttered to herself, cultivation is much faster than I thought. It was even 10 times faster. I actually forgot that I'm a saint's mortal body. The reason why this body was rank 2 was that it couldn't contain the huge energy of a god. Only 1/10,000th of the energy could be poured in. Otherwise, if power beyond rank 3 was poured in, this body would explode. However, this energy could continuously nourish his cultivation. In fact, as he grew stronger, the amount of energy he could absorb and contain would also increase. To a god, this amount of energy can be replenished in the blink of an eye. It's equivalent to a god raising an unremarkable little ant as a pet. She stood up and looked at her muscles. It had only been 10 minutes of training, but they seemed to have transformed and gone through a thorough cleansing. Her face was full of shock. She had changed a lot in the mirror. Push-ups mainly trained his arms and chest muscles, and some obvious muscle contours had already appeared. The woman in front of me is no longer me. The beautiful and elegant Mother Earth is my true form. In any case, I'll change back after I reach the Heavenly Emperor realm. She kept giving him mental suggestions. The massive amount of energy was like a hot spring that nourished every cell in his body, promoting growth and achieving evolution on the physical level. Perhaps I can increase my cultivation quickly, but it's still too slow. Because I'm controlling Mother Earth on the other side, I can't control myself in the real world room on this side and cultivate at the same time. She continued to organize her thoughts as her heart was filled with anticipation. My next goal is to think of way to achieve split attention, multitasking. It doesn't need to be at very high level. Just need to control the instincts of my body in the real world and perform a set of actions, mechanically repeating the training. She thought about it and entered the game. Su Ji was sitting in the study room, reading a book. His face was calm, and he was full of the air of a scholar. Due to the freezing weather, the people walking on the streets were all wearing thick fur coats, scarves, and walking in a hurry with their necks tucked in. He was also silently observing the cute girl. It had to be said that this player, who was the first to become a saint and a level 8 god, was also his experimental white mouse at this time. In a sense, she was creating an unprecedented cultivation system, which was also a new system. Su Ji called it the player system. Perhaps, it could be on par with the Magus system, the Sea of Consciousness system, and the Magic Core system. It could be considered a path that led to the same end. Now, the prospects of this path had been completely revealed. Cutie Pie, Pan Shuesyen, Alchemy Emperor, Racer of Mount Harana, Balloon Fish, these 2 girls and 3 guys were also considered the best of the best. It was just that Menmei herself was completely unaware of it. After all, after the players become gods, they'll observe. Su Ji closed the book with a calm expression on his face. It was as if he was looking through another province on earth, where a certain fellow was working hard and becoming a muscular woman in high spirits. I'm training with my real self? Double. Shu. In truth, they were already bug race beings after breaking through to the Type 8 realm, becoming the true natives of the realm. In that case, controlling their own cultivation in the real world was also a way to increase their strength. He smiled. Or even an attempt to deduce a certain Dao path. There were transcendents on earth? Even with the help of a god, it would take several years to reach the 6th or 7th step of a powerhouse. Su Ji sorted out his thoughts and came to a conclusion. Nothing to be afraid of. Let's not talk about whether they could survive the 3 months. And in these few years, he didn't even know how high he had reached. After all, it had only been 2 months. The sub-brain said that in the vast universe, there is a difference in the flow of time between the high-level worlds and the low-level worlds. This is the difference between high and low civilizations. Su Ji looked at the town of Cade with a faint smile on his face. Now, Hermes and Wandering Know-It-All were restraining each other. They were staring at the entire town, turning it into the center of the storm in the demonic world. 3 months. The thick white fog was cold. The entire street was quiet. Some bloody corpses were hanging in front of the bus stop. Buses and vehicles were parked in a mess on the street, as if there were car accidents everywhere. The streets, walls, and shops were covered with blood as if a major riot had happened. The smell of blood was too strong, and even some flies were resisting the cold, buzzing constantly. The black crows in the sky would descend from time to peck at the corpses. Boom! A deafening explosion was heard in the distant street. A huge red mushroom cloud rose up, and large flames seemed to have dyed half the sky red. This was not the second time such a disaster and explosion had happened in Cade Town. Those thugs! Don't tell me he's blowing up the heating pipes again to create fear. In the book house, the curled-up Mariki looked outside. The fire illuminated his face, and fear filled his young face. Torture, hatred, disaster, bad luck. They're sucking on these. A group of friends followed behind him. Right now, they were only at Tier 2. Any random person from a major city would be at a higher cultivation realm than them. Meanwhile, their opponent was only at Tier 3. Although he seemed weak, his speed of improvement was already terrifying. They're crazy. Mariki, let's run. Those people are madly driving the townspeople into a small district and closing it up. They don't kill them, but deliberately torture them to absorb their fear. Cade Town. It's over. The townspeople in the neighboring blocks have been cleared out and driven to a small community. They will come here soon and capture the townspeople in the nearby community, and even us. Fear filled their hearts. Now that the situation had developed to this point, the other party had completely revealed their crazy fangs and was completely unscrupulous. The other side didn't have more people than them, but they were too vile. The power and increase they gained through this method was far greater than theirs. How about we be like them? Let's also catch a group of people. Lock them up and scare them on purpose, someone suggested in a low voice. We're just scaring them. We won't hurt them. We are protecting them. Yeah. We're protecting them. It's just a scare. Let's do it too. The surrounding voices rose and fell. Mariki pursed her pale lips with difficulty, and her forehead was covered in sweat. He looked at his comrades who were still standing on justice and had a vague feeling in his heart that if he and his group brought disaster to others, everyone present would fall sooner or later. After all, humans were constantly breaking through their bottom lines, wiping out their conscience, and gradually becoming numb and sinking into oblivion. Once he started to enjoy people's pain and disasters, and also the pleasure of becoming stronger, he would also walk into the abyss, just like those thugs. Strength. It doesn't matter if it's good or evil, it only depends on the person who's using it. The bookstore owner's words of comfort flashed through Mariki's mind. He told him to read those shameful books. However, this is an evil power system, but really, regardless of good or evil, he was at a loss. Suji had already left the bookstore. He stood quietly on a high spot, watching everything. Mother Earth Green Vine also stood at the side and was silent for a moment. She smiled and said, "What do you think he will choose?" She went out to look for the internet, but there was no emergency treatment. No one knows. The little people in a small town are fighting. It would attract the attention of many ancient overlords. The cute girl took a deep breath. Mirage is upright and has the aura of leader. She is indeed a rare talent. But he would not fall. There are some things that once you start, there's no turning back. Not everyone could bear the weight of fate and push the wheel of history. Who knows? Suji shook his head. He's a smart little guy. He gave me a very special feeling. The cute girl glanced at Great Emperor Messiah and did not say anything. I advise Mother Earth not to interfere. Suji spoke indifferently and calmly. As the most innocent existence in the world, the mother of good and evil, the mother of Earth Goddess Green Vine who has never participated in any killing since her birth must maintain a neutral attitude. She must be high and mighty in order to be above the common people forever. If too many things were involved and the karma was too deep, the future might not be good. If a mother had two sons, if they were biased and loved the eldest son while the younger son hit and scolded him all day, don't blame the other son for becoming the emperor and freezing the empress dowager after he came to power. Although I won't be killed, since I still have to rely on my birth mother, I'll still have a hard time. The cute girl took a deep breath. Yes. She was neutral after all, and the dragon vein did not distinguish between good and evil. After all, no matter who was in power, no matter which side was suppressed, she was still the high and mighty Mother Earth. If she were to go down completely and pull the side without any scruples. Bai Xiaosheng was a formidable character with extremely high intelligence. Let's just stand here and watch quietly. Su Ji smiled and said, perhaps the evil god taking control of the world is also a wonderful future with ups and downs. Mother Earth has finally established a very interesting era, the boundless calamity of the common people. In the end, his wish was fulfilled. No matter what happened, the mortals would no longer suffer from pain and disasters. The evil god would rule the world and protect the mortals. After all, they wanted to absorb the faith of mortals, which was their root. Since it was only a battle between gods and the exchange of power. What does it matter if the calamity doesn't affect the common people? Cutie Pie's expression suddenly became calm. She looked at Great Emperor Messiah and suddenly looked at this mysterious ancient existence in the eye. Suji recalled the picture that the all-knowing scholar had described and said indifferently, the all-knowing scholar once said that he wanted to reverse the situation and suppress the true gods of heaven and earth under the god-subduing pagoda to start the era of evil gods. The first true Lord Yuan Xie, the celestial thearch, had ascended the throne. At that time, the earth was filled with dilapidated, dark red, rotten, and decaying villages. There were terrifying demons, ghosts, monsters, and monsters in the deep mountains. It was a terrifying world of ghosts and monsters. Su Ji pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, then perhaps it's very interesting, isn't it? Everyone was so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. Is a world of terror very novel? Sarcastic remarks. Meng Mei snorted coldly. I can escape the great tribulation of heaven and earth, but can you? You, Messiah, provoked by Xiaosheng. Will he let you go? Su Ji smiled without saying a word. I'll just go offline. In the sky above Cade Town. On an elegant black desk, Wandering Know-It-All and Hermes sat quietly opposite each other. Behind them were a group of righteous and evil gods. The young man who possesses the god of dreams is about to fall, after all, the enemy is too powerful. In order to fight against the evil dragon, he must first turn into an evil dragon, Wandering Know-It-All said quietly, "This power originally belonged to me. It can't be easily controlled by humans just because it's wandering outside. You should know that the abyss will stare back at those who stare at the abyss. Those who worship evil gods will be evil gods. Fate is always wonderful." Among the gods of the church behind him, Hermes finally hesitated and took a sip of tea. No one knows what will happen until the last moment. If the entire town was completely corrupted by evil, they would directly start a war with Wandering Know-It-All and the others. Then, they would wipe out the entire town and erase the system of those evil people. But this. Instead, he let Bai Xiaosheng succeed. At this time, all of this was already prepared by the all-knowing scholar. If they took action, the scene would be projected to various places. The god of justice directly wiped out a town? This was already a fatal blow to them. Moreover, this meant that they had no way to deal with the Ghost Night Palace. They had been suppressed to the limit, and the panic they brought about. It was hard to imagine. The battle between mortals. It's also a game for US chess players. The gods of the church closed their eyes and took a deep breath. No one would have thought that our war would be projected onto a group of ordinary people in the town. Chapter 487. The heavy burden on the shoulders. In the sky, many distant gazes pierced through the endless high sky and fell one after another, constantly watching this unremarkable town, turning the entire three realms into a central vortex. The people hiding in the bookstore. "We can't stop them." The surrounding companions couldn't help but whisper. The dozen or so people outside had evil gods and were creating fear everywhere. They had captured countless townspeople and locked them up in the community, threatening and scolding them in order to absorb their energy. And how could they possibly win? In the end, Mariki took a deep breath and clenched her fist. She was holding a crumpled book in her hand, and a beautiful girl was tugging at her heartstrings. However, she no longer had any energy left because no one would come to the bookstore in such a small town. Perhaps in the big cities, they could go to gambling dens or coliseums to absorb people's evil thoughts and emotions, but in Cade Town, the bookstore was the only weak channel. Boom! 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 There was another big explosion outside, in the street next to the bookstore. "Don't! The church will punish you!" Along with cries and howls, the elderly, women with children, and adults were all driven out. They planned to gather in a small district in the distance and raise them like livestock to harvest their fear. As for those people, they had evil gods and were like shepherds of evil. "Hurry up and make your decision. They're coming to our place soon," someone said in a low voice. Mariki clenched his fists tightly as he experienced the feeling of helplessness. The friends he loved, the friends he made, the friends he had with him, the girls he had a crush on, and the ordinary town he had once hated. At this moment, it was being madly destroyed. The townspeople's cries, sadness, and pain were all caused by him. It was all because of me. As long as he thought about it, a tearing pain would arise from his heart. Power, he took a deep breath, his nose tingling as he gazed at his fretful and crazy companions. "Let's go. The people who are being chased out are coming here soon. Let's go to the other districts and think of a way. Whether we collect energy like them or do something else," the gentle senior who was already on good terms with him whispered behind him. "It's too late," Mariki said indifferently. His expression suddenly became calm. This teenager had suddenly grown up in an instant. A person's naivete never grew with time, but only with hardships and experiences towards maturity. He turned around. "I have a secret to tell you, for you and your enemies who have evil gods, your evil gods were born because of me. If you pay attention, you will find that they are basically people who are centered around me. My good neighbors, my classmates who greet me every day, my senior sisters who I admire, my respected senior brothers, and the girl I have a crush on." "What?" The surrounding people were shocked. This was an incredible thing. "Then, we should," someone tried to speak. "All of you are people I admire and have become my companions. All of you are friends of an ordinary person like me. I'm very happy." He started to sob. "There's always a sacrifice in life to get something." Mariki stretched out his hand and looked at the crumpled waste paper book. The red light from the distance dyed his face. It was as if time was slowly passing by, and he was indescribably calm. "I was ordinary before. I yearned for the extraordinary. Now, I'm living like I'm in a dream." It's already wonderful enough to be able to have a group of people I once admired together. You guys go first, I have a way to win. He meticulously put on the Mizo High School uniform, buttoned up his black suit, and put on a white tie. He looked extremely tall and straight. What sure win method? The expression of the childhood sweetheart, West Asia, changed slightly. Don't lie to me. I know we were throwing an egg at a rock. She looked at the teenager and knew that he was an extreme person. He never imposed his suffering on others and bore the pressure himself. However, at this time, she could not help but plead in a low voice, we can try to capture some people and lock them up to absorb their fear. Then we will have the strength to protect them and fight against them. Once you're tainted by those things, you'll sink. All the evil gods were born because of me, Mariki said. Disasters, pain, wails. It's my responsibility, it's all my fault. His face was deeply buried in the shadows, and no one could see his expression. You want me to solve it? Don't worry, I really have a way. You guys leave and wait for me to come back. I will return triumphantly like a hero. He strode out of the library and walked towards the explosion. Soon, the rioters treated him as an ordinary student and took him away like the other residents of the neighborhood, planning to lock him up in the neighborhood. Mariki. He was crazy. He's really crazy. The class monitor's chest heaved up and down violently. She bit her lower lip, and blood flowed down, but she felt nothing. Let's go. The group of people's expressions changed drastically, and they finally escaped through the back door of the bookstore. If he fell into the abyss, he could exchange it for power. If one could give up their honor in exchange for power, other people who were in despair would not have a chance to turn the situation around even if they gave up everything. However, he had it. So, what reason did he have to think that he was the most unfortunate one? Mariki laughed and followed the crowd. Walk faster. A thug as powerful as a devil laughed. The crowd was pushed into the community like prisoners and locked up. He looked at the townspeople around him who were suffering and wailing. It was all because he was not strong enough. He turned to look at some people nearby. They had finally grown up. The others all have accompanying evil gods. But I didn't, because the evil god I picked up, although I only remembered that she was called the goddess of dreams, was too powerful, so much so that I didn't have any symbiotic evil gods in my heart. In a sense, it's my evil god companion. Although it doesn't completely belong to me, I've already formed a deep friendship with it. The others have used their evil gods, but I have never used the god of dreams, because... Boom! All of a sudden, a black ghostly shadow suddenly rose from his shadow. All the disaster victims in the community felt fear in their hearts, as if some terrifying ancient demon god had descended. This was the extreme trembling of hair-raising's heart. As for the dozen or so people in charge of imprisoning him, their hearts trembled as if they had seen the appearance of a terrifying monster that was inextricably linked to the evil god in their bodies, as if it was their birth mother. What happened? At the door, the leader of the dozen or so people, the homicidal demon Adrian, was a meticulous and powerful person. He had the mentality and ruthlessness to become a powerful person. Otherwise, he would not have become the leader of these thugs and suppressed the others. Adrian turned his head sharply and looked at it with a serious expression. This is... Chapter 488. A miracle. Has this day finally come? Mariki slowly climbed up to a higher place and released the god of dreams, attracting everyone's attention. She slowly revealed a sickly smile that was extremely eerie. My children, you have finally come to this day. Everyone from Cade Town. You know, these special, terrifying. How did a half-human, half-evil god creature come about? Boom! The entire neighborhood fell silent. Ever since the outbreak of the evil god in Cade Town, no one knew why such an evil god could be born in the human heart. Even those evil cultivators didn't know why an evil god had appeared in their hearts out of nowhere. Furthermore, they had also secretly studied him. The evil gods he had were all unique, completely new evil gods that had never been recorded in the major churches. You are... Mariki. Adrian the murderer furrowed his brows, as if he had recognized it. He. The uncle who guarded the neighborhood, Adrian? Are you all right? Myra gave a strange smile and turned to look at the other dozen people. They were all very familiar, and she even saw them often every day. The PE teacher? You all should still recognize me, right? The expressions of these dozen people changed slightly, and they looked at each other. At this moment, he realized that they all had one thing in common: they all knew Mariki. Could it be that the evil god that erupted from his body was related to this high school student? Mariki smiled and said loudly, "Do you know how the evil god in your body came about? And NBSP, your evil gods were all born from me and other evil gods." Born? The surroundings were silent. Even the expressions of those 10 over people changed. How could humans fight against evil gods? It was even more taboo than the birth of half-orcs and the love between humans and orcs. Right. That's how you guys came about. I'll tell you how it came about, because I'm different from you ordinary people. Mariki laughed out loud without any hesitation and looked at the others. I love evil gods the most. When I was 13 years old, the evil god incident broke out on the streets of Cade Town. Everyone was running away on the streets. At that time, I was carrying my bag and standing alone on the street. It was the first time I saw them. How should I put it? It was a little obscene. Boki, hee. I actually think they're too beautiful. It was so cute. They had soft tentacles, 8 eyes, and an octopus-like body. If humans were to communicate deeply with them, would new special evil gods be born? Could it be a new species? Me. After that, when I returned home, I couldn't fall asleep. I studied it every day. Me. Every day, he was working hard on his research. I would go to the bookstore to read those books every day after school. Later on, I realized that this obsession of mine every day had actually produced an evil god. The evil god that belongs to me. I was completely happy after that. When he said this, the corners of his mouth were filled with a happy smile. He was extremely happy. The surrounding people were completely stunned. Evil gods were born from the collective thoughts of all life. How could an evil god be born from the heart of an individual human? Unless that person's obsession and strength had reached an unimaginable level. Everyone was a little frightened. Was this the first anomaly in the history of evil gods? A mere mortal actually dared to fight against those eternal evil gods. Mariki laughed madly. I started to use my evil god to chase after those evil gods. The shadows on the streets, the cemeteries, and the graveyards. Their powers will not resist me. The 8-tentacled black goat of the forest, Sabu Nicholas, who had given birth to thousands of offspring, the always shy and blind god of foolishness, Asados's reaction was super cute, constantly wriggling and giggling, the delusional witch who was in charge of whipping and beating, and Vanaki who was always using whips. It was especially interesting. Every evil god's reaction is different. I was actually deeply mesmerized. You can't blame me for doing such a thing. This explosive statement had ruthlessly stunned the crowd. Disgust, fear, disbelief, incredulity, nausea. Everyone was stunned by the situation in the town of Cade. It turned out that the reason why those half-human, half-evil god-mixed blood creatures appeared in the town and caused such a terrifying riot was a young man who was chasing after an evil god? Ta. Not far away, a group of people from West Asia could not help but come over because they were worried about his safety. After hearing this extremely shocking statement and the truth, they were completely dumbfounded. Goodbye, my crush, CIA. He was shocked and showed an invisible bitterness. He had wanted them to leave, but they still came. He continued to stand on the high ground and shouted, "One time after I chased after an evil god, I thought to myself, could the thoughts I gave birth to be new lives? Could the human brain be the breeding nest of the evil gods? So, the descendant of the god of blind and stupidity, and I casually threw it into the brain of Adrian, the guard of the community. I didn't expect that." He chuckled and looked at the leader of the group, Adrian. Blarg. Adrian felt nauseated, and a deep sense of disgust burned in his heart. He did not expect that the evil god that he treasured, the disgusting young man whose head was filled with disgusting, twisted, and dirty liquid, would casually throw it into his own head after communicating with him. "Adrian, I can feel your fear." Mariki was excited. "Then, one morning, I caught an evil god in an alley. After communicating with it, on the way to school, I threw it into the brain of the auntie at the breakfast shop." He pursed his lips, his eyes full of reminiscence and excitement, with a deep morbid and twisted expression. It's worth mentioning that it was a wonderful morning. This woman was a mad demon who killed without blinking. In order to suppress her fear, she had tortured and killed many people in the community. At this time, she actually bent over and vomited. Then, he spoke about the evil gods of these people in detail, which made everyone's faces change. In the distance, the West Asian party's faces turned pale, and a few of them with weaker mental strength vomited. Mariki said that the evil gods were born because of him, but I didn't expect the truth. It was terrifying to this extent. Was this how it was produced? It was really direct, literally. Sure enough, when he led them to read those books, he was a guy with a twisted mind, but he hid it too well. They were extremely disgusted. He. I didn't expect that the one I threw down at random would really grow an evil god. What a surprise! You're asking me what I'm going to do now? And NBSP, his excited eyes were filled with desire and he smiled. Of course, a new evil god has appeared and I am doing what I should do. The surrounding people's expressions changed drastically. Adrian's expression instantly darkened and glinted as he pondered. This was no longer a problem of being defeated, but the consequences of being defeated were too serious. It was a lifelong humiliation that was more frightening than death. Moreover, the other party dared to come out and was the mastermind behind the scenes. The person who gave birth to them might be unimaginably powerful. At this moment, the dozen or so people present all felt fear. Oh my God! You animal! I didn't expect the town of Cade to be. It's all this person's fault. As for the ordinary residents of the entire district, they were so scared that their faces completely changed. They didn't expect that such a disaster would happen in Cade Town. It turned out that it was because of such a disgusting person who caused the mixed blood of human and evil. The fear of the dozen or so thugs that all the residents of the neighborhood had felt had been completely transferred to Mariki. This man was the real culprit. Of course, before I find your evil god, I'll continue to plant some more evil gods, he said. Because soon, I'll have another batch of harvest. And NBSP, the reason why I wasn't here was because I went to hunt evil gods and had a wonderful experience. Plant 2. He licked his lips in excitement and suddenly stretched out his hand, pointing to the crowd and secretly using the ability of the god of dreams. Woo. All of a sudden, the two people in the crowd, a man and a woman, seemed to be in love. Their faces were red, and they looked uneasy and lustful. In their minds, something seemed to have been born, and the seed of an evil god was being nurtured. Adrian's expression changed completely, and his scalp went numb. It's exactly the same as our initial reaction. As expected. He looked at the young man in the sky in fear. At this moment, he had completely believed it. Let's go. These monsters are more disgusting than evil gods. Retreat first. Adrian could not help but run away with a dozen people. In the sky. When Wandering Know-It-All and Hermes saw this scene, they were stunned for a moment. They had never thought that it would be such a bold and imaginative reversal, creating a miracle in such a desperate situation. Winning against the strong as the weak, what a textbook performance. A miracle like what I did before. Bai Xiaosheng raised his eyelids and a look of surprise flashed past his eyes. This is a talent. He might be a helper for our side. His ability to absorb fear is very strong. Really? Hermes smiled, his eyes full of admiration. But his heart is good and will not fall. On the other side, in the dense forest. Attacking the heart is the best, Tianxiu. Su Ji laughed. This is the ultimate ability of the god of dreams. Whoever she stares at will get pregnant. Meng Mei took a deep breath and was completely convinced. Chapter 489. And NBSP, before this, no one knew how the evil gods in the minds of humans came about. However, Mariki, who was standing on the high ground, had already explained everything and told them the terrifying truth. I gave birth to them. Right. I raped those evil gods and then threw them into your minds. Everyone felt nauseated. A long time ago, when the half-orcs were born, it had already destroyed everyone's three views of the world. It caused a huge scandal and controversy in the entire land. At that time, some human nobles with special hobbies could actually capture a tall, 4-meter-tall, green-skinned female orc and give birth to a half-orc, a subverting hybrid creature. Furthermore, according to some rumors, the emergence of half-orcs was definitely not a coincidence. Some human nobles, in pursuit of novelty, had made precedents of attacking magical beasts. But now, this high school student in front of him had actually. Everyone was trembling all over, and their backs were cold. They were extremely shocked. That was an evil god. The evil god. They were not living creatures, not even orcs or magical beasts. Those disgusting tentacles, those hideous and sticky big eyes, they were so disgusting that it was terrifying, and this young man actually had the heart to even do that. This aesthetic, how heavy was the taste? Everyone in the neighborhood was vomiting. Their faces were blank, and their chests were heaving up and down. When they thought of this, they even vomited. The most exaggerated thing was that they had produced a half-human, half-evil hybrid species. How can there be such a twisted person in this world? History has already been created. Great Demon King. It's all because of him that Arcade Town is in such a terrible state. Evil gods are mostly spiritual bodies. Is this soul interaction? The soul can also produce new life. Many people's legs even turned soft. Falling into the hands of this great Demon King was as difficult as the dozen or so demons just now. It was hard to imagine what kind of encounter they would encounter. He 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 he. Mariki laughed and looked at the frightened townspeople from the high ground. I'll give you a riddle. Guess who else among you is the one that I've planted a seed in your minds? Go and be suspicious. He wondered if this unlucky thing would happen to him. It will also produce evil gods. He strode away without hesitation, turning around and disappearing into the shadows. Ta ta ta. He left the crowd that was afraid of him and walked alone in the bloody alley. I feel fear. My blood is freezing. Mariki swallowed the saliva in his throat. His voice was hoarse. He could feel the fear of the entire town being transferred from the dozens of people to him. They had been plundered and become his believers. Because of the gathering of the fear, he seemed to have undergone some kind of qualitative change. The god of dreams had become stronger. That irresistible characteristic was getting stronger and stronger. And NBSP, as long as people got close, they would be more susceptible to the infection. This was a powerful passive attribute that made people around strip away their darkness and heart demons, turning them into the weakest evil god. He didn't know how wide it would be. However, he felt that the news had already begun to spread among the large number of people in the town. 10? 100? 1,000? New evil gods would be born in the town, and new enemies might increase. However, I'm the only partner left, so I can only deal with it alone. Wait. A voice came from behind. It was SIA's group of friends. They ran over quickly and panted heavily. Their faces were red from the intense exercise. This style is indeed like you. Our hero has returned triumphantly, but it's a pity that he's a freak. Mariki turned around and looked at them in a daze. How did you guys do that? Of course. The class leader laughed. Instead of letting others bear the hatred and suffering, you bear all the pain and infamy yourself in exchange for the fear of others. This is indeed the best and stupidest way, but it's just like you, Mariki. The sexy senior pursed her lips and consoled, which young pig-headed teenager isn't lecherous? Wouldn't he make some loud, rebellious speech in public? Challenging the authority of the adults? That's youth. You guys, Mariki was stunned. West Asia pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment. Her face turned red. We're already used to it. For example, you took us to secretly read those books. It's so embarrassing. Consoling voices could be heard. The crowd was silent for a moment. They clenched the crumpled book in their hands tightly. If doing this and being scolded and disdained by everyone is to gain strength and save the world as heroes, it doesn't matter. After all, it's our dream to become heroes and powerhouses. What should we do next? To become stronger, to find Adrian who is doing evil everywhere. Then, let's go to the next city. How about blowing up public toilets? Good idea. A group of people stopped Mariki. Who's not rebellious in their youth? Let's sing with all our might on the path to becoming a pervert. In a certain mountain forest, a group of girls were having hot pot in their house, surrounded by ice and snow. In her deep sleep, Pan Shuxian's brows twitched. She seemed to have seen something, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile as she opened her eyes. What sweet dream did you have? Lin Hongfeng asked. I have a premonition that an organization similar to ours has been born. They are full of faith and are pursuing and following a will. Pan Shuxian suddenly laughed. Let's continue with the 10,000 push-ups. Good idea. Who's not hot-blooded in their youth? Let's advance on the road of muscles together. The corners of Su Zhi's mouth curled up into a smile, but there was also a hint of strangeness. However, it had to be said that Mariki was indeed a person with great potential. The god of dreams was able to choose this weak-looking young man and come up with such a plan to turn the tables. It seems like the outbreak of panic has been suppressed. The cute girl raised the corner of her mouth. Su Zhi shook his head, as if he was looking through the sky. But I'm just suppressing it. What's going to come will come. For many things, the longer you suppress it and the longer you accumulate it, the greater the force of the rebound. There is no eternal dynasty and era, everything is in line with the tide of history. Meng Mei fell silent and choked. Little. Maybe. Originally, they wouldn't have retaliated, but the cold winter of the Mo world caused people to be in a state of panic. They adapted to the times and completely ignited the panic. Su Zhi laughed. Yes, the right time, place, and people. It was mainly because winter had arrived in the orchard, and it was inevitable that people would be anxious. Even he, a farmer, had no way to deal with it, just like how fruit farmers found it difficult to resist natural disasters, winter, and hail, causing them to lose all their money. And what made Su Zhi most certain of the rise of the evil gods was that he had just seen the weather forecast. A cold wave with rain was about to descend upon Tongcheng. In such weather, it seemed that it was going to turn into a complete disaster. Chapter 490. Online game? Tongcheng was a humid southern coastal city. Usually, when the weather turned cold, there would be a wave of cold air. When people put on their long sleeves and coats, there would be a cold rain, which would wet the earth. Walking on the streets, one would feel the bone-chilling cold. There were very few cases of typhoons in such a situation. In fact, the environment had been damaged more and more in recent years, and the weather had become more and more abnormal. When they said there was a typhoon, I was so scared. However, it's not a strong wind now that it's landed. At most, it'll make the trees creak and rain, but it'll also be a destruction. Su Zhi touched his nose. It had rained a few times in the past 2.5 months. The orchard had been flooded and many ant nests had been destroyed. The earthlings could withstand floods and tsunamis, and so could the people in the orchard. But what about this wave? The flood wasn't the scariest thing. What was scarier was that it was the carrier of the cold. At this moment, this heavy rain symbolized the arrival of midwinter. To the living beings in the orchard, it was a world-ending disaster. On Earth, it's equivalent to the melting of glaciers and the arrival of an ice age. Su Zhi took a deep breath. Isn't it an exaggeration to say that it's a world-ending flood? Can you deal with this disaster? Virtual Era Year 31. A new species, half-human, half-evil god, had erupted in Cad Town. The evil race. And NBSP, evil race, humans who controlled part of the evil god's power. The entire devil world was boiling. The next year, people found that a huge oppressive black cloud had appeared in the sky of the demon world, carrying a terrifying flame and a world-destroying aura. It hovered above the sky and slowly pressed down. A storm is coming. Countless experts felt that doomsday was coming. Disaster was about to befall them, but the enemies that had come out of Cade Town were still killing each other. Adrian and the others continued to become refugees, absorbing the fear of all living beings and spreading it everywhere. Mariki started to build the evil god palace, using the casino, coliseum, book house, and other scattered forces to collect the fear of the people, and became the largest dark force in the shadows of the nearby towns. 40 years in the virtual era. As Mariki had the god of dreams, her power was constantly increasing. Adrian was no match for her, so as the side without new power, he joined the evil god's side. Bai Xiaosheng launched a shocking surprise attack to fight for the god of dreams. Whoever got the god of dreams would get the world. Hermes, the leader of the Church of Light, showed his amazing wisdom. The two sides began to fight, and the whole world was boiling. The battle between good and evil had completely unfolded. Both sides were fighting for the god of dreams. In the 6th month, Mother Earth joined forces with the other gods and had a secret discussion for 3 days and nights. They discussed how to deal with the god of dreams. After all, the nature of this evil god was too strong. The characteristic of this evil god was to create evil gods. There should be rules in the battle between the righteous god and the evil god. Only then can there be generations to come. We are above the common people and hold the power of the world, not monopolizing an era. Mother Earth said indifferently. Indeed, I've been contaminated by too much karma. Deist Changsheng said, the evil gods and righteous gods should come up with a constitution. Whether it's good or evil, it has nothing to do with us. The heavenly Dao, the underworld emperor, the devil god, Mother Earth. Each and every one of us has already reached the Dao and heaven-mending realm. Since it's the laws of heaven and earth, there can't be any deviation and they must favor a certain power. Moreover, according to the calculations of the world-destroying black cloud in the sky, it is estimated that in another 10 years, the great tribulation of the demon world will arrive. We should think of a way to resist the world-ending disaster and save more lives instead of focusing on the battle between mortals. The underworld emperor Ermin was deeply worried. This apocalyptic storm might last for 30 years. After 30 years of continuous frosty rain, I'm afraid there won't be any living things on this land. Indeed. Meng Mei said indifferently, in the face of this natural disaster, I have a plan. It can allow all living beings in the devil world to cultivate. All living beings in the devil world are like dragons, just like in the mortal world, where everyone is an expert and can resist great tribulations. Please speak, Mother Earth. The ancient saints and gods were shocked. There's such a plan? It's hard to imagine. The one I want to open is called online games. In order to deal with the world-ending flood of the demon world. Ah! Online game? What's that? 40 years in the virtual era. After the secret discussion, he took away the god of dreams, who had already gained sentience. A voice resounded through the entire world. The god of beautiful dreams is involved in the order and system of heaven and earth. She is one of the most important gods in the world. From today onwards, she will merge with the three realms. The god of dreams is the god of the human world. Controlling the dreams of the human world, mending the heavens and fusing with the Dao, bestowing the power to turn all beings on earth into the evil race. It's on par with the heavenly Dao, Mother Earth, underworld emperor, and demon god, and is a part of the world's rules. It doesn't need to care about the miscellaneous matters of the human world, as it involves too much karma. All living beings were shocked. At this point, there were 5 connate existences in the 3 realms, and they were completely eternal. The heavenly Dao controlled the order of the 3 realms, controlled the clouds and rain, and the laws of the operation of all things. The underworld emperor was in charge of the land of the dead. He rewarded and punished the good and evil in the previous life, and gave them justice. Mother Earth was in charge of the dragon veins of the earth and established the incense civilization system. The demon god was in charge of potions, and he was the only ancestor of the potion system. The evil ancestor was in charge of the dreams of all living beings, and was the only ancestor who had established the evil race system. The foundation of the 3 realms had been completely established. Even though I know that the god of dreams, as an evil god, will return sooner or later, and that such a powerful god does not belong to me, I still. Mariki pursed her lips and whispered to her friends in a small house. She had already established a large force in the nearby town. At this time, the god of dreams had returned to the heavenly Dao, and the birth of the evil race was no longer controlled by an individual's power. Bai Xiaosheng finally revealed a smile. Everyone, gods, you finally know that you shouldn't stop us. This is the general trend. As fellow brothers, you should take turns to rule the world. Each person has his own era. The god of dreams has become an existence like Medusa. The evil race and the demon race are considered to be on the same level. In that case, the saints will definitely let the evil god become like the demon god Medusa and give everyone the ability to become an evil race fairly. I can't wait to see. What form will it be? Wandering Know-It-All muttered softly and said with confidence, just like the demon god Medusa, throwing parts of his body out, turning them into magic medicine, and letting them buy it from the magic medicine shops from door to door? But that's obviously not possible. The evil god gave mortals the ability to become an evil god. It's invisible and intangible. It should be that mortals do some kind of sacrificial ritual to call the god of dreams to descend into their dreams and obtain the evil race's ability. Bai Xiaosheng was very calm. The evil race's lineage system originally belonged to their evil gods. However, now that the god of dreams had lost her memories, there was really nothing they could do. Being impartial was the best result. If he helped the orthodox gods and protected the goddess of dreams, he would be in the most difficult position. Now that he was neutral, everyone could obtain power, and he had the advantage. As for the saints, they've started to watch from the sidelines. The great tribulation and disaster have arrived, and they no longer have the energy to deal with us. The right and evil have begun to compete fairly. Wandering know it all said indifferently, in this world, only the Blood Emperor does not have the ability to merge with the Dao. He is still in the mortal world. Perhaps he will choose to deal with us. His opponent is the side of the righteous gods, Hermes and other righteous gods. This is a fair fight between the good and evil. Just as he was about to completely begin transforming ordinary mortals into the evil race to fight against the righteous gods, a change occurred. It was similar to the medieval European era. There were simple electronic devices and even some handheld game consoles. However, a mysterious alchemy device called virtual reality gradually entered the homes of ordinary people. One of the online games called virtual reality only had 10,000 beta tester slots. Bai Xiaosheng was speechless. What tricks did Mother Earth have up her sleeves? What was an online game? Who can tell me what kind of distribution method this is? Chapter 491. Bai Xiaosheng with a confused face. This wasn't how things were played out. Bai Xiaosheng immediately felt that something was wrong. As long as it was a normal, traditional saint who established an evil race in the world, didn't he ask the mortals to establish an evil god prayer ritual? To become a believer and then grant power to mortals in their dreams? As for online games? Online games? What was an online game? For the first time, Bai Xiaosheng's mind went blank. From the name, this was not the product of normal fantasy thinking. Online game? Who knows what that is? Bai Xiaosheng asked. I don't know. Your Excellency, I don't know. It sounds very fresh. Even Lord Wandering Know-It-All, the most knowledgeable person in the three realms, doesn't know about it. Online games must have something special. The surrounding celestial emperor and evil gods were also at a loss. He and the people around him were completely silent. After looking at each other, he immediately dodged and said, "Let's go. Let's go and see what kind of ceremony it is to become an evil race." They arrived at a young man's house. In the small bedroom, there was an exquisite and gorgeous alchemy helmet. The style seemed to be a little special. This was a group of high school students who were discussing excitedly. Wow! It's said that it'll be officially online at 9 p.m. tonight. I'm so envious. Peter, you actually got a quota. I heard that there are only about 100 people in the entire southern human province. I also heard that half-orcs and orcs also get one. It's said that the nobles and heirs of the major undead kingdoms, human kingdoms, orc kingdoms, and half-orc kingdoms all have a fixed quota, and then it's a random draw for us civilians. Peter, you actually got a spot. Aren't you on the same level as the most powerful descendants of the entire world in the land of potions? The group of students chattered noisily. One of them, a boy with a face full of freckles, looked smug. Ha ha ha. It's just luck. Peter was a boy from an ordinary family. His parents were ordinary employees of a town bus company. In Europe during the Alchemy Industrial Revolution, he was considered a very ordinary working class. Those exquisite toy handheld phones made by alchemists could only be played by the children of rich families. Now that he had suddenly obtained this so-called online game, a closed beta slot, Peter was extremely excited. This game had changed his fate of going to school. The time was finally up as his group of friends chattered. Peter slowly put on his helmet and entered the game interface. Virtual reality. A beautiful light blue abyssal vortex appeared. On the beautiful interface, these words appeared. Peter clicked on the Start Game button and a prompt immediately popped up. Do you want to create a game character for the demonic race? Yes. Creating a dreamland. Creating a unique game character based on the player's dreamland. Peter had a very real dream. He dreamed that his favorite puppy was stolen by a dog thief when he was 8 years old. He couldn't stand being sad for a long time and wailed for a few days. That was the most profound memory in his common life. Under construction. An 8-armed dog-headed monster with black tentacles slowly appeared in front of him like a cloud of fog. Eh? This is my character. Peter's eyelids twitched. This is too ugly. It doesn't meet my dream of being a handsome general of the empire in a white cloak. If I lose at the beginning, how can I compete with the powerful descendants of nobles in other countries? However, he pursed his lips and continued to order. Please choose your faction. Evil God Main Camp. Main God Camp. After thinking for a while, Peter naturally chose the Main God Battalion calmly. The scene gradually blurred, and when he reacted again, he had already appeared in an extremely real and terrifying world. He had already turned into the tentacle dog-headed monster. Where is this place? Peter was stunned. This was already the ultimate world that Menmei had built and transformed herself. After all, she was the master of her world. Character layout. Level 1. Character characteristics. Please explore on your own. Experience 0/100. Combat mastery, none. Coordinates, Main God Novice Village. Seeing the line of words at the corner of his eyes, Peter was instantly stunned and couldn't understand what it meant at all. He hurriedly looked around. It was pitch black with thick black fog. However, for some reason, the octopus-headed character he controlled felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity in this space, as if he had returned to his hometown. In the novice village. There was a big word written on the village. On the simple and crude black stone square, there were some new players who had just entered and were chatting with each other. They were also at a loss. Compared to them, they realized that they were not the ugliest. There were a lot of strange and disgusting sticky monsters. In front of a house, there was a strange evil god sitting on a rocking chair with a few big words above his head, NPC, Newbie Village Chief, Mariki, Level 31. The simple-minded Peter fell into a state of confusion. Why was there a row of words written on the top of this monster's head? NPC, what kind of ancient characters and symbols were these? He couldn't understand it at all. This was too strange. At this time, the difference between people became obvious. Some players reacted quickly and immediately ran to communicate with the village chief of the novice village. They seemed to have received some kind of enlightenment and ran out of the village in high spirits. I'll go and take a look too. Although Peter was a bit slow-witted, he still couldn't stand to communicate with the village head. Hello, how can I help you? He could not help but ask. The village chief looked at Peter, who seemed to be very familiar with the business, and said, "My brave adventurer hero from another world. Our world is in danger, and in another 10 years, the world-ending flood will come. As the savior, please save our world." Ding! Ding! Triggered main mission, stop the world-ending flood in 10 years and save the world. In his mind, a voice appeared. What the hell was that? He couldn't react in time and could only blame it on the game's settings. Senior, I will work hard. Hearing the word hero, Peter benefited a lot. The folk customs of the other world were very simple and honest. The hero online game routine that was common on Earth brought an extremely huge impact and novelty here. After all, which ordinary teenager from an ordinary family did not want to be the protagonist and become a hero? Now, a village head was begging for his help and respectfully calling him Lord Hero. Her face was flushed red. Brave young man, village chief Mariki continued, our little village in the world of the ultimate is shrouded in mist and unknown horror. We are currently being troubled by evil beings. Please come outside and hunt 5 monsters to prove your strength. Ding! Ding! You have received the newbie mission, the village chief's problem. Village chief, I will work hard. Peter was instantly overjoyed and ran to hunt the monsters outside the village. When the new players behind saw this, they couldn't help but talk to the village chief and do the same thing. Bai Xiaosheng was stunned. Who can tell me what the hell is this? My lord, what is this? The few celestial emperor evil gods beside him were also stunned. I still don't know the profound meaning behind it, let's go and take a look. Bai Xiaosheng said indifferently. After that, he saw the teenager come to the village and kill the evil beings. Even so, it was still difficult for ordinary people to kill the simplest evil beings even if they had the weakest evil god, because they had no combat skills and no awareness of being a champion. Ding! Ding! Your character has died, level reset to 0. A row of words appeared in front of Peter's eyes. The regular resurrection time was 8 hours. The resurrection mechanism was as follows. 1. If you concentrate and summon your game character, you can accelerate the resurrection time. 2. If you call your friends, call your game character together and speed up the resurrection time in a small area. Seeing the black screen, Peter was heartbroken. I still have to save the village. I can't let the village chief down. He took off his helmet and said to his other friends, brothers, help me. His group of friends felt that this was too novel as they listened to his description. A completely real scene? A hero? Save the world? He immediately waved his fist and said, "Leave it to us." 3 hours passed, and his character was revived. He then excitedly went to complete the new B mission. After dying a few times, he mastered the battle rules and successfully killed one of the evil beings. Ding! Ding! Level 5/100. Peter was so excited that his face turned red. He was filled with a sense of achievement. After his first time, he started to kill the other monsters. He killed 5 and successfully completed the task. Just as he was about to exclaim about his strength. Ding! Ding! World announcement: player heroic paladin has killed a level 8 hidden boss from the beginner's village. The village was in a heated discussion. He's too strong. That monster has already killed its way to the periphery of that area. The level rankings have been refreshed again. After all, they were native players, so they had a very simple discussion. Ah! Peter quickly looked at the level ranking. The first place was a brave paladin, who was already level 5. This man is too terrifying. The other players on the leaderboard are also monsters. I'm already at 4591 ST place, 10,000 closed beta players, so many powerful genius players. How long had it been since they entered? To be able to defeat a stronger opponent, he must have been in a real battle. Peter was in a hurry and went back to the village chief to hand in the task. Wandering know-it-all was hiding in the dark and looking at the square of the entire novice village in the distance, he was more and more dumbfounded. He and the other evil god Celestial Thearch who were planning to overthrow the major churches of the demon world saw this strange scene. This newly born special evil race ritual, the online game, also fell into a long daze. Who can tell me what's happening? How long had it been, and the world had completely changed? Wasn't this the evil race? Wasn't it a system similar to that of the original demon god Medusa, who gave power to mortals and then cultivated it? These two were clearly of the same kind, but in the hands of Mother Earth, they were completely different from Medusa's orthodox style back then. Level, NPC, Novice Village, Quest, Level Up. He could not help but doubt his life. He even deeply suspected that if Mother Earth had been by Medusa's side in the past, and had helped this demon god develop the cultivation system of the potion profession, it would have also become such a strange scene. He was silent for a long time before he began to think. He took a deep breath and said, "This is the sinkhole world." That helmet was an especially powerful 4th grade alchemy product. It was extremely expensive to make, and it could be made into 10,000 of them. However, it had such a simple and useless effect, and the saints were all distressed. However, to allow ordinary mortals to enter the world of the ultimate through the dragon vein. In the name of a game character, the evil god that accompanied them in their hearts would descend. It's very bold and imaginative. This was a very special model. His main body was in a room in the real world, while his evil god, which was his game character, killed enemies and monsters to cultivate in the ultimate world? So this is online games? Bai Xiaosheng kept thinking and was gradually surprised. He suddenly laughed. This kind of cultivation method in the online game is really wonderful. My lord, what do you mean? The people around him asked. I've already considered it before. Before the evil race reaches level 3, they can't take the initiative to enter the world of the ultimate. We can only help them absorb all kinds of evil thoughts in the real world. It's too slow. And this alchemy helmet has simply skipped this stage and descended directly into the ultimate world. It had to be said that even he was extremely impressed by Mother Earth's innovation. This ancient existence that could build the dragon vein had amazing thinking. He had never thought that there would be such a perfect method. Online games. It was too perfect. It was simply a top-tier idea that could shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods cry. This encouraged all the people to cultivate and resist the great flood that would destroy the world in 10 years. This system was so perfect that it was beyond imagination. Virtual helmets, NPCs, missions, novice villages, killing monsters to level up. To be able to become so mature in such a short time, Mother Earth was terrifying. Furthermore, the village head and the other villagers of the novice village are Mirage and her group. If Mariki became the NPC village chief, it would mean that he was pulling the new demonic tribe powerhouse into their territory. So, this is what the initial page meant when it said to choose a faction. Let them choose which sect they want to join. As for the level rankings, reputation rankings, is it a psychological method to encourage them to improve themselves? Wandering Know-It-All took a deep breath. Then what's the meaning of the equipment ranking that's still empty? And you want them to learn alchemy. What does the pay to win ranking mean? As for its level, it should be level 10, which is rank 1. Rank 20 was rank 2. It was a huge threshold. Rank 70 is the Heavenly Emperor level. On the other side, in the novice village of the Evil Gods faction, Adrian should be the novice village chief, guiding the new players of our Evil Gods faction. He took a deep breath. And we are these so-called faction NPCs. The surrounding evil gods and celestial emperors couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Let's set up another novice village and guide more players to join our evil god camp. Then, they will attract the evil beings around them that match their level, so that they can practice their combat skills and improve themselves. Wandering Know-It-All directly entered the ultimate world, but he received another piece of news. He was not allowed to build a new novice village. And they wanted to build a main city? What's a game main city? Bai Xiaosheng asked. The God of Dreams replied, the game's main city is the city where one leaves the novice village and enters after level 10, which is when one breaks through one tier. It is also the main place for activities in the ultimate world. Wandering Know-It-All took a deep breath and looked at the delusional witch Finiki beside him. Go find a place and build this town. As the mayor, guide the new people. Beautiful women will always be welcomed and attract more players. After all, we rely on faith, and image is very important. Otherwise, those churches' statues would not be so beautiful and covered with gold. Yes. Vinaki nodded. Wandering Know-It-All took a deep breath and strode to the novice village of the evil gods camp. He found that there were only 2 or 3 small fries, far less than the other party, and a hint of gloominess flashed in his eyes. Sir, what should we do? This is obviously, a subordinate beside him asked. Bai Xiaosheng's expression was calm. He was silent for a moment. The evil race is a new force that is attached to the evil god. It must be controlled. Since our side isn't attractive enough, we can use some temptation to make them choose our side. Although he had never experienced this before, he was still an extremely intelligent person. This isn't a problem for me at all. Soon, in just half a day, large posters appeared in the churches and bus stops in various kingdoms. On them were posters of the game virtual reality with dazzling words. If you choose the evil gods camp, you will be given 5,000 gold coins in real life and a dragon-slaying saber in the game. Chapter 492. Preparation. I didn't expect you to be such a Bai Xiaosheng. Su Ji was also completely speechless. Bai Xiaosheng's wisdom was terrifying. He was also a top game planner. Online games had some modern terms, which was extremely in line with the style of the land of the demonic realm, the alchemy medieval era of Steam. Due to the harsh environment in the demon world, with the help of the major churches, the social facilities had reached an extremely high level. Even as a foundation-building maniac, the widespread use of subway, bus, car, steam airship, and civilian alchemy technology had already surpassed that of China on Earth. Use the ultimate and void world that you've built yourself to develop your online game system. It's fine to pollute the medieval European demon world, since it's still connected. If you pollute the mortal world and the immortal world, I'll kill you. Su Ji muttered to himself. In fact, it would be difficult for it to spread to the other 2 realms. This was a unique mortal system that belonged to the demon world, the evil race. This was because the mortal world had long been occupied by the Great Zhou Empire, the Mount Chu cultivation system, the Martial Way and the 3 major cultivation systems. There were no longer enough mortals to cultivate other cultivation systems. In the mortal world, the mortals cultivated martial arts, the Shu faction, the dynasty. A mortal from the Western Devil world who practices online games? The cold wind was biting. Su Ji raised his head quietly and looked at a tall building on the cross street. There was a gorgeous ocean blue poster stuck on it, and it was surrounded by a circle of colorful lights, which was very dazzling. It was another new advertisement. Siege, Evil Faction. Allow players to build cities and guilds. Start your legendary conquest and expand your ambitions. He looked at the advertisement and was speechless. Had the large-scale bombing already started? There was a bus stop nearby, and the students going to and from school were all exclaiming. Originally, Su Ji had predicted that the devil world would face a great catastrophe before the upcoming cold wave and storm, and that the two great forces of justice and evil would not stop fighting and would continue to fight each other, nor would they make preparations to deal with the natural disaster. But at this time, the main mission of the evil race, the brave ones from the other world, please save us from the great disaster that will happen in 10 years. He managed to combine all the completely incompatible things together. It was so good that his scalp went numb. He glanced at the game forum outside and saw that the netizens were already exclaiming in shock. Everyone was stunned. "Cute girl, 666. He exclaimed. This was the most amazing maneuver in history. There were infinite possibilities in this game. There was nothing that you couldn't think of. There were all sorts of comments. I'm playing the game. Bring modern online games and pay-to-win culture to the other world where people are simple and honest. This is really a cultivation system. Playing online games can make you stronger." He could bring the upgraded characters, equipment, and skills from the game into the real world? Isn't this a common scene in some online games and YY novels? By the way, to be able to accommodate so many people, this game is much better than the servers made by a certain factory of potatoes. Brother, are you talking about the one who played the bug and gave away the game? Cough, cough, cough. Menmei, this fellow. She probably got the idea from the racer of Mount Harana to connect to the Mana net. She may not be building an online royal casino, but she's building an online game, so she's also a big spender of in-game purchases. However, the most common sentence was, "Cute girl, you're starting to think of ways to get commission again." Everyone already knew this guy's character. He was a complete salted fish, a farming maniac. Su Ji flipped through the comments page by page. Some of the replies were very interesting, while others were repeating the comments like crazy. The screen was filled with +1s, all of which were bragging and licking. This group of people had no integrity at all. Back then, when the racer of Mount Harana was doing something that was comparable to what he was doing now, there was no such thing as licking the dog. This was the difference between people. From Su Ji's point of view, his feelings were also complicated. Previously, I couldn't make such an online game that could revive. After all, this is reality. I'm only putting in spores. What level is there? Experience? Rebirth after death? However, the cute girl in front of me has done it. She has set up an online game in the ultimate, luring the natives to come in to cultivate, kill monsters, and level up. He didn't expect the demonic ritual to be like this. He silently walked around the demonic world, the Orc Empire, the Human Empire, and the Undead Empire. It was unexpected. What was with the unanimous praise? As expected of Mother Earth. Online games. This cultivation method is amazing. The various professional churches, and even wandering know-it-all's Ghost Night Palace, were all extremely amazed. This is simply a very villain prank. Why was he so agitated? Wait a minute. Su Ji thought about it for a moment and felt his head hurt. He instantly understood why he had thought that way. For the people on Earth who had experienced the explosive era of the Internet, this was an old routine that they were used to. It was extremely vulgar and strange. It was an online game after all, and it was commonplace. However, for the saints of the three realms, the top celestial emperors, and other powerful existences, it was mysterious, unimaginable, and extremely high. This was because they had no concept of such things. Even the terms such as level, NPC, mission, and all the other terms used to improve one's cultivation were all added together, making it look extremely impressive. The more they studied and pondered, the more they felt that the system was mature and complete. It was as if it had been tempered and tested countless times. It was hard to imagine that it was a finished product in a short time. In the mortal world, Mother Earth is indeed an unprecedented compassionate great saint. In the past, there was belief in the path of incense when the dragon vein was opened. There was saying that those who ate chi were the gods of incense, and they did not harm the world and the common people. All living things had been through countless tribulations. This was already incredible, but today, the online game system. In the depths of the Green Mountains, under the ginseng fruit tree, an old man with white hair and a white beard, who looked like a celestial being, held a floating dust in his hand and preached to the disciples in the Taoist temple. Wonderful! With the thoughts of the Joss flames and all living beings, he would refine an ultimate void, not in the material world, but in the heart. It could be as small as a grain of sand, and it could be as huge as the heavens. Countless changes, hiding thousands of opportunities, seizing the creation of the heavens and earth. The Church of Demonic Professions. The monarchs and great emperors gathered together. The demonic race is like mercenary. People other than the demonic race like us are collectively called NPCs. We can issue missions to them, state all kinds of time limits, conditions, and requests, and then give them all kinds of rewards. A mission is equivalent to signing a contract, and both parties cannot go against it. Even if we are both lords of heaven or even gods, we must abide by the mission given to the players and give them the salary that we have discussed. So, Mother Earth's void contract was to lay the foundation for the evil race's mission system? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. This system is very shocking. It's true that the evil clans are generally weak now. In fact, only a few days have passed, and there hasn't even been a first-stage demon beast. When they grow to a certain level, Tier 3, Tier 4, and we issue quests, this undying group of players can already do some things for us. Issue missions. The Undying Mercenary Corps. Perhaps I can call it a natural disaster. The ancient saints were conversing. In the demon world, the undying soldiers of the army can be resurrected infinitely. In the future, it will be a sharp weapon of our three realms. It will be the vanguard of our army, and we will march into the myriad heavens and worlds. Open up new territory. Mother Earth, have you already laid the foundation for the future? The sages could not help but sigh. For Deo integration stage sages like them, what they really wanted to look forward to was the unknown and boundless chaos beyond the three realms. In their eyes, the online gaming system of the devil world was new, mysterious, and even powerful. It was an incomparably noble, elegant, and top mysterious sect. It was a historical precedent. There's no other way. Meng Mei looked at the saints quietly and took a deep breath. I once thought that the only possibility of me dying was an invasion of the world. What should I do? The ancient land of lava was the most likely. According to what everyone said, the grudges between two rank 9 experts might affect the two worlds. As a multiverse world, the zombie infection virus of the three-pillar gods was too terrifying. It was definitely a sharp weapon for them to invade the other worlds. He was invincible. If we start a war, they'll definitely be the first to release the three-pillar god virus. Our three realms won't be able to fight back against that invading virus. Terrifying natural disasters would break out, and zombies would appear, such as the Mount Shu Sword Immortal, the Ancestral Witch, and the Martial Arts Swordsman. Growing magic cores to become one of their kind, this was the terrifying characteristic of their world, the Grand Unification Virus. That's why we need to create a vanguard that belongs to our three realms. What are the characteristics of our world? Incense. As for the demonic realm, this undying scourge army. They have no fear of being infected by the virus, and their various evil god characteristics involve almost all of the laws of the universe. Once they work together, even we will find it difficult to deal with them. Even if the monster core lineage is extremely terrifying, we can still fight the undying mercenaries of the ultimate world. Chapter 493. Bar. The sinkhole world was completely empty. The system of the players in the novice village was gradually being perfected. In order to prevent betrayal, they used contracts to try to form parties and work together to kill monsters and level up. Later, the party mode gradually developed, and the players formed their own groups, forming the era of the guild mode. Outside the novice village, a thick fog covered the entire sky. No one knew how vast this world was, how unknown and mysterious it was, or what dangers it was filled with. This game could also be said to be toxic. Since the closed beta, Peter and the other players had been staying up for 3 days without feeling bored at all. Although they did not know the real secret of the demonic race, from the information revealed by the higher-ups of various kingdoms and churches, as well as the degree of importance attached to it, it seemed that if one was strong in the game, one could also obtain great power in reality. A chance to change my fate. Now, Peter had joined a guild with more than 10 people, the Holy Tulip Guild. The boss of the guild was the 1731 St son of a baron in a human empire. He was very powerful and provided a lot of resources. Although he was not good at fighting, he was still very powerful as the leader of the command department. Peter, your characteristic is very powerful. Remember to adapt to the situation later. Standing in the square of the novice village, the guild leader said, you have signed a 10-year contract with me. I will nurture your combat team with all my heart. You should know that he is the famous Iron Blood Baron of the South, Peter. He has guarded 1/7 of the territory for more than 300 years and is an Emperor Lord. This president didn't have the aptitude for cultivation. Although he was extremely smart, he had never been well liked in the family. Now was the best time to rise up. Guildmaster, the mysterious Assassins Guild next door is said to have arrived here. We have to speed up our progress. Peter took a deep breath, and his young face also became more mature. That's right, we have to leave the novice village as soon as possible. According to the increase in the village chief's favorability, it was inadvertently revealed that the real start of the game is only in the main city. The city lord there can obtain the hidden quest building a city by increasing the favorability. If we can build a city, we will. It's just that it's not easy to build a city on this terrifying land. The regular monster attacks are too terrifying. As they chatted, they came to the village chief's house. In the house, village chief Mariki learned of their intentions and said to them, "Young heroes, you are the players we trust the most in the entire village. Recently, there has been some chaos in the south, which has seriously endangered the comfort of our village chief. My alchemist friend, West Asia, and I are planning to explore. May the brave escort our comfort." Ding! Ding! Hidden side quest, escort the village chief and his wife, explore the southern region, and find out the truth. Peter and the others were instantly surprised. After farming favorability for so long, giving gifts, and massaging his back and legs, they had finally triggered the hidden task of favorability. Cool! It was really too good. Perhaps he was about to reach the peak of his life. "Lord Village Chief, please believe us," the president said hurriedly. "I believe in you, young heroes." Mirage chuckled. However, she muttered to herself, "It's time to use this bunch of cannon fodder to clear out the other side. After all, I'm only a tier 3 player. It'll be difficult for me to gain a foothold in this strange world. It's necessary to use the players as cannon fodder." Ever since they had caused the public to curse them with feces in various cities, they had now successfully cleared their names and changed their business model. They had become the village chiefs of novice villages, alchemists, and tactical guides. They had begun to exploit the entire newly born evil race. Ta ta ta! He passed through the fog. A group of players escorted the village chief deep into the valley of Bermondsey in the south and began to hunt monsters crazily. Kill! A strange ray fish fell to the ground. In the past few days, Peter had only died a few times in the early stage. He had gradually become familiar with it and had not died again. He understood that once he died, the level reset would not matter in the early stage of level 1 or 2. However, in the later stages of the game, dying once and having their levels reset to 0 was a huge loss. Although he had once reached that realm and there was no bottleneck in his cultivation from the beginning, he only needed to absorb a large amount of energy to recover his original realm, the losses were still huge. To a top player who was ranked at the top of the combat power list, dying once was equivalent to instantly being annihilated from the top of the ladder. With the dense fog, he gradually arrived at the place and began to explore. "Do you know how to dance?" Suddenly, a faint voice sounded. Everyone's scalps went numb. Looking around, the canyon was covered in fog. A noble in a strange black suit was sitting on a chair frivolously with a glass of red wine in his hand. He slowly walked over from behind. "Who can dance?" "Monster name?" "Level, 27. "Nature?" Everyone's expression changed when they saw the attributes panel. The monsters were over level 20, while they were only level 10. He couldn't help but turn to look at the guild leader who made the decision. This place was full of danger. One could not become stronger just by relying on one's strength and fighting monsters to level up. The nature, abilities, and these strange and unknown aspects of the enemy were extremely terrifying. It required excellent wisdom and observation skills. Another unrecorded evil god. The guildmaster's expression changed and he waved his hand. "We have more people. Wasteland reclaimers, go. To explore its nature." Behind him, a few level 1 players directly rushed forward, sending themselves to their deaths without a word. "You guys don't know how to dance? Then I'll teach you." The noble in the black suit stood up. Hwalala! The few players who had rushed forward stopped their attacks and surrounded the noble like pillars, dancing. They were extremely invested. Those who were usually calm and steady were twisting their bodies unscrupulously. Those who were usually full of flirtatious words were even more so. They stood out in the crowd, twisting their bodies seductively and throwing flirtatious glances. They were extremely sexy, such as belly dancing, pole dancing, and strip dancing. All the popular bar dances in the demon world were available. There was even the first dance song of the bar, New Treasure Island, arranged by Mother Earth. It was as soft as the tentacles of an octopus, and even more magical. Oh! Isn't this too beautiful? Oh my god, how can there be such a sexy dance? Everyone swallowed their saliva. It was clearly a group of very ugly monsters dancing. It was so coquettish that it hurt their eyes, but they couldn't help but be intoxicated. They walked in step by step as if they wanted to join in the dance. Fortunately, I managed to trick a group of cannon fodders to help me test the waters. This evil god seems to have the nature of confusion and distortion. Mariki felt that it was quite an eyesore. Next to him, West Asia secretly poked him. You were the same back then. And you were even more blinding. I gave birth to all the evil gods. The evil god is too beautiful, I can't resist it at all. And NBSP, cough cough cough. Mariki coughed a few times. It was quite embarrassing to become an experienced driver while bringing along the innocent girl he had a crush on to read books. From that moment on, I understood one thing. To be a successful evil god, even if you don't need to do evil, you must be shameless enough and perverted enough to succeed. In the distance. Hurry up and do it! The president suddenly roared. Beside him, Peter quickly reacted. He kneeled on the ground and cried, snot and tears flowing down together, damn dog thief, Little My Di, you died so miserably. Little My Di was the name of the little dog he had raised. Along with his crying, everyone was upset, as if some kind of evil ghost in the abyss was crying, and their hair stood on end. The people around also woke up. The guild master took a deep breath and said, "It's a good thing that we have you in our team. You have a strong characteristic and can fight poison with poison. You can eliminate most of the evil gods that confuse people. Otherwise, we would have been wiped out." It was very common for a team to be wiped out in a starter village. After all, if one wanted to stand at the top of the team, they had to take a lot of risks. Once the team was wiped out, their level would be lower than that of ordinary players. And NBSP, thus, a powerful evil god characteristic was something everyone pursued. We've already figured out its evil god nature. It has entered a weakened state. Kill it. Protect the village chief and the alchemist. Pfft. After a round of attacks, they successfully killed the strange evil god and continued to explore. After a while, they gradually saw an old European-style bar in the thick fog deep in the mountains and old forests. What's this? Everyone was silent. There was a faint fear in his heart. Such a strange building had suddenly appeared in the wilderness. It was extremely abnormal. Let's go. The president growled, "The price of dying once is so terrible that I don't have to say how terrifying it is. Let's go around this part first." But the next second, a voice came from behind. "Do you know how to dance?" They turned their heads in shock. It was the noble in the black suit again. He followed behind them again, as if he was going to the bar. What was even stranger was that there was not only one noble in black suit, but there were 13 or 14 of them this time. It was as if they were going to the bar. Everyone's mind went blank. This evil god. It's not a single unit, but a group? We only killed one of them? Not good. It's scarier than I thought. Mariki trembled slightly as well. These monsters are all grade 2, and NBSP, as a race-type evil god, they lived in the same area, so there had to be a leader. Could it be a rank 4? 5th rank? This was equivalent to a level 40 or 50 elite monster. He was only rank 37. Mariki didn't expect that this was only the outer area, and these strange things would appear. These were clearly not monsters that should appear on this land. "Do you guys know how to pole dance?" the suited noble asked elegantly but stiffly. They were completely silent. They looked at the nobles in black suits around them and said with a bitter face, "We will. Please give us a dance." The young nobles in suits smiled and led them into the bar. The few of them trembled as they entered the bar. They realized that it was an old-fashioned counter that was hundreds of years old. It was quite elegant. There were mahogany tables and chairs, and nobles in black suits were sitting in them. There were 20 to 30 people, and they were elegantly sipping red wine. Living in groups. So many. Their expressions changed drastically. "Let's dance," a group of strange aristocrats in black suits said from below. The corners of their mouths cracked into an exaggerated arc that humans couldn't do. They seemed to be carved from the same mold. They had elegant beards and gentlemanly hats, and they sat on the chairs smiling. Everyone's scalps went numb. Gradually, they went up and couldn't help but dance and dance. Even Mirage and Sia couldn't help but be intoxicated by the music and began to dance. Damn it! I've still been tricked. Only then did they understand what had happened while they were dancing. They were still conscious, but their bodies were dancing instinctively. It was extremely embarrassing. Snap! Snap! A person suddenly walked into the bar and looked at the lively bar. He was instantly stunned. Mariki was a tall and powerful monster. She was lying on the ground, her butt swaying in an alluring manner. She was sticking her head up high and even shaking it. It was so hot that one could not look straight at her. Despite his vast knowledge, Su Ji was still stunned for a moment. "Mariki, I haven't seen you in a while. It's rare for me to come and see you, but I didn't expect you to still be full of youthful energy. It seems that you're quite experienced in this area." His original intention was to look for Mariki because he had already thought of the human race that would create the new world. He had a new idea and needed Mariki, the village chief of the novice village, to help him study the nature of the monsters. He did not expect. Mariki didn't react in time. This was the messiah of the bookstore. Wasn't he just an ordinary person? Did he run away after the incident? How did he enter this place? NPC name, Messiah. Level? Mariki was instantly shocked. This was the first time he had seen someone without a level. Beside him, a noble in a suit stood up and walked over. "Do you know how to dance?" Su Ji gave him a slap. "Pa!" The entire monster exploded into a pile of meat paste. "I don't know how to dance. Do you have wine? I'll have a glass of ale, Sella's fire flavor, and some specialty food from the bar. I want something delicious." Su Ji pulled out a chair and sat down. He said seriously, "If it's not good, I'll beat you to death." "You!" A few aristocrats in black suits were furious and pounced on him with ferocious faces. "Pa!" He slapped them away. "Hurry up and prepare some more. I have a big appetite." All the suited nobles in the bar were stunned. They were silent for a moment before they said in disbelief in unison, "We are evil gods. You want us to entertain you? Can't the evil god treat people? Your bar is open for free." Su Ji knocked on the table. "Find a way to solve it yourself. It's not like you're running a bar for business, and you just want to watch people dance. There's no such good thing in the world." The weird people in the bar were silent. How could there be such a good thing in the world? "We're not human. We open a bar and the meaning of our existence is to watch people dance." However, due to the abuse of power, the group quickly went to clean up the table and began the bar's normal business. These evil gods! He actually used threats and promises. Yield to the tyranny? Mariki's face was filled with fear as she took in a deep breath. His mind was blank. He had tricked a group of newbies into building a new bee village and worked hard to get here. It was like walking on thin ice, but he was still tricked and almost died. He thought he had to cultivate again, but suddenly... Well, life had long been extraordinary, but he had thought that she was just an ordinary bookstore owner and was called Messiah by chance. Who knew that she was really? He was completely shocked. And NBSP, Mariki, they are afraid because when evil gods reach rank 4, they would have already gained intelligence. Although they are still restricted by the rules, they already have a lot of consciousness and will to survive. Su Ji looked at a seemingly ordinary noble in a black suit who was hiding in the crowd. As the king of a weird race, shouldn't you only be at the 4th rank and have died once? Is he still recovering his strength? The noble in the suit was silent for a moment. He had been hiding in the crowd, but he had no choice but to stand out and let them deal with him. "We're really unlucky. What's not good?" It sighed. "I was in the depths of the forest. I was a heavenly emperor. One day, a group of beautiful girls appeared in a bar. They were fair, delicate, and full of youthful aura. I happily asked them to dance, and they happily went up to dance. In the end, they asked us if we looked good and said that they wanted to dance for their teacher to see after practicing. Then, I said that it was ugly. In the end, we didn't agree with each other and they beat us to death. He seemed to have admitted defeat. He said bitterly, I thought that the deeper area is so dangerous. Some strange creatures go in every day to find trouble with us, so I came out of the outer area. In the end, for some reason, the group of people who were dancing crazily in the distance felt a little sympathetic. This was too tragic. This bar was too difficult to open. No wonder he ran to the outer area. This evil god doesn't seem to be a bad person. I just want to see him dance. Is there a need to do that? However, they were also suspicious. These weirdos in front of them were indifferent and could even watch ugly people like them dance with great interest. No matter how ugly they were, watching a group of beautiful and young girls dance was still pleasing to the eye, right? How could it be so ugly that it was unbearable to look at? Suji was not surprised when he heard that. He got the weirdo to release Mariki's charm and let her out. Thank you. Thank you for saving me, Lady Messiah. Mariki took a deep breath and called out to CIA. Sit. Suji stretched out his hand. Long time no see since the bookstore. As for who I am, he said. You should have guessed it by now. You once had the goddess of dreams and was the focus of the entire world. You should know that I'm not the only one. What was that? A hidden plot? In the distance, Peter and the other players were still dancing shamelessly on the spot. They were not liberated at all. Instead, they were very shocked as they looked at the NPC village chief and the extremely mysterious and powerful NPC communicating with each other. Chapter 494. Winter is here. The style of the bar was from hundreds of years ago. The mahogany bar counter and chairs, with many fake wine bottles on the shelf, were dark and quiet, but it still had a very quiet style. The nobles in black suits served as waiters, coming and going. It was a different style. It looks delicious. Mariki licked his lips and looked around. If I kill him and get the energy, I'll definitely level up a few times. It'll be a qualitative improvement. Please let me go, my lord, the young man in the black suit, King, quickly pleaded. He had worked so hard to recover to Tier 4, and now he had to die again. He did not know when he would be able to recover to his peak. I won't kill you. Suji smiled and said, after all, it's an obsession formed by the dark thoughts of all living beings. Mariki, if you have the ability, do it yourself. Mariki pouted. What a joke. He was the one who had almost died. Suji could not be bothered with the evil god system that Menmei had come up with in online games. The three realms were already very mature and would not collapse no matter what. He just had to wait and see what kind of tricks the world of the ultimate would develop into. On the other hand, the ancient lava world had only developed for a short time. It had only been a week, so it was the most likely to collapse. At the table in the bar, Suji was just a little curious. The incense that you've come to gather all living beings is the same as the incense-burning gods who build temples, churches, and churches to be worshipped by people. Now that your spiritual intelligence has been awakened, you're like an alternative type of demon who has seized the creation of the world. Why don't you all follow Bai Xiaosheng and fight for your own era? To compete with the principal gods. The suited noble was stunned. He lowered his head and said, I'm not a strong character. I'm not needed yet. Suji was speechless. As expected, although these evil gods who had gained intelligence were still living within the limited rules, they had already begun to think about the meaning of life, why they were born, and what their future path was. This world was indeed a mind-dumping ground for all living beings. People's unconscious thoughts, fantasies, and evil thoughts were all thrown into this void cemetery. All kinds of unbelievable, mysterious, strange, and terrifying images were gathered here. Perhaps it was as the saying went, only you can't think of it, without this place, you can't appear. As for forcing the others to dance? Suji could guess that it had something to do with the thoughts of the people dancing in the bar. And NBSP, his goal this time was to find out about the evil god's characteristics. As the amalgamation of the thoughts of tens or even hundreds of millions of sentient beings, it had actually formed a mysterious characteristic similar to the laws. Time, space, spirit, wind, fire, lightning. Suji thought about it and realized that the new human's ability was closely related to the special laws of the evil god. Only such a new extraordinary species with law fragments could be said to have endless potential. After all, this was a unique entertainment world that coexisted with a large number of players. Furthermore, the time flow was only 1 to 1 year. The indigenous creatures inside were naturally not in the traditional sense of a large world. Mariki, I actually came to find you for something. Suji thought for a moment and said, I hope you can issue a mission to everyone in the novice village. The mission is for every member of the evil race to explain in detail the dream they had when they entered this place, as well as their own characteristics. After that, compile a set of data and give it to me. Mariki was slightly surprised, and he couldn't help but say excitedly, you want to study the nature of evil gods? The cause of the various characteristics. He had once possessed the god of dreams, so he naturally knew that the dream he had when he came in was the god of dreams descending into the minds of ordinary people and activating the evil race ritual. And that dream was precisely the effect of awakening a person's most profound experience and pain, obsession, and restraint, which produced the characteristic evil god. Right now, he was collecting huge amounts of data and studying the production mechanism of various evil god characteristics. Goosebumps rose all over Mariki's body. Wasn't this the vision and methods of existences at the level of Mother Earth and Bai Xiaosheng? The root mechanism of the research? Was this an evil god trying to create a certain characteristic? Or was he going to create a new race? It was not as if he did not know that becoming the progenitor of a race was a path to the Dao integration. For example, demon god Medusa of the past and the evil ancestor, the god of dreams. He's definitely not a simple giant of the three realms. Mariki's imagination ran wild, and he became more and more horrified. Back then, he was able to find me before Mother Earth, Goddess Green Vine. Can you do it? Suji asked calmly, not knowing what Mariki was thinking. You can, Mariki took a deep breath, and his eyes became even more serious. But, there must be a reward for issuing mission. There's no problem with the reward. Suji was already prepared. He reached out and threw out a space ring. There are some simple alchemy equipment and materials in it. They can be used as rewards for the players. To Suji, these low-level alchemy materials were just a matter of accelerating the reproduction of a group of species. All right, he said. Mariki nodded. In the distance, Peter and the others were shocked and at a loss. The village chief of the novice village seemed to have reached some kind of agreement with a mysterious high-level NPC. Is this a new mission? Suji laughed and suddenly said, that's the first thing. The second thing is that it's a great catastrophe. It looks like there are still 10 years, but it's just a snap of a finger. You should know what you have to face. I understand. 10 years later, there will be a 30-year-long frosty storm that will last for a long time. Mariki took a deep breath and said, but this is only the first batch of closed beta. Soon, the official open beta will begin, and there will be more and more batches. Although the evil race has just risen. However, within 10 years, we are confident that we will have 300,000 players above level 40. 300,000 tier 4 champions and above? Suji thought about it and felt that it was not bad. Stage 4 powerhouses were scattered all over the country, building shelters to protect the people. It was not a bad thing. Suji left with small steps and did not disturb the players' development. Just look at the other people's online games. They were so serious and simple. Leveling up and killing monsters were purely a cultivation system to improve one's own realm. Take a look at the online games on Earth, there are a lot of amazing operations. This kind of simple and honest atmosphere must not be polluted. In fact, the reason why Suji was studying the nature of these evil gods was that he suspected that the essence of the abilities of these evil gods was a ninth-order characteristic, in certain sense a natural phenomenon. The strange ability on their bodies was some kind of natural deist technique that was fine to the molecular level. After all, the thoughts of tens of millions of living beings were gathered here. This in itself is also a kind of computing power in a sense. Perhaps this wasn't just about researching new humans. It was also to perfect the food industry and to explore the unknown ninth rank. Suji opened his eyes in the living room. He opened the washing machine and took out the clothes. If level 8 is the lowest level of space civilization, they can only just leave the planet. Level 9. It's a completely different space civilization. After temporarily finishing the daily matters of creating a new species, he stretched lazily and pushed open the door. There was a mahogany chair at the door, and a group of strange-looking little monsters were chattering. The god of creation is here again. I heard that the god of dreams from the three realms wanted to peek at the famous scene the god of creation eating an apple, but she was instantly killed. You have to know that he's a level 8 saint, and an undying evil god. As expected, it's the player's right to watch the god of creation. Ha 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 ha. Brothers! Don't stop me. I want to take one more look. It's a profit to see it. Su Ji sat in his chair and looked up at the sky. The clouds were dense and it was about to rain. If he had not blocked the sky of the evolutionary sandbox, they would have seen the same scene as the sorcerer world. A thick cloud covered the distant sky and they would have inevitably discovered the truth. They lived in the same land as the Magus world. I don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky. In the past 2 months, there have only been a few light raindrops in the orchard. However, as winter approaches, a cold wave with rain is coming. It's the most brutal kind. Not only the sorcerer world, but the evolutionary sandbox and the sorcerer community should also find a way to isolate it. How troublesome! Su Ji took a deep breath. There's no need to move. Winter is coming soon. If we leave it outside, it'll just be a sandbox for evolution in winter. These guys will naturally evolve into a species that can resist the cold. Each and every one of them is a cockroach that's bald. If they are given a new environment, they will become new creatures. Perhaps, this will also be a new path. He looked at the sky. Su Ji took a deep breath and looked at the dark clouds. His gaze became a little more serious. Over there, they're starting to prepare for the defense. I'm about to start on my side too. Ding! Ding! Game announcement: the game will be undergoing server maintenance and will be forced to go offline in half an hour. Players, please be prepared. Before everyone could react, they were suddenly in an uproar. Does this hardcore game have a conscience? What happened to the 3-second forced log off? You've changed. It's not the game planning team that I know. Suddenly, countless people sat in front of their computers and made a big fuss. The forum was instantly stirred up. Soon, the server was closed for maintenance, and it even went to the third most searched spot. Su Ji was speechless. You guys scolded me when I didn't make a statement before. Now that I've updated the statement in advance, you guys are scolding me even more. During the half an hour, he had nothing to do, so he didn't hang the clothes in the washing machine. He even took the clothes that were hung in the orchard yesterday back to the house and moved the electric car and other things back to the house. Then, he went out and walked around the village a few times. The village was filled with middle-aged and elderly people. There were only a few elderly people scattered around. The young people were all working in the farmers outside. Who would come back here if they had the means? It was a typical village left behind. Many houses and lands were empty, and it was quite deserted. After walking around leisurely, Su Ji finally felt a little emotional. He had not wanted to return to the backward mountain village before. He was a young man who wanted to work hard in the city and buy a house to get a wife. Now, he was living a very comfortable life. Every day, he would plant crops in the orchard, raise the gods and the celestial emperor, and explore the next stage of the extraordinary universe civilization. He would also occasionally observe the Zerg adventurer, Emperor Chi's space flight situation. Drip, drip. It still rained. He lazily returned to the orchard and looked at the 30-square-meter community of wizards and the evolution sandbox. He reached out his hand. Almost here, I need to build a small protective shield to protect it. Voila! In the sky above this land, a translucent light blue protective shield slowly appeared. It was only a 60-square-meter protective shield. As a heavenly emperor, it was naturally easy for him to bear the burden. In the end, it came a little later than everyone had expected. The dripping rain stopped again. After a dozen minutes, the sky turned into bean-sized raindrops with a boom. It turned into a heavy rain and poured down. It's all right. Su Ji sat on a chair on the roof of the yard and took a bite of fruit. He quietly watched the storm and felt a sense of peace and tranquility. He felt the cool rain coming at him. This means that winter is about to begin in the orchard. It's a new environment. He turned his gaze. The entire sorcerer world had turned into a vast white world, and the rain was boundless. Boom! Attack! Su Ji nibbled on the apple and looked up. The entire orchard was an extremely spectacular scene. The ancient saints stood in the sky and worked together. The power of the gods bloomed, and rays of light flashed, turning into a huge protective shield that covered the entire sorcerer world. It blocked the impact, but a part of it still has to flow out and slowly flow into the earth. Ermin said slowly. It was impossible to resist it forever. After 30 long years, the people of the land would eventually have to adapt. Boom! Cracks began to appear in the protective shield of the demonic realm. A total of 360 water columns poured down from the sky like a kindergarten slide. Large amounts of water gushed down and poured into the entire land along the spiral energy pipeline. Hwalala! Terrifying raindrops fell on the ground, turned into tsunamis, and spread in all directions, like the magnificent scene of an eternal legend, washing through the surrounding circular cities. The high-rise buildings reinforced with special materials did not collapse, but they were soon flooded by the flood, which submerged the entire land up to the 3rd floor. Countless earth beasts began to be washed away. The cold water quickly took away the animals' body temperature. A huge ocean of cold winter was rapidly forming under their feet, as if an eternal ice age had completely descended. In the huge farm. Mom! It's our family's fields. A little girl held her mother's hand nervously. She looked at the crops being washed away outside and cried anxiously. It's fine. It's good that you're alive, his mother's heart ached. Boom! In the city. Even though they had done all the protection, some buildings still collapsed. The people in the buildings were buried alive, and some people were washed away by the huge white torrent. Attack! Peter and the others were crazily saving the others. On the other side, the various evil race members were also making their moves in a frenzy. The entire land was quickly bustling with activity. They've been preparing for a long time. It should be fine. It's just a storm that's approaching night. Su Ji laughed and went straight back to sleep. After all, he was about to fall into a deep sleep. The next morning, the blanket suddenly became a few degrees colder, making people feel like they didn't want to get up. Sugzu put on her clothes and pushed the door open. The floor was wet, and a wet and cold chill hit her face. The weather suddenly seemed to have entered winter, and the world seemed to have become cold in an instant. Yesterday, it was still the weather of wearing long sleeves and thin coats, and one had to put on a thick coat to resist the cold. It's been raining all night, but the devil world has had a hard time. Su Ji looked up. The population of the demonic realm instantly decreased by 30%. One had to know that this was under the protection of all efforts. After all, it had been a long 30 years of frost and rain. The people of the entire land were in dire straits, and countless living beings had frozen to death. However, the following days will be more difficult. The cold winter has completely arrived. This will be a cold era that will last more than 10,000 years. Although Su Ji was no longer afraid of the cold, he still put on a black coat out of habit and glanced at the sandbox in the distance. Chapter 495. Start a fire and start a pot, evolve spores. The ground is still wet. After this rain, it should be 5 or 6 degrees. The cold wind was biting. Su Ji stood at the door with a thick coat draped over his shoulders. It was an extremely common cold wave for Tongcheng. A night of heavy rain. To this land, the new era of the transcendence has already begun. If it was an ordinary winter, it would be acceptable. After all, there were food and crops. However, this 30-year-long frosty storm continued unceasingly. As the prelude to the cold winter era, it truly washed the land. The seeds, grains, and livestock were all destroyed in one day. In the past 30 years, the mortals had been hiding indoors in the special shelters in the high-rise buildings of the city. Not only was it extremely crowded, but they had also eaten up all the food stored in the storage. There was basically no more food left. Even though they had made a lot of preparations, 30% of the population had died. The beginning of this winter is an era of poverty. Su Ji sighed. The ice aeon that lasted for 10,000 years, the harsh environment of the devil world, can really be called the devil world now. He couldn't stop these things. Su Ji looked at the entire land. It was all wet and deathly still. The mortals trembled as they walked out of the sanctuary. Looking at the desolate land, they could not help but feel numb. It was difficult for them to imagine their future. Mortals could not resist the suffering and natural disasters of the era, they could only endure it. The great beings were exhausted, and they walked out of the shelter with pale eyes. We survived. 30 years is a lifetime for mortals. For us, it's like a few months of our lives, but these few months are enough for us to remember for the rest of our lives. Even some of the major sects of the three realms, the Mount Chu Sword Immortal, and the Great Zhou Imperial Court joined in the rescue efforts. This was simply too difficult. The few people from the Valkyrie's palace also turned pale. They were obviously exhausted. As martial cultivator celestial emperors, what did it mean to be exhausted? This was hard to imagine. They looked up at the sky quietly. It's really a full 30 years of physical training. Early in the morning. It was cold in the orchard. A new age of ice and snow is death, but it also contains vitality. There are many things to be done. We can wait and see the future. After one day, we will be able to see how it will develop. Su Ji muttered to himself for a moment, then opened his palm. I'll take advantage of this day. Voila! A black, exquisite book the size of a fingernail slowly floated in the air. This was the information Mariki had sent over. Although it looked small, it was huge to them. The whole book was like a large closet. Since it's a new beginning, it's time to take advantage of this time to research and create a new world, a third sandbox world, the food industry and the genes of the new human beings. The ancient tree world was not beside him, so it did not have any energy. At present, there were only two worlds, the three realms and the lava land. The food world was a special world within the body, similar to the inner world of deist immortality, the immortal world. When it comes to a new world, we have to release new species, so let these players out. Su Ji stretched out his hand, and the protective shield that enveloped the evolution sandbox and the sorcerer community slowly disappeared. Due to the protection of the barrier, the place was not wet from the rain that night, but it was still cold. The cold air entered the sandbox, and it was obvious that the temperature had dropped drastically. Ding! Ding! Update completed, the winter version is online. The players came online one after another, and a group of strangely shaped animals and plants shuddered on the spot. They couldn't help but shiver. Looking around, the ground was obviously dry, but the air was unusually humid and bone-chilling. The ship's new version is too cold. Ice Ian? Is it a synchronized update for the Ice Age of the Demon World? It's so humane, I like the production team. It's boring to keep staying the same before, so I've been thinking about a new environment for evolution. Brothers, I've tried it out. It's too cold now. The sea water is ice, probably only a few degrees. It's so cold that I can't even enter. Then, we'll start over again in the future. If the spores go in, they'll probably freeze to death in ice water. The difficulty of the evolution had been greatly increased, but it was even more challenging. You must know that the great explosion of the cold martial era on Earth back then. Get lost. The person beside him had a dark expression. Damn Baldy, don't bring me along. If I really have to do it again, I'm going to boil water and then evolve inside. I want to build a greenhouse and live in it. One of the plants shook its leaves gently. Talk your sister, let's move, let's start a fire together. Go catch a few slimes and use their ahog to pull the bellows to get warm. The few tree brothers over there, contribute your bodies. When they were faced with the icy version of the evolution sandbox, their first reaction was not to evolve into a species that could resist the cold. Instead, they built houses, started fires to keep warm, and boiled hot water to take a bath. They had just started work and had planned to start a fire not long ago. It's over. My species can't take it anymore. Some human species really couldn't stand the cold. Brother, don't be afraid. After you die in our stomachs, we'll boil a pot of water for you. The spores will evolve in the warm water, and the difficulty will be greatly reduced. In a simple wooden house, a player immediately used a clay jar to heat up the water and stirred the big jar with a stick. In the blink of an eye, a few large urns filled with boiling water were stirred slowly with wooden sticks, as if they were boiling soup. The spores were already evolving inside. Su Ji was speechless. He was completely dumbfounded. The evolutionary environment of the world of ice and snow was clearly a new beginning and very challenging. It might even be able to create new ice creatures with new potential. In the end, they just built houses, boiled water, and evolved in a hot pot? The internet was also in a frenzy. The weather was very cold, and the comments were very lively. Ha 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 ha. Look, the god of creation sitting on the chair is dumbfounded. What are these little ants in my orchard doing? The god of creation knows nothing about evolution. We are in a man-made evolutionary environment. Earth's high-tech civilization can not only boil hot water and evolve inside, but they can also make ice water. All kinds of man-made environments can evolve new species. At this time, the alchemy monarch, who had not been seen for a long time, appeared. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand was about to evolve into Kun. Everyone, I'm going to announce my return. Just as everyone was in the middle of a heated conversation, they suddenly burst out in an instant. This was breaking news. The Alchemy Emperor had disappeared for the longest time, and the racer of Mount Harana had returned for a long time. Was this big shot finally returning to the game world? Is it because you can't bear to see the former demon world turn into an ice and snow century with people living in misery and suffering? The Alchemy Monarch has returned to the demonic realm. Is it a story about him wanting to find his disciple Ermin and the Underworld Monarch to develop a relationship with Xiao Longnu and Guo Er? Marry a god's lover? Shameless.jpg. Medusa, ha ha ha. Stupid Grantham, you're back again? He could finally wash away his shame. After suppressing me for so many years, the Alchemy Emperor sneered and lost. He then casually glanced at the 110,000 Celestial Emperor cells and died. Everyone started discussing. This big shot's return for no reason was definitely a conspiracy. Everyone was discussing it fervently. In any case, the Alchemy Emperor really did return and went online instantly. Just when everyone thought that he was going to be like the racer of Mount Harana, who had been planning for a long time and was going to create some ridiculous species the moment he came in, he asked the other players to help him create a pot of warm water and provide food. He then became a spore in it. Everyone was filled with anticipation. It was probably the evolution of some kind of greenhouse species. Who knew that after a while, this big shot would directly transform into the octopus monster, the miner's hand, the miner's shovel, and the familiar style, the appearance of the bicycle that he had made in the past. Big brother, what are you doing? Someone asked. Where's your new species? My new species isn't that easy to evolve. Li Shengzhong smiled, turned into an octopus, and began to fiddle with the bottles and jars in the room. He pointed at the hot water pot and said, "Who's going to die? It's in the water tank, and as a spore, you can come in and try to evolve it." Everyone was shocked. Looking at its style, the octopus looked like an evil dark sorcerer. With bottles and jars, it was tinkering with a jar, letting the spores evolve inside. Is this the evil life alchemy? Everyone quivered and was dumbfounded. The new alchemy version of the ship. Testing out a drug in a large vat and allowing the spores to evolve? Was he going to evolve the spores of different species and integrate them into his alchemy? Speaking of life alchemy, he couldn't help but think of the beastman species that the evil sorcerers had created by researching life synthesis. Very soon, Li Shengzhong began to turn into an evil sorcerer in the entire laboratory that was covered in ice and snow. It seems like he's been planning this for a long time. He's chosen a special era and is going to enter? Su Ji was sitting in his chair and began to ponder and collect the information Mariki had handed over. He kept reading and was looking forward to seeing what species Mariki would be. Chapter 496. Reincarnation. Everyone outside the house was in an uproar. In fact, everyone had been discussing a suspicious point. The Slime Alchemy Emperor had disappeared for too long. It had been 2 months, and this was no longer the time to rest. Could it be that he was busy in reality and couldn't leave? Or was he being checked on the water meter? Or was he brewing a big plan? There were all kinds of comments. If it weren't for the occasional appearance on the forum and real-time comments, everyone would have thought that he was dead. In fact, Li Shengzhong was indeed busy. After he left the game, he made a different choice than other traditional players. Instead of starting a new life a second time, he chose to develop in reality. As an entrepreneur, he was a man of action. After all, the Earth needed to develop civilization and technology, which was the most important thing. He also understood the profound meaning behind this. To put it in a grand way, this was a great feat for the benefit of mankind and their descendants. After all, it was indeed so. Earth's future changed because of this. Previously, he hadn't been able to make heads or tails of it, but the appearance of martial arts in the three realms had given him a vague idea of what to do. However, there were two difficulties in the martial arts system. First, it required spiritual chi to replenish and nourish the body. Second, it required spiritual will to inspect one's body and undergo all-round training. He studied alchemy and successfully concocted a special medicine to replenish his spiritual chi. It was combined with some ancient Chinese medicine recipes and countless precious Chinese herbs. It could barely be considered a solution. It could nourish the body, but the effect was extremely poor. He even guessed that the ancient people wanted to develop in this direction, which was why they had such an embryonic form. However, the second problem was that it was easier said than done to replace divine sense and look inside one's body. This was the most difficult part. The ancient martial arts practitioners had researched on body-nourishing medicinal formulas, but the reason they couldn't take this step was definitely because of divine will. Modern technology could barely do it. X-ray was the best and most common method, but it could not be used to fine-tune every tiny muscle group and bone for training. To really be fine to that extent, it might have to dissect the person. He wanted to see where his muscles were not trained and carry out a comprehensive training plan. The essence of martial arts was the overall evolution to make qualitative changes. But to dissect it, then stitch it back, and continue to cultivate? Wasn't this funny? There would always be many problems when exploring the path of scientific progress. In the end, Li Shengzhong combined alchemy with a complicated electrical signal detection, the feedback of electroconvulsive therapy, and monitored the electrical resistance of various parts of the body like radar scanning. Only then could he barely start to practice, but there were a lot of minute details that he could not practice. This was already the limit. It was only now that they had personally tested it out that they knew that the modern technology on Earth had barely reached a very low threshold and how big the gap was between Earth and the three realms. Li Shengzhong muttered and looked at the players around him. The real-life cultivation system is barely completed. I can start cultivating, but the effect is very bad. However, after cultivating it, the body will still transform. In another 7 or 8 years, I'll be able to reach level 3 and produce divine will to replace those simple equipment. The spirit sense of the first person to be born in the early stage is the most difficult. After that, people can learn from the martial arts cultivation sects of the three realms. The master will take care of his disciples, use his divine will to scan the newcomers, and teach them. However, although it seems to be budding, the cultivation of martial arts is the most difficult and most solid of all systems. If it continues to develop like this, it will take decades before one can become an expert. Just look at the three realms. It takes hundreds of years to achieve it in reality. It's too far away. Li Shengzhong stirred the big stick and looked at the slightly warm water tank. He quietly sorted out his thoughts in his heart. He also saw the future that Su Ji had seen. Now, I've only spent a period of precious time to plant a seed. It will only blossom in a dozen years. By then, I don't know what Earth will look like. After he was done with the matters outside, he finally chose to come back in. Gilu. He boiled some warm water and let the creatures evolve. Then he took some skin and tissue from the various evolved creatures and gave them to him for research and tinkering, as if he wanted to research some alchemy potion. Everyone was exclaiming in shock. This stance, the big boss is not prepared at all. Is he only starting to officially research his own new potential species now? Then what have you been busy with for the past 2 months? Right now, this is going to study all of our species with potential as alchemy materials and open an alchemy room here? Using the method of life alchemy to fuse alchemy? Evolving a new species. It was like an evil sorcerer, tinkering with a big vat and adding all kinds of potions, allowing the species to evolve and take shape. The ice and snow version of the evolution sandbox. The big boss alchemist has also brought us a new evolved version of the ship. Everyone watched for a while. The boss seems to be very ambitious. I don't know what he's doing, but it's not done in a short time. Everyone also came to their senses. A few hundred species with potential to study the entire sandbox? Mixing potions here and experimenting on the spot? It was a huge project, which showed the ambition. Otherwise, with this big shot's level, he could easily reproduce a potential species. I guess they're going to study the life of a different era. After everyone exclaimed in shock, the initial ecstasy was replaced by a dull atmosphere. After watching for a while, they went back to their own things. However, they also had a new idea. It was very difficult for extraordinary species to evolve through the ordinary evolutionary path. Perhaps they should add some medicine? Boil a pot of medicine and evolve spores in it. The protagonists of the new world might not be limited to just humans. It can no longer be limited to humans. Su Ji sat in his chair with a calm expression as he read through the information on the evil gods' nature. The essence of evil gods was that they were special creatures formed by the thoughts of hundreds of millions of ordinary living beings. As a result, they had some powerful natural phenomenon, such as the dream characteristic of the god of dreams, the time characteristic of the time worm, the characteristic of the void snake to the ultimate. Time, space, wind, fire, thunder, charm. Although they were a collection of thoughts, they were similar to a kind of plant, insect, and fish. They could also become spirits, develop spiritual intelligence, and become intelligent life. Then, the new human. It's confirmed just like that. Su Ji took a deep breath and looked at the 600,000 tiny mechanical blocks in the mechanical armor in the distance. You'll be the Zerg Queen Mother's personal guards. It's time for you to enter the era of reincarnation. He stretched out his hand slightly. Voila! The entire mechanical armor was quickly dismantled and turned into a black metal storm. As it spun, it actually turned into a mysterious black hollow ring. It was covered with dense stripes, and the thick snow white and black light intertwined. This was Meng Mei's incense dragon vein formation, which could absorb the energy of all thoughts and gather them. Meng Mei creates online games, allowing players to come online and control remotely, undying and indestructible. Su Ji looked up at the huge, mysterious ring that was floating and spinning above the living room. And I made Reincarnation. Chapter 497. Creating Souls, Creating the Book of Life and Death. The Gourmet World. With Su Ji's breakthrough to the Celestial Emperor, the entire internal space had expanded to a vast and boundless extent, comparable to the immortal world owned by deist Chang Sheng. This was once a small world where the players of the wizard community could quickly explore to the end. Now, it was vast and full of danger. It was most suitable to describe their current difficult life as struggling on their last breath. The surrounding flowers and trees were flourishing, and there were green leaves that were full of youth. The mountains, the earth, the mountains, the rivers. Everything was beautiful. No matter if it was flowers, grass, insects, or fish, all the living creatures in the world had one characteristic: delicious. At this time, it had already experienced 4 PvP matches in the wizard community combat competition. A total of 4 groups of players took turns to enter, constantly enriching the variety of delicious food. The entire food industry could be said to be the world with the richest foundation in the early stages. There were even many gourmet species that had reached level 3 and level 4. They had activated their wisdom and began to transform into demons. The 4th generation of PvP combat tournament. The current top 3 can enter the food industry, which is 3 servers with a total of 3,000 people. Su Ji's eyes swept over the area and confirmed the unknown number. There are only about 300 people left. The rest have all quit the game, leaving only their own food species that are reproducing and surviving. The food industry was huge, and the players nowadays were used to hiding. One of the main characteristics of hiding was that they lived in groups and curled up in a corner. Su Ji did not pay them any attention. It's time to reshape the world, a new world rule, the protagonist of the era. Su Ji walked slowly among the mountains, rivers, and plants. He smiled faintly and said, I can try to create a soul of life. Su Ji had actually been slowly improving from one world to another. In the past, it was just a simple genetic fusion to create life. When he came to the lava world, he began to try to modify the human brain, integrating the human brain into the system chip to achieve a half-flesh, half-silicon-based life. This was already the brain's life modification technology. What was the root of the brain? What was the most mysterious origin of life? Soul. How did a brain made of pure flesh and blood, or even a silicon-based computer chip, produce a soul? The soul was the most fundamental taboo of life. Perhaps only a true creator could understand the forbidden area, which Su Ji still could not understand to this day. But that did not stop him from trying to create a new soul and inject it into his body. A true creator is the one who creates the soul and body, and can read any code. The amount of knowledge required was too terrifying. I was obviously far from being able to do it, but if it was not creating a soul directly. The thoughts of all living beings seem to have given me a new idea. Su Ji looked at the huge ring, which contained nearly 600,000 Rubik's cubes. The convergence of thoughts will produce a specific creature, which will then develop intelligence and become demon. That will be a brand new soul. In fact, this was not the only way to create a soul. The first was to reach the 4th rank and naturally gain intelligence. Becoming a demon was similar. As long as you put animals with animal instincts and plants without intelligence into the rich internal space and absorb the essence of the sun and moon, you would be able to develop intelligence and become a demon. You would have intelligence before you reached level 4. It was just that such a soul creation was almost impossible to achieve on a large scale, as it required too much energy. However, the thoughts of all living beings do not have this limitation. It only required a huge amount of living beings. After thinking about it, the Rubik's Cube armor was a perfect fit. Although there were only 600,000 of them, and most of them only had the instinctive thoughts of beasts, the Rubik's Cube had no intelligence. But wild beasts could also give off incense and thoughts. That's definitely enough. He looked at the mysterious black and white ring of light quietly. Out of the 600,000, there are 20,000 4th-order Rubik's Cubes. These 20,000 should be the most outstanding ones. Su Ji took a deep breath. The soul test to create life has officially begun. Just like those evil gods, not only did they have intelligence, but they also had powerful law properties. The obsessions of suffering, dreams, and unwillingness had formed a characteristic. Why don't I let you experience life? Su Ji closed his eyes and sat quietly, looking at the huge ring made up of more than 600,000 parts. Who am I? In a daze, a consciousness looked around at the darkness. It seemed to have some vague memories of the past. It seemed to have been training robotically until it reached Tier 4. Then, it inexplicably turned into a tree? Wait, what was rank 4? It didn't know why this term appeared in its mind. Hwalala. It was a dense forest surrounded by verdant green. At this moment, he was a tree, standing quietly and growing up. Countless birds and beasts came and went around him, some nibbling on his leaves, and cute birds making nests on his head, becoming his neighbors. It was a cute little bird. It had given birth to a nest of cute baby birds and became its neighbors. They seemed to have powerful abilities and constantly evolved. Gradually, they could even speak and communicate with each other. They would occasionally tell him what was on their minds. He could only listen. For the first time, a desire appeared in its heart. Ah! How he wished he could speak. To communicate with the neighbor above his head. As a silent tree, Mute was so lonely. One day, the bird fought with a powerful beast. The beast spat out water, flames, and light. The bird repelled the beast, but it was also injured. Before the bird died, it returned to the nest on the tree. It looked at its baby bird and said, "I'm going to die. My children will die without anyone to take care of them. You must be very lonely." What? What is death? No. Don't die. And don't live alone. It could only watch as the bird died. After that, the birds on the tree nest were eaten by an ordinary beast that passed by. It could only watch as the bloody scene happened. He couldn't protect his neighbor. He could not do anything. Yes, I can't do anything. It began to have a second desire. It hoped that one day, it would be able to move and protect the friends it wanted to protect. The days continued to pass, and after an unknown period of time, he withered as well. He was too tired, and he finally welcomed death. A group of strange creatures came to set up camp, and with axes in their hands, they chopped him down and threw him into the fire. Barbecued with wood. It's quite fragrant. Add some cumin. Before it died, it heard the last sound. Fire was truly a terrifying thing. Hwala. When it opened its eyes again, it reappeared in a dark space. On both sides of the exquisite pitch-black shrine, there were black pillars with intricate totems on them. A mysterious humanoid creature sat high above, and it was shrouded in a huge mist, making it impossible to see its true appearance. In the distance, there was a huge mysterious wheel that was slowly spinning. It was magnificent and covered the sky, and it gave off a terrifying aura. It was as if this place was the source of the entire world and contained the endless rules of the entire heaven and earth. What was even more strange was that the wheel was made up of countless small blocks, each of which had a number written on it, and each of them seemed to be unique. "Who are you?" The mysterious being on it was holding a black book and flipping through it. "Let me take a look at the Book of Life and Death, number 19476. I was a grass in my first life, and a tree in my second life. It has already developed its own characteristic. Let me find out where your reincarnation true name is." The mysterious existence slowly reached out his hand and moved the huge mysterious and gorgeous black wheel. Finally, it came to a square with the number 19476 written on it. There seemed to be some kind of special mark on it. It had a vague feeling that among the countless cubes, the sleeping little cube 19476 was its real self, and every life it had lived was just a big dream that it had fallen asleep in. What am I? What was it? The first life? A second life? I was a blade of grass in the past. It couldn't help but ask loudly. It instinctively felt that this was the greatest and most mysterious existence in the world. It controlled the gears of fate of all things, the origin and the death of life. Sitting on the chair, the mysterious existence let out a soft sigh, to think that it has already developed the wisdom to think about its own existence. Indeed, with every reincarnation, the obsession grows stronger. Let me think about it. I should have the right to know. Another day, I'll build a 3-life stone in the distance. I'll be able to see my past and 3 lifetimes. It has already developed a property. What property is it? Forget it, as the days go by, it will naturally become clear. The voice was lazy and was still mumbling to himself. Fortunately, he didn't think about it anymore. He handed over a bowl of soup and said, "Drink it. You can forget all the troubles in this life, all the love and hatred, clear all the memories, and start a new life. Since you've already started to have a sense of self, then in your third life, reincarnate as an animal." Chapter 498. 3-time worlds. Reincarnated and become an animal. It didn't react in time, but quickly drank the bowl of soup. Gradually, it became dazed, as if it had forgotten some things and turned into a walking corpse. Instinctively, it kept approaching the ring and entered the mysterious black hole inside. A voice sounded in his ears again. "Enter the reincarnation cycle and join the beast Deo. What you become in your next life will depend on your fate." The mysterious being sat on the chair leisurely and flipped the Book of Life and Death. Go! Boom! It leaped lightly, as if it had fallen into an endless abyss. Who am I? In a daze, a consciousness looked blankly at the darkness around it, and the light gradually brightened. It whimpered and turned into a bird. In the nest on the cliff, a gentle mother bird kept feeding it. After more than a month, it gradually began to try to fly. Hwalala! It was a dense forest surrounded by verdant green. It started to fly continuously and realized that it seemed to have some special characteristics. Its body could emit flames, which was a special ability. Am I like that bird, beginning to have special abilities? Wait, me too? It didn't know why this thought came to its mind. As the days went by, it kept growing, transforming, and evolving. It could even speak. According to the normal procedure, it should find a female bird and start its glorious life. However, it always had a strange feeling in its heart. It was very strange. It kept flying around alone until one day, it saw a fish in a river. It had a mysterious feeling and felt very close to it. It was as if he had spent his entire life looking for it. "You look familiar, I feel like I've seen you before." The fish jumped out of the clear river and said the same thing. As the days went by, it would pass by once every time it was hunting. It was very happy to talk to the fish. The fish also had a special water light ability, just like the bird before. Wait! Why did I? Strange images appeared in its mind again. The days passed by, and the peaceful days were very happy. One day, the beautiful fish with colorful scales suddenly opened its mouth. It was cheerful and lively as it jumped out of the water and said, "The water is a prison. I want to see the world in the sky, the free and vast sky." Even a fish has the determination to look up to the sky. All right, it gently carried the fish with its mouth and flew in the sky. "Ah!" The fish exclaimed loudly, and the corners of its eyes revealed an intoxicated look. "It's too beautiful. I keep feeling like I've been to the sky. How should I put it? It was a special déjà vu. I also have this feeling towards you." It's as if we've experienced 3 lifetimes before we can truly, look, that's the 10 miles peach blossom. All of a sudden, they flew past a peach forest that was extremely beautiful. The fish was completely amazed. It swayed its beautiful 5-colored tail, which glowed brightly under the sun. This world is simply too magical. I can say that under the sun, above the peach forest. A pair of Pft! A sharp arrow shot out, ruthlessly piercing through the birds and fish, quickly falling to the ground and smashing into the trees. A group of strange-looking creatures walked out. Ha ha ha! 2 birds with 1 stone. Who else but me? Why is there a free fish? And even shed tears? Even the fish and the bird are showing off their love. Start a fire and burn them to death. Add some cumin and let them emit the fragrance of single dogs. His consciousness gradually blurred. When it woke up, it found that it had come to this land again. The once isolated and barren dark land was now full of flowers and a few more buildings. It had become more complete. A mysterious existence shrouded in black fog was leisurely spraying water with a watering can. Wait, again? I've been here? It was confused again. Why were there so many inexplicable fragments flashing past its mind? 19476. The mysterious being said lazily, as per your suggestion, I've made a 3-life stone in the distance. The 3-life stone records everyone's past and present lives. You can go and take a look. After you die, you can understand it before drinking the soup. In the distance, there was a mysterious green stone with the words 3-life stone. The words on the stone were as red as blood, and 4 big words were carved on the top, reach the other shore early. Oh right, there's no point in telling you all this. You've long since forgotten that you've seen me. The mysterious existence smiled. Suddenly, his expression changed as if he had sensed something. You. He actually remembered some fragments of his previous life? He had a vague dream about this scene? How is this possible? Unbelievable, unbelievable. The mysterious existence put down the kettle and took out the book of life and death. Looking at the records and information on it, he seemed to be studying some special phenomenon. So that's how it is? In the first life, you were the grass and she was the flower. In the second life, you were the tree and she was the bird. In the third life, you were the bird and she was the fish. The mysterious being stared at him seriously for a while. So, you've had an obsession since your first life? This obsession is your characteristic. He can actually resist the memory wipe and remember some memory fragments of his previous life, allowing you to find him. There are truly all sorts of strange and wondrous characteristics. That's right, I completely remember now. It had been silent the entire time as it looked at the 3-life stone. It was only then that it completely remembered the scenes from its previous life. This was a love for 3 lifetimes. It was as if some invisible force had guided them to cross the most distant shackles of life and death. Every time they reincarnated, they could find each other. Only, I remember a little? It was silent for a moment. Yes, only you remember. The mysterious being smiled with interest. No, she also remembers, it couldn't help but shout. No, she doesn't remember. It's just an instinctive good impression of you. It seems that she's affected by your characteristics and vaguely has some instinctive good feelings for you. That mysterious existence laughed. However, because of this special characteristic, you might be the only living being in the entire world who knows about this time and space, and the existence of reincarnation. As for the others, you've forgotten about them after drinking the soup. At the very least, there hasn't been a similar special characteristic. You're the only one who remembers you. It shook its body. Interesting, isn't it? The mysterious existence passed him a bowl of soup. Let's start over. Fate is a cycle. Since you're so special, I'll let you become a human in your next life and reincarnate into the human world. What is a person? It's more convenient to be human. That existence only smiled and picked up the kettle again. Other living beings have cultivated for at least 10 lifetimes, and some even 40 lifetimes, in exchange for a chance to reincarnate into a human. You have only cultivated for 3 lifetimes of good karma in exchange for a lifetime of being human. You must learn to cherish it. At the same time, how could anyone else have lived so many more lives than me? It couldn't help but shout. This world is divided into 3 layers, and the flow of time in each layer is different. The voice slowly said, you all live in different time dimensions and enjoy the fate of reincarnation. What? In its eyes, a terrifying real world had completely opened its curtains. Who am I? In a daze, a consciousness looked blankly at the darkness around it, and the light gradually brightened. Woo-woo-woo. Along with the mother's sweaty figure, a baby's cry suddenly came from the simple wooden house of the tribe. Wah-ah! It's a boy, a series of surprised cries came from the distance. In this savage and primitive tribe, men were the best choice. I wonder what his innate talent is. A tall and majestic man slowly opened his mouth. Chapter 499. Departure. 10 years. Time was always merciless, and it passed by slowly. Ha 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 ha. The wood made a banging sound. A burly man with bare shoulders was carrying a huge beast. He laughed and said, "Ada, are you cultivating hard again?" "Yes. Third uncle." The teenager of 10 years revealed a determined look. The third uncle shook his head. Ada had been smart since he was a child. He could speak when he was 1 or 2 years old. This surprised everyone and made them ecstatic. They thought that he was a genius and the hope of the entire tribe. As the days passed, they discovered that Ada's companion talent was just a weak flame. "I'm naturally lacking." He took a deep breath. He had this feeling in his heart. Other people had to spend countless years of accumulation to become human, but he had only spent a short time. His accumulation of talent was not enough. Not only that, his fire ability was indeed weak. Compared to other people who had similar fire talents, it was countless times worse. Since he was young, some vague fragments of images had flashed through his mind, which made him become more intelligent than others. He was born with knowledge, but he had worked hard since he was young, and he had only been able to catch up with the cultivation progress of people of the same age. Rank 2. He clenched his fists. 20 years had passed, and his hard work couldn't compare to the outstanding lives of his peers, so he had only reached the 3rd rank. However, his diligence, hard work, early maturity, and the experience of thinking had given him the name of a wise man in the tribe. In a war with other tribes, he followed a leader called Li Shuibai in battle and blocked a blade for him, dying in battle. He died a mediocre and ordinary death. But he did not regret it. His was too ordinary. Taking a blow for the leader might be his greatest value, allowing the tribe to prosper. Sigh, a lifetime of hard work, in the end, only to end up as mediocrity? There are some things that can't be achieved with effort. He looked at the sky unwillingly, and his eyes gradually turned dark. This time, he did not meet her. Voila! It was pitch black, and the entire desolate space became more prosperous. Before, it was just a stone, a hall full of bright flowers. Now, there was a bridge with the words "What can I do?" He was silent for a moment. Standing on the stone, he saw his past and present life. "You're back again." The mysterious existence smiled. "Look, I built a bridge. Isn't it beautiful? The Bridge of Helplessness? It's very beautiful, and the name is very good. However, there's nothing I can do." He lowered his eyes, as if he understood that fate was playing a trick on him. The mysterious existence then handed over a bowl of soup and said with a smile, "Ordinary living beings cultivate bitterly for several lifetimes to accumulate merit and a strong cultivation base in exchange for a lifetime of reincarnation. Your death is a little stupid, but it doesn't matter. It's an exciting one, but in the next life, you won't be a human anymore. You'll return to being a beast and a plant spirit." "I understand." He was silent for a moment, then took a bowl of soup and drank it in one gulp. He then strode into samsara and laughed, "The Paramitha flower blooms, but I can't do anything on the Bridge of Helplessness. I've forgotten my past life in this life, so how can I stay by my old friend in the next life? The 5th life." He had turned into a beast and dominated a part of the forest. His innate characteristics were too weak. By relying on the fact that he matured earlier than his own kind from a young age, he had accumulated some advantages and even accepted a few talented disciples. In the end, he was still killed by humans and became food, ending his ordinary and painful life. He had returned to that dark and gloomy reincarnation. This time, there was a stream under the bridge, and it was more complete. Every time he looked at the eternal and mysterious black and white wheel, he always felt small. He looked at the 3-life stone and understood his past and present life. He suddenly realized. It's been 2 times, but I haven't met her again. The sixth life. His obsession was getting stronger and stronger, and his fire talent was also getting stronger, but the effect was very slow. In this life, it turned into a tree again and became the king of the entire forest. Its roots spread throughout the entire mountain range and listened to the wind and grass movements in the nearby mountains. It was earth-shaking. At this time, the advantages of being a tree came into play. It had a long life and was not very talented, but it could slowly accumulate. Its realm began to increase and it understood some things. There is reincarnation in this world. Reincarnation allows one to enter the three Deos. The previous human tribe lived in the mortal Deo, and the time flow rate was 10. There is the path of the heaven-born on it, and the time flow rate is 100. Below it is the beast path, and the flow of time is 1. He knew how terrifying it was. The difference between the path of animals and the path of the heaven-born is the greatest. The speed of time in the path of the heaven-born is the fastest. The path of animals has developed for 1 year, while the path of the heaven-born has developed for 100 years. The civilization of the path of the heaven-born is extremely advanced. Boom! On this day, the sky was covered with dark clouds. The huge hand of an expert crossed over. There was actually such a powerful tree demon in the path of humanity? It must be extremely delicious. That was the last voice in his mind. He felt bitter in his heart. He had cultivated bitterly for countless years, but he was just food for other living beings. It was pitch black again. It was completely different every time he entered. The entire world seemed to have undergone a revolution. It had developed from a desolate place to the present, beautiful and complete. Before this, he had been alone. Now, there was a group of creatures around him, lining up. Most of them were the most primitive life forms, such as flowers, birds, insects, fish, plants, and flowers. Where is this place? Where am I? They were whispering, and some of them had just gained sentience and couldn't speak straight. Behind the bridge of helplessness, there was another black stage. Its structure was quite strange. It was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. Its face was like a bow, and its back was like a bowstring. On it, the words "Home Viewing Stage" were written. Many creatures lined up and crossed the bridge. There was a big screen on the stage. They stood on the stage and turned their heads to look. They could actually see the scenes of their hometown and the surrounding creatures after their deaths. Many plants and animals that had become demons were crying bitterly. A row of ancient characters was written on it. The ghosts on the stage were panicking, tears streaming down their faces. His wife and children were lying beside the coffin, and his relatives and friends were gathered in the spirit gathering hall. Looking at home station. Looking back at his hometown. As he walked forward in a daze, he met that mysterious existence again. 19476. That existence sat at the top of the black shrine and flipped open the book of life and death. After taking a look, he said, "Not bad. You have accumulated a lot in this life. In your next life, you will be able to reincarnate into the path of the heaven-born." A deva. He was stunned. That's right. You'll have to work hard for several lifetimes to accumulate good karma and cultivation base in order to be reincarnated as a human. Then you'll have to work hard for several more lifetimes to be reincarnated as a deva. To be born as the noblest race in the world. The mysterious existence said indifferently. Deva, he took a deep breath, and his heart was filled with shock. He thought back to the mysterious and terrifying celestial being that lived in the highest flow of time before he died. He had crushed all powerful and terrifying creatures. "Can I see her after I become a deva?" he suddenly asked. Obsession. Is it your special characteristic? The mysterious being was not surprised. He flipped through the book of life and death again. If other living beings ask, I will not tell them because it is against the rules. As for your question, I will help you check. Even though other living beings wouldn't ask about these things when they came here, only you would. After rummaging through the book of life and death for a while, the mysterious being said, "She will be in the human realm. The difference between mortals and devas is that the flow of time is too great, so they won't meet. Then I won't go to the path of the heaven-born. I'm willing to reincarnate as a human." He bowed deeply. The mysterious being was surprised. "Do you understand? The good results of several generations of hard work were all in vain? You clearly could have been reincarnated into a good family, born rich and above all things. I understand. He took a deep breath. The mysterious existence chuckled, oh right, did you see that the number of living beings in the cycle of reincarnation has started to increase? He nodded his head. Every time he came, he would be alone. Now, he had to queue up for the entire reincarnation cycle, and it became crowded. Previously, only the 20,000 of you, the most powerful creatures, were the first to gain intelligence. Therefore, there were only 2 or 3 of you at most. Now, the remaining 580,000 had also started to gain sentience after reincarnating for so many years. That's why the 600,000 living beings are starting to squeeze into the cycle of reincarnation. That mysterious existence pressed his forehead. You have a very special characteristic. You are the only one who remembers me. I will give you another choice. Stay and help me manage my reincarnation. In fact, he might even inherit my position in the future. To inherit the position of this mysterious existence? He was dumbfounded, and his body trembled rapidly. This mysterious existence was too noble. He was even in charge of the entire world's life cycle. With his current vision, he could not see the terrifying height of this existence. This was the path to the highest God in the world, and as long as he answered, he would be able to. Can I be with her? He asked. I can't, the mysterious existence said indifferently, to control the order of reincarnation, one should be fair and impartial. She still wants to be in reincarnation. You can't play favoritism and pretend not to know her. His entire body began to tremble. After a long while, he finally said, I still choose to be a human. A look of surprise flashed across Su Ji's eyes. Then, have some soup. The 7th life. There was another cry, and a baby was born in an ordinary family. On the green stone-paved streets, people were dressed in elegant clothes. It was obvious that they had entered a new era of civilization and were far away from slash-and-burn cultivation. This time, the baby instinctively lost his drive and did not show the talent he had in his childhood. Instead, he cultivated silently and lived until he was 7 years old, attending the school of ordinary people. Above, the teacher was giving a lecture while the other adorable little students were listening attentively. He looked out the window. It's as if I'm witnessing an era after an era, be it the mortal Deo, the animal Deo, or the reincarnation. They're all constantly transforming and are coming with the flow of time. This thought flashed through his mind. Wait. What did this mean? He was once again at a loss. There were always some extremely profound memories and images left in his mind. Those heart-wrenching scenes madly attacked his young heart. He felt like he had lost something and was only left with 1% of the fragments. Li Sanzheng, listened to the class carefully. At a high place, the teacher was a tall and handsome scholar. He was also a little speechless. Li Sanzheng was young and precocious, but it was only in terms of his mind. His talent was a kind of black flame, which was very ordinary. He was even slightly worse than ordinary people. The teacher continued with his lecture. Back then, the White Emperor was a man of great talent and strategy. He unified 7 major tribes, Yuxiang, Xiaoyu, Wuyuqi. He was the first overlord of the human race. No one knows his real name, only that his surname is Li, and he was born in a river-edge tribe with the surname Li. He was gifted with the aura of an emperor. Emperor's aura. The students below were discussing spiritedly, secretly comparing their own talents. Yes, the teacher explained. The Emperor's aura is a powerful spiritual talent. Any creature with a lower spiritual power than him will kneel down. Voila! Such an exaggerated talent. As expected of the strangest mental type. The students below were in an uproar. They exclaimed and couldn't help but start discussing. This talent was too powerful. No wonder he was the first human king in history. He was extremely talented and had an innate overbearing aura. This king was destined to reach the peak. The surrounding discussions were abuzz, and Li Sanzheng's vague memory fragments flashed past. He was starting to have a headache again. It was a simple and crude tribe. A young man stood quietly by the river. He had no playmates or friends. He was digging the soil alone. Why are you playing alone? He walked out by himself. Because the others are afraid of me. Seeing that I can't help but kneel. The child touched the mud on his face and whispered, even the adults can't help but kneel down when they come to talk to me. No one dares to get close to me now. My talent is useless. It would only disgust his friends. The others had wind, fire, lightning, or all sorts of powerful talents. He only had. Kneel down. Who said so? Your talent is very powerful. Another young man said. He felt that they were in the same boat. His talent was also very weak. He could not help but walk to the young man's side. You just don't know how to use it. Let me teach you how to use it. Plop. As he spoke, he knelt down naturally, not even realizing that he had knelt down. Instead, he looked up and said to the introverted peer, "Let's go, we'll go train your ability." The scene changed. 10 years later, in a dense forest, a man stood in the center. Countless powerful wild beasts attacked him, turning into a violent wind. They surrounded him from all directions and stretched out their sharp claws. Plop! Plop! As the wild beasts around them ran, their knees suddenly went soft and they knelt down naturally. At the side, another young man took the opportunity to run out and wave his sword. Your talent is indeed powerful. They really couldn't help but kneel down. This is a very strong control system talent. Its weakness is that it's passive talent, and it's also. The young man continued to attack, and after 2 or 3 kills, he naturally began to kneel on the ground. Voila! The atmosphere in the classroom changed, and the students around them began to discuss. He couldn't help but be shocked. The White Emperor? Li Shuibai! Boom! The crowd was shocked and started to curse. Don't make things up. His teacher chided him and said gently, although no one in history knows the White Emperor's true name, don't make things up. Li Sanzheng didn't know why this scene flashed past his mind, but he felt an inexplicable emotion. His eyes were wet, and he couldn't help but ask with a complicated expression, the White Emperor, in history, he. What happened after that? That's a good question. The teacher became a little more serious and spoke in class. The golden sunlight outside the window shone down, making the class feel a little more peaceful. Back then, the White Emperor unified the large tribes and established the first city-state kingdom in human history in the White River Basin, where the Li tribe used to be. However, after 10-some years of development, he encountered a celestial. That was the first time in human history that they had encountered a celestial being. The White Emperor waved his blade at the sky and his blood sprayed through the sky. He was defeated and died at the hands of a celestial. According to historical records, the thing that Emperor Bai regretted the most in his life was the loss of a friend. It was often said that he was a wise man with great wisdom. He was born with knowledge and had been very smart since he was young. He had expressed countless times that if his friend was still alive, with his wisdom and combat strength, he might be able to defeat the Devas and attack the path of the Devas. The surrounding students were silent. As if they had felt the bitterness of human history, all heroes disappeared in the tide of history. The first emperor of a dynasty in human history also died a tragic death by waving a blade at the sky. However, speaking of swinging the saber at the sky, the teacher smiled. His expression was complicated and emotional. Emperor Bai was the first, but not the last. In the long history, there have been many talents, such as some great emperors of the beast race, and even the master of the White Lotus Fairy, the Tree King, who controlled the black flame and wielded his blade at the sky. That wasn't swinging his saber at the sky. He was killed in an instant. Li Sanzheng could not help but say. The teacher could not help but laugh. How is that possible? In history, they had fought against the Devas for countless days and nights, and the entire mountain range was stained with blood. It's not good to slander an ancient sage like this. It's fine to say it here, but if it's in another race, you're being disrespectful and will be beaten to death. Chapter 500. Hell. Hell, Reincarnation. In the pitch-black world, Su Ji sat quietly in the temple, flipping through the Book of Life and Death. He glanced at Li Sanzheng, who had lived to the 7th life. Attribute: this is caused by a strong inner passion of infatuation with the other party. You love fire. This flame doesn't seem to be strong in fighting, but even reincarnation can't erase some memories. It seems to be of little value, but it's interesting. He only paid a little attention to it and skipped this page. He continued to flip through the information in the Book of Life and Death. After all, there were 600,000 creature numbers. It was a huge number, and there would always be some special existences with special characteristics and talents that he needed to pay attention to. After all, evil gods had all kinds of characteristics. The protagonists of the world with all kinds of characteristics were full of unknowns. He had worked so hard to establish the cycle of reincarnation and to construct the legendary netherworld. Only he knew how difficult it was. The principle was relatively simple. It was similar to the online game of Menmei. The player's real body was in the house, logged into the game, and controlled the character from another world. Now, it was as if the 600,000 Rubik's Cubes were all sleeping in the gaming chamber, forming a black and white cycle. It was like controlling the characters outside to play the game. If they died, they would start again. Hell, reincarnation. This system is based on Cutie Pie's ideas and then expanded further, turning it into my innovation. As long as this divine weapon reincarnation is not broken, the true soul will never die. After all, it's equivalent to the players controlling their evil gods, and their level will be reset to 0 if they die. Su Ji looked at the entire wheel. The slumbering numbered blocks were having their own sweet dreams. In reality, everything was already happening. Their lives were like the brains in a vat of crazy scientists. It seems like I've been constantly erasing my memories. After I died, I loaded the file and started again, but I didn't get anything. In fact, they would become stronger. It was their unique characteristic, their innate talent. It will continue to grow through generations of reincarnation. For example, the characteristics of the White Emperor. The initial stage was trash and could be considered a low-level talent. It could only make a few ordinary animals kneel. After being reincarnated and cultivating, the accumulation of over a dozen lives became a high-level talent the moment it was born, and it could even make experts kneel. If things continued to develop like this, sooner or later, it would approach the unreasonable characteristics of the evil gods of the three realms. After all, those were the thoughts of billions of elites and the people of the lower classes of the three realms. There were only 600,000 of them, and to stand shoulder to shoulder with them would naturally take a very long life. It's equivalent to going through 10,000 reincarnations in the mortal world to refine and condense their law fragments. Su Ji looked at the wheel indifferently. And the countless nomological fragments will be pieced together to form the most powerful treasure in the world reincarnation. He said. This was a Thulhu evil god. At this moment, every cell had a fragment of the law. It was as if they were all the little evil gods and little monsters of the three realms, gathered together. Su Ji could no longer imagine what kind of monster they were. Perhaps this was the real Thulhu. The indescribable body and the indescribable soul, it was a true convergence creature. This was something Medusa could not do, unless she wanted to give up her consciousness and her power to control Thulhu's body. As for Thulhu's reincarnation form, each Rubik's Cube could be considered to be cultivating two major systems at the same time: his original system, martial arts, sorcery, inner world. In addition, there was the incense system. Countless evil god cells. It was already terrifying enough to just cultivate one system, just like Medusa. It would take a long time for her to reach the point where every single cell was a celestial emperor cell. And every cell of the evil god cultivated two systems at the same time? The difficulty had increased by several times. The time needed will be even longer, so long that it's hard to imagine. Sitting on the divine throne in the netherworld, the dark light drifted like silk catkins. Su Ji muttered to himself, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. I'm really reaching even higher than Medusa. Humans, when they see a new special system, they can't help but cultivate another one. They can't control their dirty hands and want to be more perfect. Just like himself. They all cultivated in the four major systems of sorcery, inner heaven and earth Dao techniques, demon cores, and the true body of an ancestral sorcerer. They were even eager to try out the fifth system, martial arts. It was simply a posture of torturing himself to death. Cultivating multiple systems at the same time would result in strong combat power and close to perfection, but the cultivation progress would be slow and the effort required would be unimaginable. He silently calculated for a moment. Medusa took more than 4,000 years to reach the average celestial emperor cells. It would probably take me more than 20,000 years to cultivate both systems at the same time, right? This is too slow. It's equivalent to half a year of cultivation in the real world. In reality, the entire netherworld looked grand, but a lot of effort had been put into it. The Menpo soup was fine. It cleansed the soul's memory and was successfully realized after a long period of research. It was in accordance with the authority of the Zerg Queen Mother. As for the 3 life stone, it could see one's past and present life, and the principle was very simple. While they were erasing their memories, they would use their memory banks to copy the important events of their lives and then compress them into a short video that was 2 to 3 minutes long. This is the half-technological extraordinary technology of the Isodeans, and then they made a magic core capacity equivalent to 1000 GB, and then played it with projection technology. The 3-life stone is equivalent to a computer placed at the door. It's just that there were only 20,000 people before, and the image quality was 1080p, so the storage space could still bear it. Now that there are more people, with a total of 600,000 people, the storage space has to be madly expanded again. He kept organizing his thoughts. It was easier said than done to build a legendary netherworld. Every aspect had to be sorted out, especially as hell and reincarnation. The amount of data stored was too large. For example, the 3-life stone in front of them. It wasn't easy for it to save and remember the lives of generations. With such a large storage capacity, and it's still increasing, it'll be a little difficult to get more high-grade monster cores. I estimate that there'll be hundreds of Heavenly Emperor-ranked monster cores. How about placing an order on Dobeo's mall and get a few hundred tanks? Although it takes up a large area, we can use quantity to make up for the quality. Suji opened his eyes in reality. Forget it, I'll get some back first to ease the pressure on Inferno's big data operation. After all, the main operating cost is still on the 3-life stone. He went to the living room, turned on his computer, and went to Dobeo to place an order. He was not a pedantic person, and he prioritized practicality. He knew his own things. He was just a level 7 Heavenly Emperor, building a netherworld? That was something that even gods would find difficult to do. Ah? You want that much? The customer service representative was shocked by such a large purchase. He thought that some company was purchasing equipment and even teased, "Brother, are you planning to open an internet cafe? Or is it a web drive?" Chapter 501. The dumbfounded heavenly being. Every initial stage is still difficult. After placing the order, Suji massaged his temples to ease his thoughts. He closed his laptop and said, "This is a world where a large number of players and indigenous people coexist." It was hard to imagine what it would be like, and it could be considered a groundbreaking experiment. For this reason, I reconstructed the positions of the 9 revolutions mysterious art so that the players and the natives would be more in line with the rules. That is, 3 time worlds. The 9 revolutions mysterious art had 9 acupuncture points and a sun furnace in the center. The space in the center remained unchanged. Out of the remaining 9 spaces, 3 were the path of the heaven-born, 3 were the path of the mortal world, and 3 were the path of the beast. They each controlled the flow of time. For the path of the heaven-born, a day was 100 years, similar to other transcendent worlds. 1 day for the mortal world was 10 years. The beast path took a day to a year, which was also where the players were now. Their time flow had not changed, so they had not discovered the appearance of other natives. After all, to them, only 1 or 2 days had passed in reality. It's a brand new world rule. However, we should be discovering the existence of other time dimensions soon, right? He closed his eyes slightly. The gourmet world. In the 4th PvP competition of the wizard community, the character server of the mortal celestial emperor Lu Wenjian had obtained 3rd place. It had been some time since he had entered the wizard community with the top 3. At this moment, only 100 or so people were left from the original 1,000, and they were living in a hidden corner. Yuan King Hua was the 3rd place of this year's fighting competition. She was a special gourmet species, a walking boxing tree man who was cooking. And he was able to obtain 3rd place in the fighting competition among millions of people. The competition was so fierce that it was terrifying. It could be seen how strong his combat talent was. "Brothers, let's hide for a while longer." "That's right, we're determined to wait until the next batch of players enter the competition. This food industry is still very fun. It's just too cold and quiet. It's a pure battle with nature. It's not just a battle with nature, it's also a battle with the players from before. The food species that those guys left behind are still reproducing here. They're very powerful and are about to kill us." "That's right. The difficulty of survival increases every time a new batch enters. It's all because of the delicious species left behind by the predecessors. Don't panic. Now, we have also begun to evolve stronger gourmet species, not only to survive and resist the enemy, but also to kill the next batch of players and let them have a taste of the power of the species we have left behind. Puchi. The flames were burning at a high temperature, and the skewers were emitting a fresh fragrance and rich juice. The group of people continued to whisper and were very happy. When would revenge end? Hehe, they didn't have this awareness at all. Let the next batch of newbies experience the brutal beating of society. To experience the pain of life and increase the difficulty of the game, start with us. All of a sudden, dark clouds gathered. Countless players were stunned for a moment. They put down the barbecue in their hands and slowly looked up at the sky. Vaguely, there seemed to be a strange humanoid creature on the clouds. It was walking slowly, as if the ground was shrinking, and its whole body was surrounded by a mysterious and powerful aura. It's a human. They were shocked. They couldn't help but take a bite of the barbecue in their mouths. Boom! The sky shook slightly. What is this? A completely incomprehensible language suddenly burst out and turned into a sound wave that swept through the surroundings. An existence slowly descended and was shrouded in endless divine light. I have been ordered to investigate the origin of all species in the various worlds. Over the years, the number of new species in the world has been increasing, so I have been constantly investigating the origin of new life. I didn't expect that a group of primitive and mysterious new life forms would appear in such a remote place like this beast road. Are they the ancestors of all the species? He took a step forward and said indifferently. Is this our origin? It must be extremely delicious. A large and magnificent hand condensed into a giant white mist palm in the void, covering the sky and the sun. It caught a few players who were struggling madly, and the kebabs fell to the ground, ready to be slowly put into the mouth. The player was stunned for a few seconds before he struggled in his hand. Oh! Where did this boss come from? It can actually talk. Help! Brothers, help! We were camping, who did we offend? Planning team, get out here! When I updated a while ago, I praised you for not being hardcore anymore. Woo! The players who were caught cried and howled as they looked at the bloody mouth that was about to be sent into their mouths. Even though they had been extremely smart and lowered their pain settings, they were still afraid. Damn it, could this be similar to the situation in the chair dungeon where they fought the god of creation boss? Boss battles would forcibly increase the pain level? The players below were stunned. Yuan King Hua, who was leading the group, was ecstatic. A new world view. A new language that I can't understand at all. Can we wizard community players finally love to learn? Woo! My face is full of tears. There are other intelligent civilizations in the food industry? Or is it an extraordinary civilization? Brothers up there, let us see if it hurts to see one of you die. Say something. Screenshots. Screenshots. All the players were completely happy and shouted. The heavenly being in the sky was stunned, and the majestic face of the heavenly god stiffened slightly. This. The origin of a new species? Why were these mysterious creatures crying for help when their companions had been captured and were about to be eaten alive? His other companions were still below, happily clapping and cheering. He was slightly shocked, but the shock only lasted for a moment before he calmed down. How heartless! What a bunch of pitiful, low-level life forms! The majestic divine voice was like an ancient well that had no ripples as it resounded through the heavens and earth. As a celestial being, he was born with dignity, which made him appear a little cold. Not only are they selfish by nature, but they are also not very intelligent. Their companions were caught, but they still stood there and laughed. They don't know how to escape, and they don't know that they will be the next ones to die. Then, I'll let you taste the taste of fear. He spoke indifferently and grabbed a handful of living beings with his palm. He gently bit one and tore it apart ruthlessly. Puchi! Fresh blood splattered. If that's the case, you should be running away, screaming, tearing, and feeling fear. He had seen this look of despair many times, in the path of animals and even the path of humanity. But the next second, his face froze. Ha! Quickly take a screenshot. We're finally eating. It's good. The silly laughter from below was still loud, and they were even eager to try. Those who were not caught moved closer and tried to touch his fur and palm. The Deva was completely stunned. They were speaking in a language he didn't understand at all. It was as if they had been infected with the group laughing disease, and they were shouting and screaming happily. It was very strange, and it actually made him feel inexplicably horrified. Then, the most exaggerated scene appeared. Ha ha ha, no. The animal that had half of its body bitten off was clearly covered in blood, and the blood had splattered all over its palm. However, it was actually laughing out loud, turning from pain and despair into happiness. This. The Deva's face fell. This was a very strange scene. Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, he still felt goosebumps. Before he was eaten, he was screaming in pain. After he was eaten, he should be in more pain. Half of his body was gone. It was an extreme torture, but he was happy. Then I'm relieved. This boss didn't force the pain to be higher. Quick, 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 brothers below, help us take screenshots. I'll pose for a photo. The Deva was dumbfounded as the strange creature in his hand raised 2 fingers and made a happy gesture. It looked very friendly. Chapter 502. Ajura Deo. In fact, the idea was very simple. The player who had been bitten in half was bleeding profusely. The reason why he was still struggling and making a V-shaped gesture was that he knew he was going to die. He was going to quit the game soon. It was a great loss. If he didn't take this opportunity to take a screenshot and put on a determined and resisting hero's posture, he would completely lose everything. Boom! In the sky, the clouds and mist stirred. The red clouds were like the wings of a god, and within the white wings, a mysterious giant celestial being was looking down. Ha 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 ha! At this moment, the Deva was holding the creature in his hand and laughing wildly. Blood was dripping from his body, and half of his skeleton was still intact. He let out a magnificent cry of grief and said righteously, "It's not that I'm a natural-born king, but the blood flowing in my body doesn't allow me to lower my head." This. He's still laughing. A look of disbelief appeared on the Deva's face, and he said. His eyes flashed with determination and determination. The Celestial did not understand the meaning behind the words, but he seemed to have vaguely understood the heroic tone. With only half of his mouth left, he was still speaking. How intense was this pain? Even he himself was in extreme pain and unbearable pain. What kind of tough will did he need to speak like this? He had always been high and mighty in his life, but this was the second time he felt terrified. Fear came from the unknown, and the bunch of strange creatures in front of him did not conform to any existing logic of life, which made him feel afraid. A few years ago, the first time he felt fear was when he massacred an entire village. A young girl stood out from the village and blocked everyone's path. She used her water ray talent. Even though she was only left with half of her bloodied body and her heart had fallen out of her body, she still stood firmly in front of everyone. The woman laughed heartily and turned to the crowd behind her. He was fine. Then, the woman turned her head to look at him. It was a pair of bright eyes that he would never forget, shining with stubbornness and a burning fire, as well as an unimaginably strong anger and hatred. A heavenly being like you, who is high and mighty, who is born with dignity and feeds on everything, will never understand us. The Deva couldn't help but recall that scene as the creature laughed wildly, and he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable anger. The same scene, the same determined expression of resistance, the same laughter. Boom! His cloud-like body was burning like a cloud that was being burned, turning red. He clenched his fists tightly. He was a stubborn person. In order to try and understand the girl's situation at that time, he even made a similar near-death injury, but in the end, he couldn't speak at all. He even stood straight. That would be too painful. That was simply too painful, too painful. Even speaking was a kind of torture. The stronger the expert, the sharper the body's senses, and the more unbearable the pain would be for mortals. At that time, he almost died and was scolded by the surrounding devas. As a person born with wealth and a supreme race that enjoyed all things, he actually wanted to give up his young life so easily. He had given up, unwilling to experience that kind of pain. However, from that moment on, he understood that the girl's tenacity was something he might never be able to reach. A hero. This creature is enduring the same pain as that girl. Even if its body collapses and its life ends, it's not afraid, but it can still laugh. To comfort the others who are feeling uneasy. He could not help but let out a low chuckle. What a pitiful creature. Using his own blood to hold on to his beliefs. Even if they wielded their weak weapons, they would still stand tall and rush over like a swarm of bees, knowing that it was impossible to do it. Like moths to a flame. Truly, what a laughable act. He couldn't help but think about it and became more and more sarcastic. Screenshots. Screenshots. Below them, people were still shouting and shouting at the sky. Brother up there, you're really a drama queen. You have a heroic look and even have lines? I've already taken a screenshot, I'll send you a short private message later, it's super cool. I've also taken a screenshot. It's a series of screenshots. According to the shape of the mouth, it can definitely be pieced together into a moving picture. There's one sentence that appears. The picture is super awesome. A mysterious cloud giant god is holding a bloody animal with half of its body broken in his hand. He's like an unyielding hero who's resisting the great god. Thanks. In the sky, the half-torn creature that was caught shouted. However, he vaguely sensed something. He turned his head to look at the mysterious giant, as if he could feel the agitation and uneasiness in this existence's heart. This player was very kind and shy. He could not help but ask like a tourist, "Brother, why do you look so weird? Are these screenshots of us? What did we do to you? Did it awaken your bad memories?" The Deva was speechless. His face was completely frozen at this moment. Sympathy? Hee. What was waiting for him was sympathy. A celestial who was born with honor actually needed sympathy? He didn't understand the specific meaning of her words, but the gentle and sympathetic look in front of him was a kind of invisible ridicule and contempt, just like what the girl had said back then. It was like an extremely sharp thorn that ruthlessly pierced into the depths of his heart. Die! Bang! In an instant, he ruthlessly crushed the bloody creature that was screaming and turning it into a pool of minced meat. A creature that is about to die is laughing, mocking, and sympathizing with the murderer who killed him? It exploded. It's good to die. He died so handsomely. I've taken another screenshot. The cheers below grew louder and louder. They pointed at him and shouted, as if they were mocking him endlessly. He was clearly extremely weak, yet he was laughing loudly. He couldn't help but admire this kind of willpower, but more than that, he felt an even more intense and nameless anger. At this moment, an even more unbelievable scene appeared that left him dumbfounded. Although the living beings below mocked and laughed at their companions above, they didn't run away. They whispered to each other and picked up ridiculous wooden sticks, simple weapons that could be picked up from the ground, wooden bows and wooden spears. While laughing, they got into a fighting posture. There's no other way. This is a disaster from the heavens. We probably can't escape. Later, we'll get into a pose, and the group of us will wave our weapons and charge at the cloud giant. Then, we'll secretly take a picture. Make it look more handsome. Make it look like a hero who dares to wave his sword at the gods. I'll post it on my WeChat moments later. Although I don't know why this boss is standing there in a daze, it's a good opportunity for us to take a picture. Since the outside world doesn't know that we're acting, we'll go through our statements later. After we're wiped out, we'll use the screenshots as proof that we're all heroes. We fought against the boss and died a heroic death. The group of people began to pick up their weapons and frantically made crude poses. Boom! Kill! Their expressions were determined, and their auras were heroic. They were not afraid of death as they waved their weapons and charged forward towards the cloud giant that covered the sky. Their faces were determined, and their eyes were as sharp as eagles. They had a powerful aura that they would never return. This is a provocation. How dare you challenge the Devas with weapons like wooden sticks and wooden bows that can kill wild beasts? He finally showed a hint of anger. He stood there quietly to observe the ancestors of these new life forms and their behavior. However, the pride of a celestial did not allow provocation. Not to mention, it was a series of a provocation. Bang! Then, a huge cloud palm fell from the sky. It was as if a mountain had been pressed down on the ground. In an instant, the group of strange creatures holding simple tools was quickly crushed to death. The palm slowly rose. There were no complete creatures on the entire land, and it was already wet with blood. You're actually angry. The Deva suddenly came to a realization and took a deep breath. However, this scene was truly too strange. He had a feeling that he was completely unable to control it and was at a loss. Are they really unfeeling, cold, lowly, selfish, and unintelligent beings? You're laughing at your companion when he's captured. But if you're selfish, why did you raise that ridiculous weapon and wave it at me? They're heroes. Other races usually run away, panic, and despair. Only 1 or 2 heroes stand up when they know death is coming. They roar and resist, but they are all like that. And this is a terrifying race. None of them are cowards, fearful, and fleeing. They don't stand tall and straight like those who are still laughing and going crazy in the face of pain and torture. They swing their butcher's knife at the Celestials. This race is extraordinary. He wasn't a reckless man. Because of the anger of being mocked once, he casually slapped all of them to death, leaving no survivors. This was because there was still a living being curled up in the corner beside him. They did not charge at him. This race is very terrifying. They are brave and good at fighting. In fact, you can even praise them as the war god race. However, even though most of the living beings are heroes, there are still 1 or 2 who fear death, cowardice, and despair. He had seen this kind of situation many times. In fact, this was the normal situation. He suddenly laughed when he saw a player curled up in the corner, as if he had received a comfort to his pride. Yuan King Hua hid in a corner and took a screenshot, watching the charging crowd. Good. This expression was great. Especially the one who bit his tongue and lips. He looked so determined and ruthless. The one over there, his expression is too exaggerated. His face is so angry that it's scrunched up. Screenshots. 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 Yuan King Hua didn't participate in it, so she naturally had to take pictures from another long-range angle. Players like them, or rather, modern netizens, were all experts at taking screenshots and selfies. Otherwise, how could he post it on his moments? Especially in this game, the screenshot function was simply a big fun. All the old players now were experts at taking screenshots and could be said to be entry-level photographers. They had learned the angles, lighting, and special effects, okay? Now, in addition to the first-person perspective, there was still a lack of a shooting angle from the side, so he stood up and filmed the charge from the side. These people are so pretentious. They didn't even bring me. Yuan King Hua took a deep breath and looked at the people who had been slapped to death. Suddenly, she looked up and found that the cloud giant was looking at her with a kind face, seemingly satisfied. Yuan King Hua? He was shocked, but when he looked up, the cloud giant didn't seem to move at all. Was it still looking down at him? The boss is very strange. It has an advanced intelligent AI, although I don't understand what it means. However, I'm also prepared. Yuan King Hua took a deep breath and slowly released the hot air balloon tied to a tree. Voila! He took off with the hot air balloon. The Deva smiled again when he saw this. You're so scared that you want to fly away? He watched quietly as the strange balloon rose into the air. What he, Yun Zongjun, loved the most was to give those despairing creatures hope. He would watch them escape, and then, at the last moment, give them a desperate blow. He loved the expression of despair after the second breakdown. What kind of expression would he have this time? Crying, snot, and tears crazily flowing out? Incontinence? However, a walking tree? Did he really have tears? He smiled, eager to find someone who would not dare to resist him and escape. He wanted to prove that somewhere in his heart, he wanted to rebuild his confidence. However, his smile gradually froze. The moment the hot air balloon rose to the same level as his eyes, a figure holding a wooden stick jumped fiercely. Boom! Yuan King Hua was laughing wildly, and the storm behind him swept the blood-red flames in all directions. I'm a combat type, kill my teammate. I'm a guild leader, how can I survive if I get wiped out by a boss? The wooden stick stabbed into the Deva's eye socket, but the mist instinctively blocked it and left it unscathed. Screenshots. Screenshots. Yun Zongjun's heart trembled, and his Dao heart began to faintly shatter. He instinctively bit his lips so hard that a smear of blood appeared. I'm actually injured? In the past, countless top existences of the mortal world and the animal path had challenged him and brandished their blades at the sky. However, he had never been in such a sorry state before. But at this moment, he was Yun Zongjun. If word got out, the other two would cause a huge commotion. The path of the Heavenborn was also divided into 3 regions. The Devas were not united, so they were divided into 3 forces. The force that Yun Zongjun belonged to was the Deva force of the Yunhe branch. The ground was green, and the streets were surrounded by highly developed civilizations. Yun Zongjun's face was pale. He slowly carried a cage with a tree man inside, ready to walk into the sacred and magnificent celestial temple to pay respects to their great celestial monarch. You didn't kill me? But why do you look like you've been played with? Yuan King Hua looked at the other party's expression and was also stunned. It was clearly the boss that wiped us out. It's as if he's the one we're bullying. What a strange game setting. It was confusing. The game planning team is too good at playing, right? As soon as Yun Zongjun entered the Divine Hall, the terrifying emperor's might turned into a physical spiritual pressure. As he walked, he naturally knelt down and walked forward in the hall. Yuan King Hua was slightly stunned. What was going on? Even such a powerful being was moving his knees as if he was going to meet a terrifying existence? Why was he so humble? Screenshots. He felt a little scared, but he still held his head high and stuck out his chest, determined not to kneel. He showed his perseverance and pride as a player, and he was a tree, a straight tree. He didn't bend over at all, and he usually walked with his roots. Kneel? This tree doesn't even have a waist or legs. Chinky can't do it. In the end, for some reason, his knees went soft, and he naturally fell to the ground in the cage. The tree slowly knelt on the ground. Yuan King Hua was shocked on the spot. I'm a tree, and the tree fiber in my knees has softened by itself? This was completely illogical. His scalp was completely numb. If he had a scalp, what kind of terrifying monster was he going to see? It forcefully softened the fibers of the tree and made it kneel. Gradually, they entered the main hall. Everything was built with large snow-white stones, simple but beautiful. Greetings to the great heavenly human sovereign, my king. Any gains? Yun Zongjun, your characteristic is cloud and mist. You can gather the mist and transform into a giant that can fight and escape, and deal with all kinds of variables. That's why I entrusted you with this important task. A mysterious being surrounded by a snow-white divine light sat on a divine throne and spoke calmly. Two beautiful holy daughters were also kneeling on both sides and slowly flapping their huge dark green circular fans. I've already gained something. Yun Zongjun knelt on the ground, pointed at the cage, and kneeled down with a dumbfounded expression. I've discovered the ancestor of the origin of all living things. If the new species that are constantly increasing in number in the world are compared to a stream that is flowing continuously, in that case, these existences could be called the source of the river. The eye of the spring. They are the ones who became the ancestors of all living things. Oh! That existence was slightly curious. Yun Zongjun continued, it's not just the river source race. They're very few in number. Moreover, this race is very terrifying. They're brave and good at fighting. Everyone is a hero, and they don't fear death. No matter what pain it is, they can face it with a smile. It can be said to be the fourth Dao in the world, an unyielding and warlike race that never gives in. He gave the highest evaluation. Everyone is a hero. Combative and unyielding, hot-blooded and heroic? Even the heavenly human sovereign couldn't help but be shocked. How could there be such a fierce and upright race in this world? What do you think I should call you? The existence couldn't help but ask. Yun Zongjun knelt on the ground. This is the fourth Dao. It's warlike, hot-blooded, unyielding, and stubborn. Perhaps you can call it Shu Luo Daoist. Chapter 503. Interrogation by torture. In the language of the Devas, Azura meant the will of the brave and good at fighting. From this, one could see how terrified Yun Zongjun was of this mysterious race, and how high his evaluation of them was. Your Majesty, this race will be the fourth. Yun Zongjun said. Yun Zongjun, you're mentally unstable. Although your talent is extremely strong, you easily go to the extreme. The knot in your heart in your early years has left a thorn in your heart. Emperor Yun, the heavenly human sovereign, sighed and said, tell me in detail. Yes. Yun Zongjun knelt on the ground and began to tell the whole story. The celestial ruler frowned slightly and seemed to be surprised. There's such a terrifying race in this world? At this moment, they are still weak and far inferior to you, but they are still not afraid of death and are bravely charging forward? And he was laughing? To die together in a heroic manner? They were all men of steel. Moreover, as you described, he was able to laugh in such a situation with such serious injuries. Even you can't have such a strong will. No wonder you're so scared. Yun Zongjun continued to prostrate himself. Please punish me. I was too impulsive. I only left one person alive. On the divine throne, Emperor Yun shook his head and continued, Yun Zongjun, you've matured a lot over the years. It's already not bad that you could still hold back your anger in that situation. It's just that you can only see a part of this race's power, but you can't see the other more terrifying aspects. Yun Zongjun was shocked. He quickly said, please explain. Emperor Yun, who was shrouded in fog, suddenly laughed and said, do you sense that they have talent? Emperor Yun's voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderclap as it quickly exploded in Yun Zongjun's ears. Only then did he realize that he had overlooked something, or perhaps it was because these creatures were too weak. He had only paid attention to their unyielding and tenacious nature, but not their talent. Now that he thought about it, they had no talent at all. In this world, there were creatures without talent? Yun Zongjun's heart trembled, and he couldn't help it. I've observed this tree and have already sensed its abnormality. Emperor Yun spoke in an extremely organized manner, without talent, you can still climb to the 3rd or 4th rank. It can be said that you are special. There must be something unique about you. It might even be not inferior to our innate talent system. We can test him. With that, Emperor Yun pointed in the air. This is the pain of bone erosion. It is extremely sore and numb. Even if many prisoners have extraordinary patience, they have no choice but to yield to this. Pfff. The light bloomed rapidly. The kneecap that was kneeling on the tree was pierced. Yuan King Hua's body began to tremble violently and convulse. She couldn't even gather her strength. She couldn't help but be shocked. The torture has begun? She thought. Didn't I lower the pain level? It doesn't hurt, but why is there a reaction? He thought for a moment and instantly understood. I think I've lowered the pain level, but I still feel intense pain. It's just that I can't feel it. The nerve spasms, soreness, and weakness caused by the intense pain. There will still be these negative buffs. After all, this is an extremely realistic game. Just because you've lowered your pain level, it doesn't mean that you're not hungry and you can't feel it. However, in reality, the negative buffs will still exist and you might already be so hungry that you can't walk. He thought through all this and immediately felt at ease. His whole body was instinctively convulsing and trembling because of the pain. These actions were out of his control, but he still looked proud, held his head high, and put on an unyielding expression. He looked like the current generation's second Master Guan, a hero who scraped his bones to heal his wounds. His face was full of determination. He was trembling all over and sweating profusely, which made him look even more dignified. He stared at the celestial being above him. Eh? Such a cruel torture, and you're staring at me with such a gaze. Not bad. Emperor Yun laughed. On the other side. On the streets, the powerful devas were whispering to each other. I heard that Yun Zongjun entered the beast path and discovered a 4th path that had never appeared before. Azura Deo. It is said that they have caught one and are already testing it. Let's go and see what kind of creature it is. The devas in the surroundings all came over and knelt around the temple, looking shocked. The scene was so tragic that it was hard to imagine the pain. Many young devas who could not bear it could not help but cover their eyes, unable to look at it. What's this? Such tenacity is truly terrifying. An old celestial with white hair and beard said, I've observed it once. The whole creature is definitely not immune to pain. It has blood and flesh, so it must be in extreme pain. His body is spasming. He's enduring it. A heavenly being sighed. He was a man of steel, but he was of a different race and had a different standpoint. We devas rule over all living things, and we naturally feed on all living things. It's already the 13th punishment. Every punishment is extremely cruel. Even the strongest man can't withstand one and confess directly. According to the records, there was once a strong man from the mortal world who was extremely tenacious. He endured until the 7th punishment and was already a saint. At this time, he had far surpassed. Screenshots. Yuan King Hua looked around, her heart extremely calm. Although she didn't know what had happened and couldn't understand the words of those celestials, it should be. Torture me? But is there any use in torturing me? Setting pain to 0, ancestral martyr. Adjust the pain to the maximum and call me daddy. You're a man, I'd like to see how much you can endure. A look of surprise flashed across Emperor Yun's face. Another ray of light pierced through his chest. Puchi! With a bang, Yuan King Hua lost his support and bent down instantly. Green tree sap and blood gushed out, but he did not lower his head. His face was full of stubbornness, and he stared around angrily, expressing his unyielding attitude. Lu Xun had once said that a true warrior would dare to face his bleak life and the dripping blood. His. Some people were shocked and began to exclaim. None of the devas present could bear the pain. They felt that they were in pain just by looking at it. They had lived in luxury and were the noblest existences in the world. When had they ever seen such a scene? He admitted that he was inferior. Screenshots. Looking at the shocked eyes around him, he secretly took a screenshot. Although he didn't know what had happened, there was actually such a big secret in the food industry. What kind of advanced civilization had they entered? What kind of terrifying existence was standing in front of him? He was not sure. However, none of these could stop his determination to show off. Since he had already been caught and used as a lab rat, the best choice was to throw the pot to the ground. He. Who didn't dream of an Oscar? I, pork, want to be a great actor too. He suddenly grinned and revealed an extremely crazy look. His eyes were filled with contempt as he glanced around fiercely. Then, he used both hands to grab his teeth. What is he doing? He's obviously suffering such torture. Every movement he makes will cause him to shed a lot of sweat. It's extremely difficult. What is he doing? The devas were all shocked. The treant made a cruel and terrifying move. He pulled out his teeth with both hands as if he was pulling out dentures, and a large piece of gum tissue gushed out. He's crazy. How is that possible? He pulled out his own teeth. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and there was complete silence. They only felt their teeth ache. None of the devas had ever thought that there would be a living creature that could pull out their teeth. It was an unprecedented pain. As the devas looked on in shock, the treant did something even more terrifying. He actually started biting his waist bit by bit with his teeth, splitting himself into two. Everyone was shocked. This Azura clansman had actually bitten off the part below his stomach just so he wouldn't kneel? The Azura race will never kneel? Countless devas' eyes were filled with shock, admiration, fear, and many other complicated emotions. It was too terrifying. This was something that even the bravest and strongest warrior in the celestial realm couldn't do. In order not to kneel, he actually cut himself at the waist. At this moment, they looked at the Azura clan's half-body, and even their noble celestials had to admit that he was a hero. He was using the most extreme and craziest way to show his determination to die rather than submit. Their race also had their own dignity. The dignity that living beings should have. The extreme and tragic nature of this race was beyond their imagination. It can indeed be called the Azura way. Emperor Yun was completely moved and could not help but stand up in shock. Looking at the stunned gazes around her, Yuan King Hua muttered to herself, I learned a few moves from those tree bosses who can walk. After all, those guys often pull out their teeth and cut down trees, committing suicide. He looked at the cut surface of the stomach. It's quite clean. Chapter 504. Iron Bones. Looking at the dumbfounded expressions around her, Yuan King Hua was very satisfied. Do you think I'll be afraid of you if you torture me? I, the Iron Bone clansman of the Yuan dynasty, would rather die than kneel. At this time, the surrounding expressions became more and more horrified and respectful, which stunned all the devas present. Emperor Yun, who was at the side, pondered for a moment and immediately said, Wing, go and treat him. Yes. A beautiful woman stood up and came to the broken tree. She slowly bent down and put the two branches together. White light slowly flashed, and Yuan King Hua found that he had recovered his body. The beautiful woman seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant, with some white hair. What? Strange ability. It's equivalent to using one's own life force to exchange for the life force of others? Yuan King Hua's eyes widened. She couldn't understand the language, the mysterious extraordinary civilization, and all kinds of strange abilities. Kakat. In an instant, the tree was tied up to prevent him from committing suicide again. Emperor Yun sat high up and said lightly, since torture and torture are useless, let's forget about it. Let him rest and send someone to check his nature and body. In another month, the path of the heaven-born will start to exert a force that will repulse us. We have to send them back to the path of the beasts. After crossing realms, if one stayed for too long, there would be a repulsive force that would cause one's flesh and blood to collapse, which was what the Devas often said. The 5 curses of heaven and man. This was also the reason why Devas would occasionally descend on the beast Deo and mortal Deo, but would not stay for long. Yes. Yunzongjun nodded. Send him back to his beast form. However, there are also beings in the beast path who are subservient to the Devas. They can help us imprison them, but they might have disloyal thoughts. Emperor Yun replied, that's true. The other beast Deo and mortal Deo. Although some existences have submitted to us, we can't completely control them due to the huge time basin. We can't trust them completely. Bang! He was brought away on his knees, and the Devas around him were on guard to prevent him from doing anything unusual. After walking for 10 minutes, he was locked up in the imperial prison. In order to prevent suicide, he was tied up tightly with iron chains on the pillars. Yuan King Hua took a deep breath. These aliens won't torture me this time. They're restraining me and not letting me commit suicide? Are you aware of my iron bones? In the next few days, a group of strange celestials, old people, children, men, and women all seemed to have different abilities. They began to investigate his body, but they found nothing. He was just like an ordinary creature without any talent. Until they began to feed him. He used heavenly treasures with abundant energy to continuously cleanse his body in an attempt to increase his realm. The moment he rose from the 4th rank to the 5th rank, a mutation occurred. A white light bloomed. This tree's body was actually experiencing a time phenomenon at an extremely fast speed. It was as if its body had experienced the vicissitudes of time. In an instant, endless time had passed, and every cell was evolving. The Devas in the prison were dumbfounded. At this moment, the tree was still rapidly transforming. In the blink of an eye, it had grown into an even taller dark green tree. It was even covered in thick armor, which was extremely tough and had a very strong defense. As expected, there's an abnormality. The Devas immediately cried out in alarm as they used their divine senses to sense and communicate. This is the evolution of form. Could it be that their natural talent is to adapt to the surrounding environment and undergo a life form evolution every time they advance a level? At that moment, I could feel that his life tissue was changing at an extremely fast speed. It was many times faster than the time flow of the path of the heaven-born. Is this the Deo of Azura? Normally, their time is twice as long as the beast path, but when they break through to the next realm, they will experience a life evolution that transcends the flow of time. The other existence kept scanning and murmured in a low voice. The moment they break through, their super-fast life metabolism accelerates, which also causes their lifespans to be short. It's a rank 5 life form now, so it should have a lifespan of 100 years. However, after careful study, it only has less than 10 years of lifespan. The Azura Deo is a species with an extremely short lifespan. Yuan King Hua was tied to the iron pillar and was a little shocked. These intelligent creatures from extraordinary civilizations were really rich. It gave him a wave of energy and raised his realm, but it was obvious from their surprised expressions that they had never seen the elf Meng Cabello before. Every time it broke through a realm, it would evolve into various paths according to the gourmet energy formula. Wasn't that normal? Although it was right for him to do it more frequently. On the other hand, he was calm as he watched these guys' experiments. It didn't matter. I've removed the pain and I'm not afraid of death. Let's see how you torture me. In any case, the iron bones clenched the Yuan dynasty blue flower, and they were not afraid. At this moment, the celestials around him were extremely shocked and were discussing among themselves. So this is the essence of the Deo of Azura. Based on the surrounding environment, as well as the attributes of the various energies they absorb and supply, they will evolve into completely different life forms when they advance in rank to adapt to the environment. No wonder they can be the origin, the source of all life in the entire world. Due to the constant evolution, various species were naturally born. By the river, they naturally evolved into suitable river fish. In the forest, they naturally evolved into suitable flowers and trees. At this moment, they were not only amazed by the unyielding character of this race, but they were also amazed by the strange talent of the path of Azura. They were amazed by the future that had endless potential. All the living creatures in the world were the descendants of their race. Suddenly, an erudite celestial being, who was a famous great sage, suggested. In that case, can we use the environment, energy, and man-made control to create a special species? You're saying? That's right. Since they can adapt to the environment and evolve, we'll create an environment for them and guide them to evolve into a certain aspect. Indeed. At this moment, the armor that evolved and the tougher life force is obviously to resist the environment of torture from before. Then the defensive power is there, but what about the offensive power? Are they trying to create a war weapon of the path of the heaven-born that belongs to us and induce evolution? Are they trying to create a species that is purely killing and fighting for us? Then, Yuan King Hua lived a life of confusion. These devas had done all sorts of experiments on him, and all sorts of energy had pushed him to level 6. He found that he was beyond recognition, but he didn't have a mirror to look at himself, so he couldn't see his own appearance. On the other side. Life transfer. Master, are you really going to do that? Emperor Yun said slowly as he looked at the previous Emperor Yun. The old man took a deep breath. I'm too old. I was going to pass on all my power to you, but now, there's a chance for me to take a gamble. The Azura Deo is indeed strong and unyielding, but how could there be no such heroic existence in the path of the heaven-born? An old man had arrived. Then, after more than 10 days, Yuan King Hua found that she had become a 7th-tier alchemist. It had evolved again. 7th step, this was the Heavenly Emperor realm. He believed that even this group of outrageous superior life forms had to pay an extremely huge price to make him take the pill and reach this realm. He was definitely not a cabbages. At this moment, the celestials around him took a deep breath. Their eyes were burning with longing as they stared at him, who was tied to the pillar, as if they were witnessing a miracle. This made Yuan King Hua a little stunned. What do I look like now? Why are you looking at me like that? What did these crazy scientists do to me? One of the heavenly beings said, this is a heavenly emperor that our Cloud Crane clan has spent hundreds of years of accumulation and the talent of the previous generation's old Cloud Emperor to forcibly accumulate. After all, we only have Yun Zongjun and a few other heavenly emperors. As for the mortal world and the animal path, they did not even have a celestial emperor. Their time was too slow, resulting in their civilization level to be extremely low. The strongest one in their history was only an emperor to be. This was a desperate bet. It was also the two old and new Emperor Yun who were both wise and capable that agreed to this gamble. This tree's iron bones had also aroused the bloodlust of the Deva clan. After all, the path of the heaven-born had a total of 3 great powers and they were all grazing. The entire path of beast and the path of the mortal world. They would use it as a farm to collect the wealth they had accumulated. At this moment, the Yunhe branch had invested all their savings, which was equivalent to 1/3 of the entire world's heritage. It could be seen how ruthless this bet was. This is our chance. So what if we suffer heavy losses? It's an opportunity for our Yunhe branch to be the first to discover the Azura Deo. He could take the opportunity to make use of this incredible progenitor of life, the source of the species. Try to create a tailor-made species. If you succeed, it will be a chance to defeat the other 2 Deo. Now, I've barely succeeded. Some of the devas looked at the tree-like creatures tied to the pillars and smiled faintly, as if they were ready to die at any moment. So, it's time for him to try to reproduce. Let's see if his descendants can become the race we want. They mumbled to each other before leading a horned pig, a furry wild beast, a tree demon that had turned into spirit, a strange big fish into the group. There were more than a dozen strange-looking creatures lined up in front of him. One of the devas pointed at the animals, as if asking himself which one to choose. Yuan King Hua was stunned. What was the meaning of today? New tricks? What kind of torture was this? However, it was a similar action before, with more than a dozen cruel torture devices in front of him, asking him which one to choose. Now, it should be another form of torture, asking him if he had made a choice. He. Although he didn't understand, it was really boring to do it one by one. He was tied to an iron pillar and sneered. His pain was set to 0. He was a martyr of his ancestors. Adjust the pain to the maximum and call me daddy. He still raised his head proudly. All of you, come at me together. Chapter 505. The Path of the Hungry Ghost. As expected, his unyielding and proud attitude shocked the surrounding devas. Their expressions were extremely strange, but they also revealed a look of admiration, as if they were looking at a heroic hero and respect you for being a man. Looking at the look of admiration, Yuan King Hua felt a sense of pride. This game was so good. He could even fight with the natives and try to be a hero who would rather die than surrender and be tortured. Azura clan is indeed a brave man who would rather die than submit. They actually want to fight together again. The leader was an elderly deva with white hair and was filled with admiration. He said to a deva beside him, "Love flower, do it. Your specialty is to make living creatures fall in love with each other." Yes. A beautiful woman walked out with a pink flower arrow in her hand. She pierced through an animal and it. Pfft! The feeling of being moved began to sprout. He only took one more look at it in the crowd. Then, the tree's inner thoughts began to become extremely complicated. He was instantly dumbfounded. It was extremely humiliating. Extreme despair. He shouted for help. "Dad! I was wrong." It was tied tightly to the tree, and countless emotions were intertwined. In the end, it could only gradually become numb, dull, and shut down. But in the end, there was even a trace of inexplicable joy. Perhaps this was life. After a few days, Yuan King Hua was tied to a pillar. He felt a repulsive force in his body, and his body was sore and weak. His gene strands began to become unstable, as if he was walking toward death. "Have I been hollowed out? The repulsion is starting to form. Send him back to the beast path." A deva held a thick book and slowly recorded the experiment data as he said, "Tell the animal path to lock up those who submit to us devas. After he has calmed down in the animal path for a while and this force has disappeared, he will bring the path of the heaven-born again to continue the experiment and breed new species." Yes. The devas left with the treeman tied to the stone pillars. As expected, it was the right decision to take a gamble. The life level is very high, and as the mother, the effect is not bad. It's a new species. According to our plan, there are some deviations, but the main body has not changed much. This is an unprecedented opportunity for us devas. The elderly heavenly beings and all sorts of knowledgeable existences were discussing in low voices. They were all very excited. At this time, they couldn't help but slowly kneel down. The appearance of this scene meant that their king, Emperor Yun, had arrived. "How's the situation?" Emperor Yun was dressed in a white robe and had a golden crown on his head. He was shrouded in a vast divine light. "The situation is as I imagined. Most of them are deformed and died as soon as they were born. Their life form is extremely unstable, but only a small number of them survived. There are only 3. However, they inherited the characteristics of our evolution and are tailor-made for war. They can be called pure killing weapons. Once raised, they can be used as our soldiers and fight for us. However, even though he has a strong combat strength, he has a brutal and cruel personality, and his intelligence is extremely low. It seems that he only eats instinctively." "Oh!" Emperor Yun smiled and looked at the black baby who was eating crazily like an alien. His eyes glowed with a violent red light. After a moment of silence, he said, "An army of killing machines created by the devas. Although it's just a prototype, it still has great potential. Perhaps, in the future, different from the beast Deo and the mortal Deo, the war race that can become our complete control will only have the instinct to eat and kill. Perhaps, this new war tribe can be called hungry. Ghost. Deist. Hell, reincarnation." In the dark world, there was a small path with a stone tablet on it. Yellow Springs Road. This path was filled with bright flowers on both sides, and it was as beautiful as a fairy tale. Perhaps it was the most beautiful scene one had ever seen in one's life. As they continued forward, there was a river called the River of Forgetfulness, and there was a bridge called the Bridge of Helplessness. After crossing the Bridge of Helplessness, one would arrive at the village viewing terrace, next to which was a 3-life stone. This bridge was the boundary to begin a new reincarnation, the beginning of a brand new life. At this time, the reincarnation had been continuously created by Suji and was approaching a relatively perfect state. There would not be any major changes for the time being. Outside, he was cultivating. In the winter, he was sitting on a chair and doing various research. The inner world of the 9 revolutions mysterious art was already in order. The clone in the world of Gourmet was wearing the black robe of the King of Hell. He was holding the Book of Life and Death in the Netherworld and reading it mechanically. After all, it was a complete process. He didn't need to use his brain. He just had to follow the rules and regulations. He had set up a point system to see the points accumulated by the other party and which path they would be reincarnated into. A mechanical clone without intelligence was more than enough. It was just that occupying the right to use a clone had caused his learning efficiency to start decreasing. Azura Deo? And then, the path of the hungry ghost was created. Su Ji was slightly surprised. The mechanical and numb King of Hell suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a human-like smile. I didn't expect that by borrowing the attributes of the player's evolved species, I would be able to take the opportunity to start creating a new species so quickly. I've underestimated the Celestials. A player's attributes were an important part of the unlimited potential of this world. After all, they had been given the attribute of time flow evolution at the level of creation. Not only did they have infinite possibilities, but if they were captured by other life forms, they could also be used for experiments and create the species they wanted. Now, I've been caught. This pig breeding behavior is just as I imagined. Su Ji laughed and said, I've given you all such powerful talents and a starting point. With a treasure mountain in your possession, it's normal for you to be caught. In fact, as I expected, the inspiration for this new species in this area came from Mariki's heart-stirring and passionate speech. I gave birth to all the accompanying evil gods. Thus, I thought that this could also be a way to create a new species. The players in front of me must have been captured by the powerhouses after they were discovered. It's inevitable that they would be chosen to evolve into a race. This was not a coincidence. Su Ji had already expected this to happen, but he had not expected it to happen so quickly. You players have the treasure mountain, the potential has been given to you, and you can enter in large numbers. This is a world where players are common. Whether you can rise up or not depends on you. No, he shook his head and said, it's only natural for someone with such great potential to be captured and enslaved. Only when there's pressure will they resist. The Aboriginals had endless potential, and they were so terrifying that they had all sorts of soul talents. As for the players, they could evolve into all kinds of bodies. They were both starting points with infinite possibilities. It was up to them to see how the world would develop. The Spore Evolution Forum had always been the most lively main forum. Although the sub-forum the wizard community was also very popular, with a large number of people, and even belonged to a kind of social community for the masses, it still could not compare with his own son the Spore Evolution Sandbox. After all, after they evolved their species, they could march into the universe with incomparable excitement and endless potential. What did the sorcerer community have? He could only enter the food industry. He was raised by a stepmother. This was the impression many people had of the wizarding community. The game planning team was seriously biased. The world of Gourmet couldn't be compared to the other worlds. How could the boundless and huge extraordinary world be compared to a single world? Moreover, the food industry was still too weak. They could only enter for entertainment and live a hardcore evolutionary life. There was nothing for them to do. However, at this moment, a piece of news completely swept through the entire game forum. Shocking! A new discovery in the culinary world. The culinary world is also an extraordinary civilization, or perhaps one of the tens of thousands of worlds. Chapter 506. The opening of the online gaming world? This post appeared in the wizard community's forum area. Less than 5 minutes after it was posted, the number of views increased crazily, instantly breaking 100,000. The wizard community had now become the largest communication game community for netizens. After all, virtual reality characters were indeed a way to meet good friends. The only drawback was that the characters in the server could not be differentiated between men and women. Some of the players had ulterior motives and often pretended to be cute girls to date their brothers. Some people even joked that this was the largest gay social circle in the country. With such a huge amount of traffic, there were many companies that wanted to cooperate in advertising and turn the traffic into cash. But at that moment, Su Ji was no longer short of money, so he naturally rejected the offer. He sat on the chair and turned on the computer. Let me see the player's reaction. After all, this is the first time I've created a food industry like this and turned it into a semi-large-scale online game world. He clicked on the post and saw a screenshot. In the picture, the clouds in the sky were swaying. It was the descent of a celestial being. Below, the strange creatures were holding barbecue skewers and trembling. A player immediately posted a message with the title. In the food industry, the players who encountered an intelligent extraordinary civilization for the first time and were wiped out have super big news. Hello everyone, I'm a player from Lu Wenjian's district server. Donut, I work in alchemy logistics. I helped Yuan Qinghua win the championship in the PvP fighting competition. I can't deny my contribution. At first, we thought that the food industry was like that. The game planning team was too biased and the evolution sandbox was the real sun, but obviously not. We have misunderstood the game development team. No matter how hardcore we are, we still have a conscience. After this team wipe, I feel that I need to give the game development team a serious apology. I'm sorry. First, let's take a look at the screenshots. 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 Screenshots were posted. Everyone can see that this is a transcendent being that can fly. They are extremely powerful and intelligent. From the start, they grabbed the players and were ready to eat them. However, we are a group of people with guts. Moving picture. An animation was sent. It was pieced together from screenshots. A hero-like creature with half of its body missing had a determined expression on its face as it roared in the palm, It's not that I'm a natural-born king, but the blood flowing in my body doesn't allow me to lower my head. All the netizens were dumbfounded. Were the players in this server really that courageous? Although the screenshot couldn't be faked, everyone still felt that something was wrong. The style of the picture was completely different. Screenshots. Pictures were continuously sent out. They all had extremely determined faces, and they roared angrily as they shed blood. They were like Spartan warriors as they charged towards the cloud giant. Next, we can see that the player is crushed, but the rest of us are still unyielding. They brandished their weapons and charged forward. Even though we've been wiped out, we'll never bow our heads. Everyone cried out in surprise. Wasn't this too hot-blooded? This kind of spirit was very rare in the current atmosphere of netizens. It was upright and righteous. This led to many people leaving comments. This server is so cool, the atmosphere is so hot-blooded, it's completely different from those coquettish idiots outside. I want to join this server. Right, I want to join too. Reject the dumbass, start with me. Such a hot-blooded heroic feeling, a military-like brotherhood, throwing away my life and spilling my blood, this is exactly what I yearn for. The surrounding people continued to discuss. Donut smiled. This was the effect he wanted advertising. There were 3,000 servers now, and each server had 1,000 players. Who would not want to be an elite? They would use a special corporate atmosphere to attract foreign talents and make them transfer to the district. One had to know that the competition was terrifyingly intense. They could get into the top 3 this time, but it might not be the same the next time. They also had their own thoughts. Now that the food industry had become popular and had become a large-scale online game, they had already quit. They could only wait for the next time they obtained a ranking to enter the food industry. But would they be able to obtain a ranking next time? It would be very difficult. He had to advertise now to attract talents. This player, as the representative of the server, continued to explain. Our team annihilation event is over, but as a team, our passion, bravery, and unity are not worth mentioning. Please don't pay attention to us, because there is a very high threshold to join us. You must be upright, hot-blooded, and as fierce as us. If you are interested, please contact us. 3296700003. Ahem, this world of gourmet food is definitely not as simple as we thought. If there are extraordinary creatures, it means that there is an extraordinary civilization. This world of gourmet food might also be one of the tens of thousands of worlds, just like the sorcerer world and the land of lava. It is very large and complete, but we have yet to explore it. What did this mean? Everyone should be clear about this, right? The PvP competition was held once a week. The top 3 players of each competition, a total of 3,000 people, would be qualified to enter the food industry. But that's old news. Now that the wizard community has doubled the size of the district server, the top 6 will be able to enter the food industry in the next tournament. What does this mean? There are a total of 6,000 people. 6,000 people? Everyone's breathing immediately became rapid. 6,000 players a week, this was equivalent to a large open online game world. The ratio of players to natives was comparable to that of modern online games, and the environment was a real popular online game about to start. This was definitely a leap forward in the Spore Evolution gaming era. This meant that everyone could enter and experience a whole new life. If that's the case, then it's definitely a transformation of the Magus community. Brothers, I'm going to be tough. I'm going to meditate like crazy. Let's fight for the top 6 in our district server. I'm looking forward to it. An extraordinary civilization. In the end, the gamer Donut spoke again. It's worth mentioning that our fighter, Yuan King Hua, hasn't come out yet. He should still be alive inside. When he comes out, let him tell us what happened. We'll wait and see. Everyone was in an uproar, and the entire internet was in a heated discussion. Even some big shot players were curious and came out to speak. Even the major research institutes were tempted. It could be said that there were undercurrents. Su Ji sat in the netherworld and shook his head. Since he had tried to activate this mode, he had naturally been prepared for such a situation. Do you think that you have the advantage just because you have more people and are considered an online game world? He asked. With so many people, Su Ji also had a way to limit the players. In fact, it was precisely because there were so many people that it was even more brutal and difficult to rise up. This was the true great wave washing away the sand. This world is divided into 3 major time flow zones, and they were specially created for you. You can only live at the lowest level with a 1-to-1 year flow rate. In the Beast Path, you'll encounter all kinds of high-dimensional attacks. Furthermore, due to the evolution mechanism, your lifespans have been severely depleted and are extremely short. This was the way to balance the players. Otherwise, if a large number of players were to enter a time flow rate of 1 to 100 years, the world would really be in chaos. The civilization on Earth would enter the interstellar era in a few months. Even if the ratio was 1 to 1, Su Ji still felt that it was a little too long. However, when he thought about how they were in deep water and fire, struggling to survive, many of them would definitely die, and there would be very few survivors, he felt relieved. Chapter 507. Candidate. On the internet, after a round of discussion, the netizens were all waiting for the appearance of the last player, Yuan King Hua. This person was extraordinary. To be able to get 3rd place in the PvP fighting competition, he could be said to be a combat genius selected out of millions of people. They had naturally seen that battle, and his ability to adapt in battle and combat instinct were extremely strong. Now, could it be that he has escaped? A bloody battle. Perhaps he had a heaven-defying opportunity. No, he might have been captured. After all, he's only at the 4th rank and is currently being tortured. While everyone was discussing, "Where are we?" Yuan King Hua opened her eyes in a daze. It was as if she was living in a water prison and being imprisoned. He had picked up all his cultivation, but he couldn't use it at this time. He didn't know what kind of strange ability those higher life forms had used to seal it completely. After all, he had seen too many strange things these days. For example, if he was broken in two, he could still be saved. For example, the mysterious leader who knelt down whenever he met him. For example, a young girl with an arrow who shot him with animals, then. Woo. He seemed to be struggling. "You're awake." It was speaking in a completely different language. He saw a tall, black-skinned mantis looking at him curiously. It was an existence that he had paid attention to, but it seemed that they didn't speak the same language. Woo. He gestured. The black-skinned mantis seemed to have understood what he meant. "You want me to teach you a language?" the mortal world said. The players have already started to enter this different online gaming world and have begun to develop. Su Ji seemed to have seen a certain place. "Since my 9 revolutions mysterious art and the inner world are on the right track, I need to find someone to help me manage the nether world. At the very least, not to mention handing over the position of King of Hell, that's too far away. This position still needs to be managed by myself, but someone has to help feed the soup, right?" He walked slowly on the street, looking around. Cooking cakes, the freshest cooking cakes. Good wine. The pedestrians were all dressed in ancient clothing and were bustling with activity. At the far end of the street, there was a tavern where people were selling their bodies to bury their fathers. In the distance, there was an elegant brothel where many people were dancing and doing calligraphy. There were farmers pushing fruit carts, giving off a sense of déjà vu, just like the prosperous Tang dynasty. He was living very naturally. They didn't know that they were living beings inside a human body, living in the internal space of a giant. The 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art. This was the first portable world that belonged to Suji himself. It was roughly the same as the immortal world of deist immortals, the underworld of Ermin, and Carolyn's mind world. I really need to find someone. He pressed his forehead in distress and walked on the street speechlessly while waving his folding fan. He was quite elegant. I manage the netherworld all by myself, sending people to reincarnate, checking the book of life and death, and all kinds of one-stop services. I'm so busy alone. Especially recently, the netherworld is full of people, and there are long lines. Although my mirror clone is a robot, it can't take it and can't split itself. As he was thinking, he came to a school where a group of teenagers were teaching. The teacher at the top was explaining. In a distant era, according to speculation, the first to have intelligent life was the animal path at the bottom. The beast path had developed for decades before the mortal world path began to have intelligent life. The path of the mortal world developed for countless years before the path of the heaven-born began to develop a civilization. One of the students below could not help but say, "Doesn't that mean that the Devas have developed for a shorter time than us? But is it because of the difference in the flow of time that civilization is more advanced than us? As a result, even though they started later, they developed faster than us." Naturally. His teacher slowly said, "Our world is divided into 3 dimensions. The high-level world is the path of the heaven-born, the middle-level world is the path of the human world, and the low-level world is the path of the beast. The flow of time between each world was 10 times different. A day in the beast path is equivalent to 100 days in the path of the heaven-born." The surrounding people were shocked. Didn't that mean that the world of Devas was very fast, and the lifespan of Devas was also very fast compared to the mortal world? However, it also led to their rapid development. The teacher continued. And crossing worlds to arrive will cause one to merge into the other party's time basin world. However, it is impossible to stay for long, as it will cause an unknown repulsive force. This is the conclusion we came to after years of observing the behavior of the Devas. After that, we also confirmed this. The 3rd-generation demon Emperor Du Wei, who was also the Tree King's disciple, had tried to enter the beast path and the results had proven this point. At the same time, he also discovered that generally, only existences at the heavenly emperor level could easily cross space and descend. Emperor-to-be existences need special methods to barely pass through. Emperor Du Wei was an emperor-to-be back then. Our mortal Dao and even the beast Dao have only developed to this day for a short period of time. Our civilization is very low and we still haven't produced a single heavenly emperor expert. They talked about the history of mankind, and Su Ji listened with great interest. After all, he could use it as a reference to supplement his own world view. Their analysis was correct. Indeed, there was the development of the animal path first, followed by the mortal path, and finally the heaven Dao path. This was a ladder. After all, according to his own reincarnation mechanism, only by being at the bottom and continuously reincarnating and accumulating would he be able to climb up step by step. 3 lives animal path, changing to the mortal world path. 3 lifetimes of mortal Dao, changing to the path of the heaven-born. Of course, this was not absolute. It depended on one's achievements and the strength of one's cultivation in that lifetime. One could skip a grade and enter the path of the heaven-born. As for the path of the heaven-born, after death, they would have to return to the beast path, which was the lowest level. Unless they had great achievements in that life and had enough points to support a second reincarnation of the path of the heaven-born, they would not be able to return. I can't deny that the path of the heaven-born is indeed a high-level extraordinary world that I have designated. Furthermore, due to the structure of the reincarnation mechanism, all the living beings in the 3 paths, as long as they were talented and powerful, would enter the path of the heaven-born. For example, the ancestor of mankind, the White Emperor, and those outstanding people in history. In addition to the flow of time, this is also the reason why their civilization developed so quickly and dominated the other 2 paths. Being born a noble celestial was no joke. He had cultivated for 9 lives in exchange for 1 Deva reincarnation. Conflict, blood, hatred, and racial wars are the driving forces for the development of a world. Su Ji said indifferently. He had long been used to this kind of routine, so he had set up a perfect system of contradictions and disputes, which could continue to fight for eternity, and even the players would be relatively balanced. Deva. At this time, Li Sanzheng, who was in the classroom, was already more than 10 years old. He was still listening and clenching his fists. It's a pity that I didn't come to be a civil servant in hell. Su Ji had only come to take a look at him before he turned around and left, intending to look for a civil servant. I'll have to find someone in operations. First, I'll find a menpo who cooks soup, and then I'll find the black and white impermanences who are responsible for reincarnation and maintaining order, he said. He continued to walk on the street. Bang! Suddenly, a child bumped into him. I'm sorry. Then, he stumbled away. Su Ji was stunned. Naturally, he felt that his wallet was empty. He could not help but be speechless as he looked at the child's back. Such exquisite craftsmanship, he actually encountered this ancient profession? The scenes from the TV series really did appear. He laughed and couldn't help but give chase. The child ran away very quickly. As he walked, he actually disappeared into a large door. When he looked up, he saw a brothel. A few beautiful women in ancient costumes in green were gorgeously dressed at the door, as if they were masters here to play. He couldn't help but step in. After developing the sandbox for so long, it's my first time entering a place like this. It's interesting. Chapter 508. The concept of cooking. Su Ji entered the building with small steps. Tables were set up, and scholars and literati were drinking wine. Beautiful women accompanied them. Fine wine and delicacies were served, and the dance and ink were all over the place. It was quite interesting. This kind of brothel was considered high-end and was similar to the business model of ancient times. The girls inside all looked like young ladies from noble families. They were proficient in the 4 arts and were not allowed to be frivolous. If you could win the favor of the girls, they would secretly invite you into the boudoir to chat in detail. This world really has the feeling of ancient Huaxia. Even in the primordial world, it has an ancient style. It's definitely not this kind of ancient style, but the primitive style, a group of primordial ferocious beasts. And when it entered the Great Zhou dynasty, it became even more strange, with all kinds of ghosts and monsters, a unique style. The 3 realms could be said to be the people of the 3 realms. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they lived in a world of terror. Su Ji strode forward. Perhaps, if the players can really enter this place on a large scale, would the brothels, streets, imperial court, and even the filming of movies be done here? Recording a reality show? This place is comparable to all kinds of film studios. However, the mortal world wasn't a place where they could stay for long. There would be a repulsive force, otherwise, they would really be in a mess. This young master, a beautiful young lady, walked over slowly. She was dressed in purple, and her alluring curves were wrapped in a thin veil. She brought a pot of fine wine and said, I am Su Mangxian. I just came to take a look. Su Ji laughed and looked at her with a strange expression. He rejected her directly. The girl was shocked. He was very handsome and had a special temperament. She couldn't help but want to get close to him, but he was a strange man. Unwilling to admit defeat, she revealed a pitiful, delicate, and pure face. Sir, do you want to try our beautiful wine? Our Kinja restaurant has beautiful people and better wine. The dishes are all personally cooked by us sisters. They are the best in the world, and even the heavens say that they are good when they eat it. Then I'll have a pot of wine. Su Ji thought about it for a moment. The food in the food industry had developed to this point, and he naturally wanted to see what kind of progress it had made. Bring me a few more of your best dishes. Young master, please wait a moment. She put down a pot of wine and left. Su Ji poured himself a cup and took a sip. He seemed to have noticed the taste of the soup. What a good bowl of ecstasy soup. Then, she sat down and looked around curiously. Beside her was a table of scholars and a beautiful woman carrying a pot of porridge. She slowly opened the lid. Voila! A thick, snow-white light emitted from the pot lid, and the fresh fragrance assailed the nose. Oh my God, it's delicious! It's too delicious! What kind of divine food is this? The scholar only took a bite and was immediately immersed in the fragrance. He gulped down big mouthfuls as if he was on drugs. The group of scholars at the side all swallowed their saliva. Su Ji's interest was immediately piqued. Soon, 3 dishes were placed on his table, each with a lid. Su Ji gently lifted one of them, and a white light quickly bloomed into the sky. Accompanied by a rich and fresh fragrance, a bright red grilled fish appeared before his eyes. Su Ji gently picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. It's delicious. The deliciousness exploded from his taste buds, and every bite was filled with happiness. It was as if he had the entire world. The taste is really good. Although it's not as delicious as the previous battle god soup, it's because the ingredients are not good enough. You have some skills, and the cooking method alone can be said to be the best. No wonder it's the world of gourmet. However, this glowing dish. This chef added an excessive amount of fluorescent agent for the color of the dishes. As for the scholars and guests around them, they continued to eat and drink. They even recited poems to the girl at the table. When they were almost done drinking, the girl said again, "The dishes that we sisters personally cooked taste good, but we are even better." Then, he pulled the guest into the attic with a gentle and ambiguous expression. Su Ji's expression immediately turned strange. Good wine, good food, poetry, and beautiful women. These aspects hit hard on every soft spot. No wonder people were willing to come even when business was so good and the prices were so high. He took out a black book, scanned the surroundings, and started flipping through it. As expected. This brothel isn't a proper one. Every girl here was a virgin, which was enough to prove how improper they were. Shangguan Man. Endowment, heart medicine. According to one's heart, the food made can integrate with one's inner emotions. It has a special attribute. Su Ji shook his head and smiled, as if he had found the figure of a certain kitchen cooking. The bewitching medicine and the fragrance-enhancing medicine were all madly thrown into these dishes. As for the beauty pills, they were for the sisters in the store, and now they were all graceful and beautiful. As for the aphrodisiac, it was the key to leading the men upstairs and swindling them, but it was just to get high in their dreams. There were all kinds of medicine, and this building was an ocean of medicine. This is a place to lie to men. You think you've made a big profit, but in fact, you've touched nothing. After entering the room and taking a bite of the so-called kidney-strengthening food, it's just a muddled dream. Su Ji was naturally too lazy to pay attention to this kind of dishonest fraud. It was just a pure pharmacy. Maybe the owner of this shop has the talent to be a menpo. Su Ji thought about it. After all, the 20,000 living beings were the first to show off their talents. The 580,000 living beings after that had only been through a few reincarnations. Their obsessions had accumulated and they were beginning to condense and take form. The 580,000 talents were the beginning of the explosion. There were all kinds of them. Now was the time for him to find a suitable talent and manage the netherworld. In a flash, Su Ji came to the kitchen. A woman was standing on a high spot, and below her was a group of men and women. The youngest was the pickpocket from earlier, and the oldest was already middle-aged. It was as if they were having some sort of gathering. Shangguan Man was a beautiful and graceful woman with a face as beautiful as an immortal. She stood on a high place and slowly looked down at the chefs below. Many people want to ask me about my cooking experience and how I can make such delicious dishes. Everyone here is here because you want to eat my food. You're either guilty, or you want to repent, or you want to make up your mind and work hard. When pickpockets drink my food, they will cry and turn over a new leaf. When people who want to work hard eat my food, they will remember their original dreams and start to fight. Most of the people here are chefs who want to learn my cooking skills. She shouted loudly, her face full of sunshine and confidence. Chefs, you think that fresh ingredients, high-level cooking techniques, and fresh colors are the high-level cooking skills that lead to cooking. But I have to tell you that this is all wrong. Immediately, the crowd below started to stir. Shangguan Man continued, the deliciousness of a delicacy does not lie in the ingredients, nor in the various cumbersome cooking methods. A chef below seemed to have an epiphany and couldn't help but say, so that's how it is. A real chef has already simplified the complex. When cooking delicious food, he should use his own heart. Right. I should use my heart. She shouted loudly and took out a yellow oiled paper bag that was tied into a cross. Dishes should be cooked with one's heart. Only by using the heart to poison the medicine could it be considered a delicacy. Your food is not good because you don't put in the effort. You will never be able to become a supreme chef, but I have a shortcut. Now, I've packed up my heart. The guests could experience all kinds of emotions in the medicine package, and they could get the delicious food and happiness they wanted. Everyone, as long as you become a member of our Kinja building, you can join us at your discretion. It will have the same taste as our shop. As for the chefs who don't believe me, please take a look. Now, if you have any difficulties and want to turn over a new leaf, you can come up and eat for free. As soon as he finished speaking, the little pickpocket came up directly. Shangguan Man casually cooked a Chinese cabbage soup, crazily added drugs, and then handed it to him. After the little pickpocket ate it, it was so delicious that he burst into tears. I can't make up my mind. I won't do this kind of thieving thing again. A middle-aged man who was selling sesame seed cakes ate it. I should have forgiven my wife. I'll go back and tell her now. Su Ji was speechless. Just like the entire building outside, the customers who were eating were crying their hearts out, tears streaming down their faces. The medicinal effect is indeed terrifying. Our inferno is lacking such talents. In the future, the food in hell could also be improved. The talent had a gourmet attribute. The food was drugged and could even make people cry. It was indeed not bad. He has the potential to become formidable character. Although his combat strength is not strong, he is cunning and cunning. You're also very smart, and you're actually thinking of opening a branch. Then, Meng Po, you shall be the one. Su Ji laughed. This trip had been worth it. Boom. The atmosphere of the entire venue suddenly sank. The little pickpockets who were still drinking the soup in pain, the chefs who were shouting fanatically, and the people who were full of faith and worship suddenly stopped. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button in an instant. Their movements became so slow that it was as if they were in a different dimension. This is... What happened? In the hall, Shangguan Man's eyes were wide open. He was at a loss and looked panicked. She turned her head to look at the people around her. She seemed to be out of place with them. It was as if she was in two different spaces. She was slow, stagnant, and numb. A great sense of loneliness suddenly surged in her heart. You stole my money bag. I should return it. Su Ji walked slowly and leisurely past the little pickpocket and gently took out the money bag from his pocket. He continued to walk forward, and then took out an exquisite black square book from his black robe. He said indifferently. Shangguan Man has already reincarnated 5 times. In his first life, he was born in the animal path. He was a flower. When he saw animals eating and drinking, he had the desire to eat delicious food, which gradually became his innate talent. In my second life, I was a pig and started to eat crazily. In the end, I was stuffed to death. The voice was neither fast nor slow, but it was like a thunderclap, falling on the edge of Shangguan Man's ears, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. Reincarnation? 5 generations? So he had more than one life? In that case, who was this mysterious black-robed young man holding a book in his hand? The ultimate supreme existence that controls life and reincarnation in the world? The book in his hand recorded the information of all life in the world? Plop. Sir, please spare me. Shangguan Man knelt down and begged, I was wrong. Su Ji was dumbfounded. He did not care what he was going to do. This coward was going to admit his mistake and beg for his life? He was a wily old fox. After all, he didn't hit a smiling person. I have a position in the netherworld, one that is in charge of the samsara. Are you willing to take up the position? Shangguan Man's entire body quivered. She didn't even ask what it was for. She quickly knelt on the ground and said, I'm willing. Su Ji was speechless again. He agreed to anything she said. You'll take over the role of Grandma Meng and stand by the bridge of helplessness. You'll be the 3 paths of reincarnation, the path of the heavenly Dao, the path of the beast, the path of the mortal world, the endless lives of reincarnation, and the memory elimination. Are you willing to? Yes. She had a complicated expression on her face, but at this moment, her eyes were filled with ecstasy. She had thought that this mysterious existence was lacking a cooking manservant, and there were thousands of such servants. This was already a great opportunity, and she was willing to follow him. However, she had never expected that this was not the case at all. Instead, she was taking on an important position. In her eyes, a new and mysterious world was slowly opening up. Shangguan Man, you can live your life in peace, or you can commit suicide in advance and enter the reincarnation cycle. After you die, you will see a new world. I will wait for you in hell." Su Ji laughed and slowly turned to leave. Step by step, he steadily disappeared through the door. Shangguan Man stood on the high platform and took a deep breath. He had not yet reacted. Boom! In an instant, as this mysterious existence left, the frozen time seemed to surge back like a river. Ah! It's too delicious! This is simply a heavenly delicacy. The surrounding noise and the people below seemed to have turned on the play button again. The scene quickly continued, and the noise surged in. They didn't even realize what had happened. Hoo! Time! The time is, Shangguan Man gasped for breath and jumped off the stage with a bang. He shouted to a girl beside him, "Xiao Qi, you organize the rest." She strode out of the door, passed over the guests in the lobby, and came to the entrance of the brothel. Standing on the street, she tore her face hard, and a hideous and terrifying face with a birthmark appeared. Woo! Monster! It's so ugly! The passers-by were shocked. Shangguan Man grinned and ignored the gazes that had once frightened her. She reached out her hand to the sky and slowly opened it. "I'm reborn. Even though I've been researching beauty soup with great effort, I can't change my inherent incompleteness." She clenched her fists tightly and thought to herself, "Our sisters in the brothel are all ugly. The beauty soup can shape our bodies, but it can't change much of our looks. It's all because of makeup." Only he knew how hard his life had been. He was born deformed, abandoned by his parents on the streets, struggling and mingling with all kinds of people. Only then did he come to this day and bring up a group of poor and ugly girls who were not successful. As for lying, he wasn't worthy of being deceived by an expert of that level. Even in the entire town, she was the most unremarkable one, the one who was at the mercy of others. Her talent seemed exaggerated, but in fact, she was at the mercy of others. She had no value in being deceived by such a strong person. "I've lived for so long, and I've finally met a benefactor." His heart was surging with emotions. She laughed out loud without restraint. She laughed wildly. To his heart's content. Unscrupulous. The huge pressure of life made the tears that had been suppressed for a long time flow out of her eyes. The surrounding passers-by shook their heads completely. It was probably because of this ugly and disgusting woman that this famous brothel had suffered a strong blow and started to go crazy after seeing those top beauties. After laughing for a long time, Shangguan Man finally stopped. A group of girls gathered behind her, looking at her worriedly. Was it because of the pressure? After all, they were all wearing masks. After all, the forces in the city were complicated, and they, a group of weak women, also lived very hard. A beautiful girl couldn't help but say, "Did you run into that loafer couple from the south of the city again? They keep coveting our beauty. At most, we'll remove our makeup and scare them away. I'll be fine. I'm leaving now, but I'll prepare more medicine packets for you guys so that you can cook and earn enough money to get married and have children in the future. Take care of your bodies and marry an honest man who doesn't look good. Chief Li of the north of the city is very forthright and loyal. Sisters, you can rely on him for this period of time." She took a deep breath. Although she could continue living like this, she didn't want to stay here for a moment longer. She chose death. In the pitch-black space. It was a narrow and winding road to the netherworld, with red spider lilies blooming on both sides. Death was something that everyone feared, and she was no exception. She walked along the crowded road with the crowd and lined up. After death, there really is a world. Around them, there was a rustling sound and communication. They were also shocked. What's happening? I remember that I'm already dead. I'm dead too. I fell off the cliff. I died of old age. How did we all end up here? Is this the world after death? The creatures in line continued to move forward with blank expressions on their faces. There was really a mysterious world after death. If this news were to spread to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Shangguan Man saw all kinds of humans and animals along the way. The world after death. No one in the mortal world has ever talked about the existence of this world. No one knows that after death, it is not complete death. Instead, he would be reincarnated. Then, before reincarnating, he must have washed away all his memories. Shangguan Man's face was burning hot and red. His ugly face became more and more ferocious as he continued to analyze with his own thoughts. As she continued forward, she even saw celestial beings. There's actually a deva. He's the most mysterious and honorable deva in the legends. She was completely dumbfounded. Running a brothel would never allow her to come into contact with such an incredible level. What are you looking at, you ugly woman? One of the celestial beings was slightly angry. The deva was incomparably proud. It had descended into the mortal world before, and it had seen countless weak mortals like this. These weak living beings all knelt on the ground and became submissive. I'm sorry. Honorable Deva, I was wrong. Shangguan Man took a deep breath and did not dare to refute. He quickly lowered his head and apologized. After all, he had grown up under this kind of discrimination. His first reaction was to beg for mercy and admit his mistake. After struggling at the bottom for so many years, it had long become a way of survival. He, you're quite tactful. The Deva's expression was calm as he continued to walk forward. She clenched her fists silently and became completely nervous. There really is a world after death. Then, that existence. Chapter 509. In charge. Shangguan Man continued to line up slowly in the crowd. It was a long and winding line, following the long and narrow Yellow Springs road to the distance. On both sides were beautiful seas of flowers. Shangguan Man did not know how long he had walked. There were still discussions in front of him, and news kept coming in from the front. It's said that we've been waiting for 3 days. It shouldn't have been so crowded, but it's said that there was a sign hanging at the door a few days ago that closed the store for business. It's only now that it has returned and reincarnated. Everyone's expression was strange as they listened. The most ancient existence in charge of life and death was actually so casual. Pause the game just because he said so? He really did have the carefree style of a strange expert. However, in the eyes of this existence, their life and death and reincarnation were just insignificant things. This being is too mysterious. Perhaps this is the starting point of the entire world. The crowd was completely shocked. Countless people were talking about it, and even the celestial was talking about it. Many creatures from the animal path and the mortal path were also trying to curry favor with this celestial. Shangguan Man was ugly and had a red birthmark on her face, which made the celestial unhappy. Although she apologized, the people around her seemed to instinctively stay away from her. She had long been used to this. This was human nature. In an unknown environment, it was the nature of living creatures to stick together. She did not care. Listening to the discussion of the people, her eyes completely brightened. Don't tell me. It can't be, right? Calculating the time, it still made sense. She was completely excited. In the beginning, he thought that a top-tier, mysterious, and almighty being from the afterlife world had taken a fancy to him and recruited him as a talent, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful to such an exaggerated extent. It turned out that in the world after death, there was only one mysterious existence in charge of the order of the entire reincarnation. At this moment, she looked at the vengeful souls lining up around her and started to discuss among themselves. She understood more and more what kind of terrifying power was contained in them. It would be a great power that would determine the fate of all the living beings in the world. Hoo. Shangguan Man, it's time to change your fate. Calm down. She nervously touched the ugly scar on her face, and her eyes flickered with anticipation. It was the first time in her life that she had such a huge ray of hope. They continued forward. The souls of the dead piled up like a mountain, squeezing into a long dragon, waiting to be reincarnated. Shangguan Man finally saw a different scenery. It was a bridge with the words Bridge of Helplessness written on it. Below it was a surging river called the River of Forgetfulness. There was a stone by the river called the Three-Life Stone. The Bridge of Helplessness, the River of Forgetfulness. Good name. It's full of poetry. She murmured. The end of life was death, and this place was the border between death and rebirth. She had abandoned her life, as well as the obsession and stubbornness of her previous life. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the head of the Bridge of Helplessness. They saw a Three-Life Stone, and the people in the queue in front of them were already exclaiming in surprise. They had seen their previous lives and seemed to have thought of something. After all, there were many smart people. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. In my first life, I didn't have much talent. And after generations of reincarnation and experiencing all sorts of things, it would gradually form a talent? So, this is the reason why my obsession accumulated in my reincarnation cycle was born from my talent. Everyone was completely silent. Even the heavenly being didn't say a word and stood in front of the 3-life stone. The truth of talent was so terrifying. Someone in the queue said bitterly, "I've lived for 7 lives and I've achieved nothing. I'm too lazy, I have no desires, I don't have strong pursuits and ambitions, and I've only barely formed my talent. No wonder my aptitude isn't good and I live a miserable life. I struggle at the bottom and blame the heavens for being unfair, saying that I didn't reincarnate well. It turns out that it's karma for not working hard in my last life." A man in luxurious clothes, who looked like an official or a noble, sighed. "What this king is seeing now, I will forget in my next life. Otherwise, I can use this matter to report to Brother Wang. The world and the Dao of our mortal world will change." Countless people cried bitterly, and some sighed bitterly. Knowing the truth of the world and then forgetting it, this was the greatest tragedy in life. After all, they had seen their past and present lives in front of the bridge, and after crossing the bridge of helplessness, they had to drink the soup and forget everything they had seen on the 3-life stone. Who could accept this? The Bridge of Helplessness. What a good name! The Bridge of Helplessness. The time to know the truth is only the moment when I stand on the bridge of helplessness. I recall my past life in front of the bridge, and I forget my 3 lives behind the bridge. Shangguan Man was also full of emotions as he looked at the people on the bridge of helplessness, crying, breaking down, and despair. On this bridge, one could see all the changes in life in the world. It was the intersection of life and death. It was a legend. "This bridge will be where you will work in the future." Suddenly, a leisurely voice was heard. Everyone was slightly shocked. This voice. Shangguan Man turned his head and looked over. It was the young man in the black robe that he had seen before. His whole body was shrouded in a mysterious light, and he was holding a black book in his hand, sitting quietly on the chair. In the distance, there was a square machine. The souls who passed by picked up a cup, pressed a button to fill it with water, took a sip, and then walked forward in a daze, losing their memories. This small automatic water dispenser is finally going to die of old age. Su Ji stood up slowly, pulled out a chair, and made room for him. "Shangguan Man, from today onwards, you will be Meng Po and take charge of this place for me." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding people boiled over and exploded. This mysterious existence was going to appoint a new eternal being that was not in the 5 elements and 3 Daos to control half of the power of reincarnation? They turned their heads and looked at the bewildered girl with the ugly birthmark in disbelief. This is not fair. The Deva beside him was instantly enraged. He squeezed his way out and said, "This ugly woman is from a humble background. How can she? In the netherworld, all living beings are equal." Su Ji said faintly and handed Shangguan Man a book. "You're very smart. Try to maintain order. There are very few people at the moment, so you'll take over the positions of Judge, King of Hell, Menpo, Black and White Impermanence, and so on for the time being. You'll be in charge of the reincarnation process of the entire order and extradite this group of dead souls. If you're efficient, come and find me." "Yes." Shangguan Man instantly knelt on the ground and stammered in response, at a loss. She looked at the empty chair, the book of life and death in her hand, and the yawning mysterious existence that was gradually moving away. It was that simple? I've become an eternal existence all of a sudden? He didn't have to suffer the pain of reincarnation anymore? Her mind was blank and she was in a daze. Then, she looked at the endless line of wandering souls in front of her. She gritted her teeth, picked up the book of life and death, and tried to sit on a chair. She looked at a low-level ape in front of her and said in a trembling voice, "Cough, cough, cough, 10,456. You have cultivated for 7 lifetimes and have accumulated a lot of good karma. In your next life, you will be reincarnated as the path of the heaven-born." A heavenly being. The person who had just been crying was instantly overjoyed. "Drink the soup." She trembled. Was this the power to control the fate of others? Her face was no longer calm. A future celestial baby had been determined by her casual words. He took a bowl of soup from the water dispenser and handed it over. The ape drank it in big gulps with joy. In an instant, he became dazed and walked forward. 10,356, Path of the Human World. She spoke again. The elegant middle-aged man from earlier stood in front and sighed. You're a man again. It's a pity that I won't remember this time in my next life. Otherwise. After a while, the Deva came and glared at him. His eyes were filled with hatred and a trace of fear. He thought of how he had mocked and ridiculed this ugly woman just now. Although she had been submissive and apologized, now that she was secretly making trouble, he didn't dare to imagine it anymore. 01348, Next Life, Animal Path. As soon as she finished speaking. No. This is impossible. The entire Deva realm became excited, and he shouted, this is definitely revenge. Revenge. I'm a celestial being, how could I be reduced to the most lowly species and be at the mercy of others? He was so anxious that he moved, his face red. Boom. The huge black and white reincarnation behind the sky made a slight turn and instantly threw the Deva into the river of forgetfulness. He kept gulping down the water and lost his consciousness. He slowly walked ashore and followed the long line in front of him to line up behind. He forced himself to drink the soup. The people lining up behind felt their scalps go numb. So this was the purpose of the river of forgetfulness. Since I'm temporarily replacing the judge, I will definitely notarize it. Shangguan Man's eyes were bright as he looked around. Everyone, if you don't cooperate with samsara, it will be enforced forcefully and increase the negative karma. He will suffer a few more lifetimes of pain, and the future of this Deva will be a little harder. She read the Book of Life and Death carefully. It seemed that she had no selfish thoughts about that celestial. After all, once she had power, she would do whatever she wanted. This was not what a smart person should do. She was already extremely grateful and impressed to have such an opportunity. She did not dare to have any other thoughts. However, everyone's mouth twitched. Is he really just? He looked at the timid woman with the ugly birthmark, who had just bowed her head to the celestial and admitted her mistake. If he was really doing things impartially, he wouldn't have lured the Devas into taking revenge with such a few cold words. Furthermore, if he had told the Devas the consequences of taking action in advance, they would have been patient and wouldn't have been so impulsive. However, he was indeed fair. Everyone's expression turned serious. One could not judge a book by its cover. It was only natural that the celestial beings were a little too stupid. They lived a noble life and were born to be high and mighty. Naturally, they could not play with this ugly woman who was discriminated against and had been struggling in all sorts of religions since young. He seemed to be quite talented, otherwise, he would not have been able to reach this position. Chapter 510. Although ghosts no longer needed to rest or sleep, they still needed to exhaust their mental energy and soul body. This long dragon was simply too astonishing. It was densely packed and bustling with activity. Next. Under the pitch-black sky. At the other end of the bridge of helplessness, Shangguan Man was sitting on a chair with the Book of Life and Death in his hands. He was like an official in the office, receiving and receiving guests continuously. He was even more impressed by the mysterious emperor who was in charge of the reincarnation hall. He was able to hold on to such a huge workload day after day. His perseverance was hard to imagine. However, she did not know that this was usually a clone of Suji. It had no feelings and was only a mechanical review. 1 day. 2 days. Shangguan Man looked at the dense stream of people. The winding and dense queue had no end on the Yellow Springs Road. A flash of despair and numbness flashed through her eyes. This kind of workload was hard for ordinary people to imagine. She had not rested for more than 50 hours. 5 days. 10 days. Just hold on a little longer. That hazy and radiant figure flashed across her eyes. This was the greatest opportunity in her life. Even that Deva was jealous of her. Was she going to let him down? There's no opportunity that comes out of thin air. She pursed her lips with difficulty and steeled her resolve. The last one. Half a month later, Shangguan Man looked at the last member of the long line. She didn't even know how she had made it through. He felt his body relax instantly, as if it was about to collapse. His soul body was extremely weak and hazy, and he was about to faint. Is this a test for me? It reminded me of the time when I was 8 years old, when I starved in the heavy rain for 3 days and 3 nights, thinking that I was going to die. After a moment of silence, she began to carry her tired body and walked forward step by step on the dark land. Her head was heavy as if she was going to fall asleep if she closed her eyes. She supported her body and walked step by step to the back of the hall and stepped through the door. That existence had already dispersed the halo, and his face was perfect. He sat calmly on the divine throne and flipped through the black book. Shangguan Man tried to open his mouth, but he still didn't know how to address him. After thinking for a while, he slowly knelt down and said respectfully, "Your Majesty." Su Ji was stunned for a moment, then sighed at the woman's terrifying willpower. He closed the book and laughed. "Get up. You don't have to be so formal when you come to see me on a regular basis in the future. Just be more casual." This existence was unexpectedly friendly. He was an existence that controlled the reincarnation of an entire world. The huge contrast actually made Shangguan Man feel a little touched. She slowly lowered her head and said, "Yes. What do you think of the current situation in the netherworld?" Su Ji suddenly asked. Shangguan Man thought for a moment, his face pale. He organized his thoughts and answered seriously, "There are many questions. The biggest problem is that it's very crowded and there's not enough manpower. The lack of people is indeed the biggest problem of the netherworld. From now on, if you have nothing to do, you can check the Book of Life and Death and find some people among the people who are reincarnating to share some of the pressure. They are the judge, the black and white ghosts, ox head and horse face." Su Ji explained, then took on the role of a shopkeeper and let her find the person herself. As for how to perfect things in the netherworld, it was up to them to come up with their own regulations. The aboriginals operated their own world, and Su Ji was very familiar with being a hands-off manager. This was not the first time he had done this. Even though this was an online game world, the players began a new attempt at a wide-scale release. At this time, Shangguan Man's face was still pale, but he was still listening carefully to some of the rules of reincarnation, constantly sorting out his thoughts. Su Ji saw that she was entranced by his words, so he used his mental power to warm up her soul and continued to explain some things to her. After some time, there was a brand new long queue outside. Countless vengeful spirits began to queue up for reincarnation. "Do you want to handle it?" Shangguan Man's face was pale. "No need. Let these dead spirits float for a while." Su Ji laughed. "Yes." Shangguan Man's expression did not change, but he was a little surprised in his heart. This existence was really quite calm and leisurely. To those dead souls, they could not wait to be reincarnated in the next second, but he turned a blind eye to them and left those wandering souls to worry. "By the way, do you need to restore your appearance?" Su Ji asked. Shangguan Man did not respond immediately this time, but remained silent. A beautiful face was what every girl wished for. She was born with a ferocious and ugly centipede-like dark red birthmark on her face, which overlapped like a burning cloud. However, the shape of her face was very good. She had an oval face and was a peerless beauty even with foundation. At this moment, as long as she responded, she would be able to completely remove the birthmark and become the top beauty in the eyes of the brothel, making her the real her. Shangguan Man took a deep breath and said, "I think I look quite good now, Your Majesty. I once opened a brothel. I know clearly that a beautiful woman can only serve the guests to drink. Now, it looks similar, but it's also serving the guests to drink soup, but it's completely different. If such a beauty were to sit in the netherworld on the bridge of helplessness, she would definitely not be able to deter the souls of those hooligans who came from all walks of life. So, I think." Her eyes flickered, and she looked up timidly at the existence above. "Continue." Su Ji's eyes were indifferent. Shangguan Man completely opened his mouth and spoke with confidence. "I'm not very knowledgeable. I've only been at the bottom of the society. The top fighters of the town forces are usually fierce and strong. After all, people's first impression is their appearance. Only fierce and tough can intimidate others. As for the netherworld, in the face of all kinds of dead souls, I should have the image of an evil ghost and be fierce, brutal, sinister. Happiness and anger are unpredictable. Only then will I be able to give the impression that I'm the first one who doesn't dare to act rashly. I even hope that Your Majesty can make me uglier." "You don't want to become more beautiful, but uglier?" "It's a good understanding, as you wish." Su Ji replied faintly. The next second, at the bottom of the Samsara Palace, Shangwan Man gradually became hunchbacked, and dark-skinned, turning into an old woman in her 60s or 70s. Originally, Shangwan Man's face was only ugly and ferocious, but her figure was extremely attractive. Now, it was as if she had shrunk, her beard was twisted, and there was a wrinkly ghost face on it, which gave off a kind of horrifying smell. "If you want to change back, you can come to me anytime," Su Ji said as a mirror slowly floated into the air. Shangwan Man looked into the mirror and stared at his own ugly face. "It's just the appearance of all living things. I've received tens of thousands of people at the bridge of helplessness and seen too many joys and sorrows. Only then did I know how ridiculous the appearance of all living things and the inferiority I once paid attention to was. In the face of this reincarnation, beauty and ugliness, height and weight, and all races were just skin that wrapped the soul. Here, everything returns to equality, returning to the primal chaos of life, and entering the cycle of reincarnation to re-divide the world." She slowly bowed and said, "Not to mention existences like you who have transcended reincarnation, even the top life forms who have been reincarnated can change their appearance as they wish. I think that there's no point in caring about their body shape now." After saying this, Shangwan Man heaved a long sigh of relief. She felt a little uneasy, wondering how the emperor would react. This was obviously the second test. She didn't dare to lie. This was indeed her truest thought, and she had already done her best to show herself. In the past half a month, she had experienced many reincarnations and reincarnations. Only then did she know the greatness of this mysterious hell that was not known to the living. Her position was so tempting. Even the noblest celestial being could not match up to them. Although they could not determine the three paths of reincarnation, they could easily determine the location of their reincarnation and their parents. A rich family. The gate of kings, generals, and ministers. Poor and miserable family. The key to deciding one's fate was in his hand. "It's good that you don't change your appearance." Su Ji laughed and said, "I hope that the colleagues you recruit in the future will all follow these standards." "Yes." Shangwan Man was completely excited, his chest heaving up and down. How could she not understand the meaning of this sentence? This meant that she had passed the second round of assessment and was qualified for this position. Su Ji looked down quietly at the overjoyed Shangwan Man. He had to admit that this Meng Po was becoming more and more in line with his expectations. This was the world of gourmet. There weren't many gourmet talents related to soup, but there were definitely quite a few. Many people were obsessed with good food. He had chosen her because he had seen her life history and knew her character. After all, in the netherworld, how could a beautiful girl feed soup at the bridge to calm the situation? Menpo loved beauty, and that was absolutely unacceptable. Dealing with the netherworld had always been extremely serious. Not only was it not beautiful, but it also had to be ferocious and full of fierceness. This was in line with the sinister image of the netherworld. In the myths and legends, the wrinkly Menpo, the terrifying ox head and horse face, and the black and white impermanents with their long tongues stretched out were the looks that Su Ji wanted. Shangwan Man was good in all aspects, but his only weakness was his cowardice. This was inevitable. Staying at the bottom of the society for a long time and being a yes man was the way of survival for the weak. But in the future, he would definitely grow. The more Su Ji looked at it, the more satisfied he became. Shangwan Man, on the other hand, was a little confused by this gaze. His body trembled slightly. Could it be that His Majesty has a unique taste and likes ugly young girls like me? He even deliberately made me uglier and hunchback, so. Her face couldn't help but turn red. Under such a burning gaze, she actually began to have a strange anticipation. In the end, she didn't think that she was very powerful. Her talent was ordinary. There were so many people in the world, and she wouldn't be chosen. If she was really different, then her only characteristic was that she was ugly. Could it be that she was really? Her mind was spinning. It seems that I have to pay more attention to my appearance. This strange thought suddenly appeared in her mind. As the top hostess of the brothel, she had naturally practiced smiling. Facing the emperor's burning gaze, she could not help but respond with a shy smile instinctively. This smile was full of bright eyes and white teeth. If it was a peerless beauty, it would instantly stun everyone. However, the smile on the hideous and wrinkled dark-skinned old lady's face was as if she had seen an evil spirit. His good face. Su Ji pretended to be calm as he sat on the throne. He wore a crown and a black robe to maintain the image of the majestic heavenly lord. However, the corners of his mouth began to twitch. As expected, the heavens would never give me a candidate with perfect attributes. Shangguan Man, did he awaken some strange attribute? Ugly and cute. The root. Even he couldn't bear this smile. It was even more exciting than the explosive passion of the muscular girls. However, it's quite in line with the appearance of the netherworld. After all, he had been through a lot with those muscle girls, and his ability to resist pressure had become extremely strong. He could not help but sigh softly in his heart. Shangguan Man is indeed very smart. This must be her idea. This look back and smile is sinister and strange, it can instantly suppress all the characters on the road to the Yellow Springs. I can already see the horror of the vengeful spirits. When Su Ji thought of this, he could not help but smile. Shangguan Man stood below. Her heart was shaken. She couldn't help but smile at me. At first, she thought it was just a coincidence, but it seemed like it was really possible. This was too crazy. Under the pitch-black sky, the noise outside soon broke the silence. Hang up a sign to suspend samsara. You've been waiting for quite a while. The world after death. More and more people were gathering outside. Su Ji, however, ignored her and slowly finished talking about these important matters. Seeing that Shangguan Man's expression had changed several times, he naturally did not know that she was thinking about the bizarre idea of whether he should devote his body to her if he really liked ugly ones. He suddenly talked about other aspects. Do you know that there is a fourth type of living creature in addition to the path of the mortal world, the path of animals, and the path of the heaven-born? The fourth. Shangguan Man revealed a puzzled expression. Su Ji pursed his lips, took a sip of tea, and said, the fourth type of living beings come from an extraterrestrial civilization. They are known as the Azura Deo by the current path of the heaven-born. In the near future, the fourth Deo will surge into this world in large numbers. Furthermore, they will not be part of the reincarnation system, will not enter hell, and will be detached from the three Deos. Alien civilization? Not under the jurisdiction of the netherworld? Not in the Book of Life and Death? Removing one's name from the Book of Life and Death. Shangguan Man's eyes widened. For her, it was as if the truth and the prologue of the whole world had just been slowly opened at this moment. Yes, I am. Su Ji replied and looked at the three rebirth Deo techniques. This was a world with a large number of players. Although most players could only move around in the animal path, which had the lowest time flow, the players would also completely change the entire civilization ecosystem of the world. They would definitely try to move closer to the online game world. If it was really compared to a large online game of the Eastern Xiangxia type, then Shangguan Man and the others were naturally in charge of the highest samsara hell and were the supreme NPCs who controlled the rules. This group of NPCs would not be affected by karma. They had no grudges and would not interfere in the disputes between the three paths. Yuan King Hua's group belonged to the previous competition. When they were attacked, there were only 200 or 300 people left. The next round of the community's PvP fighting competition had already been held, and it had an unprecedented number of 6,000 people. This batch of players could be considered to have officially entered the game and started the server. Naturally, he had to warn Meng Po and the other civil servants in advance so that they would be prepared. This was to prevent any accidents that would not be easy to deal with. The characteristic of evolution is also the source of the new species that make up this world and the constant replacement. Shangguan Man soon began to think. They come from another civilization, and will bring different ideas and measures? Shangguan Man took a deep breath and suddenly asked a question that Su Ji did not even have time to react to. Since all living beings are equal, can I also recruit some of these creatures into the world? Su Ji glanced at her and said, it's possible. Although they can't enter the cycle of reincarnation and be reincarnated, they can be brought to the netherworld and take up some jobs. But you have to be careful. Shangguan Man nodded. She was just curious and asked about it. She had no intention of recruiting. Chapter 511. The new real body of Pangu. In the pitch-black Samsara Palace. Can you be more specific? Shangguan Man could not help but whisper. Su Ji did not mind. In fact, it was precisely because she liked this kind of responsible mentality and was smart enough that she was not easily fooled by that group of players. After all, this was an online game, and the indigenous people had to be smart so that they would not be played badly by them. As the game operator, Su Ji was still a little hesitant about opening the first real online game world. Then, he seriously explained to her how to put on the Azura way to prevent fire and theft. I see. We must be wary of them. Shangguan Man's face was serious as she silently noted it down and clenched her fists. She had gradually come to understand that the path of Azura was a natural disaster from the words of the Emperor of the Samsara Palace. I'm going to leave for a while. You'll be in charge of reincarnation in the Samsara Palace. Su Ji said to the wrinkled, ghastly old woman. Expansion and how you want to rectify it are up to you. Your Majesty, please be at ease. Meng Po smiled again, sneering evilly. Her face was buried in the shadows, looking extremely strange and scary. Just this smile alone makes me feel at ease. Su Ji muttered to himself, the ghosts will be scared to death when they drink the soup. But after all, he could not show his disgust as it would hurt Shangguan Man's self-esteem. It was not easy for him to give up his beauty that every woman could not bear to see and become so terrifying. He was very determined and had put in a lot of effort. He should be encouraged. Not bad. Su Ji's figure disappeared in an instant. After staring at the disappearing figure for a few seconds, the hunchbacked old lady took out the mirror that she had just handed over and touched her face gently. As expected, she said. This is crazy. It's time to send in the first batch of people. A total of 6,000 people. This number can be said to be unprecedented. In the living room, Su Ji opened his eyes, stood up, and shook his body. Then he left the leather sofa and went to the refrigerator to get a can of drink. Suddenly, he rubbed his stomach as if he could rub the internal space of his stomach. I'm turning my body into an online game. He had a strange expression on his face. He found it interesting. It was only his dantian and the 9 spatial apertures distributed throughout his body. If Su Ji were to become stronger, he would be able to let the living beings inside leave the 9 spaces and enter the outer realm. They would then be able to walk through the meridians and blood of their own bodies, like mountains of flesh and blood, rivers of blood, and vast worlds. They would be like parasites that lived in their bodies. This is the real body of Pangu in the true sense. Su Ji took a deep breath. As expected, every heaven-defying cultivation technique that has been developed so far is extremely terrifying and leads to the ultimate. He has terrifying potential. This was not what Su Ji was thinking. Just yesterday, after the demon world of the 3 realms entered the cold winter era, the immortal world had been prepared for danger in times of peace. Now, deist Changsheng had already begun to develop in the direction of the land of flesh and blood and was thinking of ways to expand the immortal world. Ever since Dao Changsheng became a god and stepped into level 8, he had broken away from the assimilation of the Joss flame system and could be considered a new self-living being. However, it was unrealistic to say that the previous Dao Changsheng had been completely resurrected. After all, only half of his soul was left. However, after the other half was completed, he was now a new self-living being of flesh and blood, and could be considered an extension of Dao Changsheng. Daoist Changsheng can create this system. However, I'll pass. Su Ji shook his head. Parasites were something that every life had, and humans were no exception. How many parasites does a person have? Bacteria? It was hard to count, but it was still disgusting. Especially if the online game world made by those idiotic netizens were to really swim in their blood vessels and wander in their flesh and blood, wouldn't that be terrible? It was not like Su Ji had not peeked at the internet yesterday. This was the situation at the time. Menmei laughed, ha ha ha. The 9 revolutions mysterious art requires too much energy. It's the energy of countless gods of the same level. We've finally left the early stage of rank 8 and entered a stable period. Let's celebrate. 666. I like it. The comments were enthusiastically celebrating. Cutie Pie had a lot of boot-licking fans among the players, and any word she said would get a crazy number of likes. Not to mention, Cutie Pie was a salted fish. When she had nothing to do every day, she would come out and post regularly, and every post would be replied by a group of boot-licking fans. The cute girl said, "My disciple Daoist Changsheng and I have already formulated a cultivation plan together, Immortal World Expansion Plan, the cultivation of the true body of Pangu, the 9 revolutions mysterious art, not only has 9 spaces and a sun in the dantian, but it also allows the living beings of the inner world to enter the flesh and blood. This is a big step in the immortal world. As a result, the netizens were very excited and directly posted their comments. The expansion of the immortal world was exciting just thinking about it. Wasn't that just like swimming in the meridians? Disco dancing in the heart. Cute girl, don't worry. The 9 Revolutions mysterious art is extremely powerful. Even the celestial thearch can't destroy this body. Dancing and playing are like fleas and bacteria, it's very difficult to hurt humans. Everyone came to their senses. The gap between a god and a celestial emperor was very large, let alone the 9 Revolutions mysterious art that was famous for its recovery. It was impossible for the celestial thearch to harm a single hair on his head. Someone else asked. But Deist Changshen's body isn't that big. If he transformed into the true form of Pangu, he would at most have a dozen mountain ranges, as tall as the sky and the earth, but it would definitely not be comparable to the sorcerer world, right? How many people can live there? Cute girl, it's relatively small. This territory is for the high-level top existences to explore and live in. It's a blessed land. After all, you know that a person's metabolism produces a lot of waste, but to them, it's all heavenly treasures. This is a huge blessed land for exploration. The stronger the living beings in the inner world are, the more energy they can provide, and only then can the 9 Revolutions mysterious art be activated forever. This was indeed a kind of perfection. After all, it was a win-win situation. The stronger the living beings in the inner world were, the stronger the 9 Revolutions mysterious art would be. Not to mention, it was just a waste of a body. This was the recycling of waste. The netizens were excited again. I instantly understand. To make an analogy, at this level, the golden lion centipede of a deist priest is also a supreme treasure. Instead of abandoning them, it's better to let them take them into their stomachs and refine them into treasures. Then wouldn't Menmei also? Eyes brightened. JPG. I have a bold idea. Menmei? Her face turned black and she was shocked on the spot. Don't you know how to chat? I have a pure and innocent immortal body, and I don't have that kind of thing. In the beginning, Meng Mei answered very seriously. Although she was usually a bit lazy, she was serious when it came to business. When they were discussing seriously, however, she started to lose her voice. Come to think of it, since you can walk freely in the body, isn't that a paradise for human anatomy? To make us love learning. As expected of a game that loves learning. Finally, someone became serious and started to discuss it happily. Meng Mei's expression also gradually returned to normal. Wait, since we can go anywhere, maybe we can race at some point in time? Reincarnated. The race is still okay, brothers, charge. A new life is right in front of you. Not good, there's a golden shield in front. Quickly turn back. This is a trap. The cute girl's heart cracked on the spot and she started to doubt her life. Are you guys done? The cute girl was dumbfounded. These animals' topics were floating too fast. 1 second, they were passionate about learning. The next second, they had changed their topic to something else. Could their brain circuits be any stranger? I'm begging you to be more serious. Sure enough, there were too many jokers on the internet who could think of many dead angles that ordinary people couldn't think of. However, once this topic was seriously considered, it indeed became more and more bizarre. Perhaps modern humans were also Pangu? The bacteria living on the land of flesh and blood were fighting to be reincarnated? To become Pangu's son? It's very similar. The real entity of Pangu. Aren't the countless bacteria living on our bodies equivalent to a universe? Meng Mei was a little surprised and a little confused. Su Ji, on the other hand, was very calm. He was not the one who was at a disadvantage anyway. He was even secretly happy, because the cute girl had helped him clear the mind and explored another path, a path system that absolutely could not be cultivated. After all, the sandbox world is for me to explore the unknown extraordinary path ahead and avoid danger. Now, you've also helped me explore the path ahead and avoid danger, even if it's a player's danger. He immediately got rid of this plan and went to expand the flesh continent like deist immortality. He did not want a group of idiotic players to play online games in the Flesh Mountain and Blood River, only to shout at the critical moment. Brothers, charge, charge, charge. Let's see who can run faster. I want to become the descendant of the god of creation. I want the blood of eternal life. Even though some people had imagined a long time ago that the earthlings were likely to be the descendants of the god of creation, and that they had the blood of the god of creation, which was a bit similar to our cancer, he didn't want his dream to come true now. He didn't want such a cheap son, okay? Chapter 512. Live broadcast mode activated. The world of Gourmet seemed to be in the body, but it was actually in an alternate dimension. It was a kind of spatial cultivation system. Only the spatial coordinates were on the body, and if it was expanded outside, it meant that one's body was also used as living land. It was impossible for the immortal world to expand to the flesh continent in the outer realms. This was because the ones inside Su Ji's body were not those honest and simple indigenous people of the immortal world, but those players. Had he lost his mind? Who knew what they were up to? Just thinking about it sent a chill down his spine. The food industry, this online game. Only the 3 animal paths with the lowest flow speed are their usual areas of activity. Su Ji muttered to himself, live in a lower dimension and enjoy the other 2 realms, the fun of high-dimensional attacks. Don't blame him for being ruthless, it was just that his scalp was numb. These guys were real natural disasters, and they were super strong. Su Ji seriously suspected that they could still stir up trouble everywhere and do all kinds of magical things while suppressing them. At this time, Shangguan Man was still building the netherworld. Su Ji was not in a hurry. Since he was out, he let the bullets fly for a while. He sat in the yard and leisurely enjoyed the winter. He sipped his tea, sat on the chair, and took an afternoon nap. He could be considered to have slept a few hours earlier. Because the 5th fighting competition was today. Half a day later, Su Ji slowly woke up and stretched. The Zerg sub-brain's mechanical voice came from the side. The 5th PvP tournament has begun. Su Ji stood up and looked at the wooden chair at the door before he arrived at the wizarding community. After so long of construction, the world view has finally taken shape. They've also started to let players in on a large scale. The wizarding community was in an uproar. The streets and alleys had become a world of their own. Advertisements were hanging on the exquisite and gorgeous streets, and alchemy balloons were floating in the sky with advertisements on them. Beside them were delicious food and barbecue, such as takeaway octopus, meatballs, and lamb skewers. The whole place was filled with a strong fragrance. There were all kinds of people and pedestrians coming and going. This was a reform of the sorcerer community. Before the first few updates, Su Ji had made them self-sufficient. They could spend meditation coins to exchange for any species or alchemy materials on the entire sandbox. Naturally, they began to exchange for seeds and livestock to cultivate and graze, forming a farming game on a sandbox. With the time flow of 1 day to 1 year, although each of the 1,000 players could only control their bodies for a short period of time a day, they could still farm, harvest, and feed the 3,000 people. He glanced at them. I really can't underestimate these guys. They're all starting to play very enthusiastically. Even if winter comes now, we'll start building alchemy greenhouses. We'll have enough food and clothing, and we won't even have to worry about hunger. Boom! Under the gazes of all the players in the wizard community, a hazy and vast figure, covered in a snow-white brilliance, slowly descended with a huge chair in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen! The host suddenly shouted and waved an alchemy microphone. Through a special alchemy device, his voice resounded throughout the entire Bird's Nest arena, I hereby announce. The match has officially begun. Su Ji moved a chair over and sat down. He looked down at the little ants in the big basin below and saw that they were starting to go on stage. Many new characters had appeared. At this moment, it was the top 8. An existence in the hazy divine light slowly walked over and said coldly, Hello, everyone. I'm an ancient god. Daughter of Shenglin, you want to control your fate? Then, I will close the world line and let you control your own life. He gently stretched out his hand. Your fate is in your own hands. Boom. The crowd below cheered and the atmosphere was lively. It was too cool. This character clearly had great personal charm and was too domineering. It was also the strongest existence that had appeared so far, the ceiling of combat power, a 9th rank world. Another existence walked up. It was a chibi version of a penguin, swaying and charmingly NAVE. Hello, everyone. I'm Imperial Enterprise. The round penguin had its hands behind its back, and its majestic figure was hidden in the fog. Since I created the world, I've been living in the dark forever. You heroic celestial emperors have roared, bathed in blood, and fought for the world, but then you fall or surrender to time and submit to me. This is the bloody truth of history. This appearance? You told me. This was ditchy? Everyone below was silent. That wasn't the case at all. The 1,000 people in this server were extremely shameless. It was obvious that they had received money from the sponsors and put on the coat that they had provided to rush into the finals. They had taken advantage of this wave of traffic to advertise, and as expected, they had even promoted their latest mobile game. The host pretended not to see it. This guy must have been paid. Everyone was shocked. All right, sponsored partnership. Doesn't it smell good? They fell silent. Following that, the top 8 contestants went on stage to make their announcements. After this brief interlude, a new PvP fighting competition began. After the last version update, a total of 3,000 servers had participated in the competition. In addition to the existence of the extraordinary civilization in the food industry, the enthusiasm for the competition had reached its peak. Each character server had 1,000 players. Some were in charge of creating equipment for the character, some were in charge of meditating for the character, and some were in charge of practicing combat techniques and fighting on the stage. At this time, the visitor mode had also begun. There was no longer a restriction on the players who could log into the wizard community. Any external online friend could log into the spectator view of any 3,000 characters and watch this feast. It's starting. The 5th PvP Fighting Grand Final. Kill them. Many students and office workers were taking time out to watch this intense wrestling competition in the gaming world. At this time, it was comparable to many large-scale international leagues, and the number of spectators had reached tens of millions. Angry roars were heard from below. The host was explaining the match and shouted, "Oh oh oh oh! My God of creation, this year's competition is too intense. The top 8 are all on par with each other in strength, even though it looks like there are 6 spots. As long as we fight for the top 6, anyone can become one of the 2 eliminated. Also, according to the official information, although the top 6 regional servers can enter the food industry, the benefits they receive are different according to their rankings. The competition is very intense." The people below were boiling. They waved their light sticks and shouted. Su Ji yawned. Although the battle had been very exciting, he had been very casual this time. It had to be said that the players who could kill their way in were all combat geniuses. After all, just like the indigenous world, there was no lack of geniuses and talents in the vast sea of people. However, there were only a few people who could reach the top, and most of them had fallen halfway. Perhaps, it was just as the daughter of Shenglin had said in the ancient lava domain, talent, wisdom, and talent were not the strongest power in the world. Fate was. After about an hour, the match was decided. A group of beautiful girls danced in front of him as the closing ceremony began. Countless people were making a ruckus. Su Ji yawned again, stood up, turned around, and left. After all, he was only there for the background. At the same time, an announcement was made in the wizard community. The food industry has started live streaming if the time flow between the 2 sides is equal. Can be watched in the wizard community. The live broadcast costs 1 meditation coin per second, and players can tip. A live broadcast. Everyone burst into tears on the spot. Was this function finally out? Live broadcast mode. Chapter 513. Life is full of opportunities. After such a long time, the live stream mode was finally turned on. Many netizens were sighing, but after thinking about it, it was only natural. The flow of time previously was completely different, so how could they broadcast it live? In the current wizard community and gourmet world, the time flow was 1-to-1, so of course, it could be broadcasted live. Although it was expected that the live stream function would be activated, it still caused a huge uproar. Many people immediately questioned and sarcastically said, "Players have to pay for their live broadcasts? 1 meditation coin per second was an astronomical price. I don't think anyone can afford it. 1 minute is 60 meditation coins. Live streaming for several hours is more robbery than robbery. That's right, he he he. Only the rich can do live streaming. They're really hardcore." Everyone started discussing and felt that this wasn't common at all, so they started playing black belts like crazy. However, some people began to clear their name. No, I don't think this is a live broadcast at all. I'll let you guys live stream some of the things you encounter. There was also the gift function, which meant that the players would definitely suffer losses if they randomly live streamed. And if you encounter some special event, you can do a live broadcast and receive endless rewards. It's definitely a profit without a loss. I've taken a look. The gifts are in meditation coins, the officials take 20%, and there's a plane as a gift. A rocket. And super fire. Everyone was taken aback. Was he trying to steal the business of all the major streaming platforms and online games? After a full reality virtual reality game was live streamed, who would still watch other games live streaming? It tasted like chewing wax, alright. How ruthless. He was simply too ruthless. At present, this Spore Evolution game had only been released for less than 3 months. When it came to the world, it was still facing a small group of people. There were very few players, and it didn't infringe on the interests of any major online games. But now, it was going to make an online game? He was going to sweep the entire internet? Moreover, this was likely to give rise to a large number of famous live streamers, which would violate the interests of many people. Many people who were sitting in front of their computers also felt that something was wrong. Could those crazy netizens just now be the internet water army of major online games? He wasn't in a hurry before. After all, there were only a few players in the game. Its computing power was too strong, so it probably couldn't accommodate many players. They were panicking. It was actually beginning to accommodate 6,000 people, so they started to do all sorts of things. Water army, get lost. Many people were calling out and cursing. However, someone asked a serious question and continued the discussion. There's also another point: if the time flow between the two sides is equal, then the live broadcast can be done. What's going on? Wasn't the ratio of time between the gourmet world and the wizarding community 1:1? Could it be that there's an area with an unequal flow of time in the food industry that prevents normal live streaming? The netizens were all very good at reasoning, and they quickly analyzed a possibility from one sentence. The hidden meaning of this sentence is indeed not simple. The world of gourmet had different time flows. Was this the law of the world? If that's the case, then the food industry is definitely not inferior to other high-level extraordinary worlds. Everyone was in full swing, still talking about the live broadcast function and the deep meaning behind it. Without a doubt, they were extremely terrified. This was equivalent to truly moving closer to the online gaming world. What did other online games have to do with them? They were only responsible for playing the game. Who would have thought that such a proud and unsociable game planning team would cater to the needs of the public? The way I see it, the production team just wants to earn meditation coins. 1 meditation coin per second, isn't that a scam? The current market price of meditation coins is 1 yuan, which is equivalent to 1 yuan per second. This is daylight robbery. Some of the other in-game staff were completely flustered. Bah! Earn meditation coins? Was that valuable? Worthless. They were all purchased by the rich, which gave them such value. The officials would not benefit at all. We, the brick-moving gang, are the ones who will benefit. Brother, don't be a freeloader. You must be an army of anti-fans from other online games. This game is collecting meditation coins so that we can meditate more and cultivate our bodies. Speaking of meditation, I've been meditating for a few months now, and I've indeed relieved my insomnia and hair loss. It's true. This game truly loves us. It's trying to keep us healthy, meditate, and recuperate. Then, we love to study. It doesn't charge us any money. Yeah, it doesn't charge money. It only wants our hair. Funny. One by one, they came out to explain. Sitting in front of the computer, the group of professional fake reviewers were in tears. This was a brainless bootlicker. The internet water army was most afraid of this kind of thing. And this game itself was toxic. What are you after with your black technology and such a huge investment? You don't earn money either? Could it be the hairline of the players in real life? He was too ruthless. I can't stand it, I really can't stand it. They could only make a phone call and tell the wealthy fathers that they could not scam this deal. It was not a matter of money. It was simply impossible to do it. If they were to scam charity, their conscience would be at stake. Let's go inside and meditate. It's just hair. While everyone was discussing, another system announcement sounded. In 10 minutes, the first 6 servers will enter the food industry. Please be prepared. This time, the food industry will enter using a new release method. It's already starting. The server will be opened immediately. The second announcement had just sounded, and the entire wizard community was completely stirred up. Countless onlookers were excited. They couldn't play it, but now they could watch it. Wouldn't the cloud players who were live streaming the game be happy? Everyone was curious about the first official launch of the server. It could be said to be a golden age. However, there were also countless players who were preparing to enter the top 6. These 6,000 people looked at each other in confusion. A new release method? Did that mean that it was different from before? This was very strange. With the hardcore nature of the game, many people were worried, especially the players from the 6 servers. They immediately started wailing. It can't be opening the door to kill, right? It was very likely that they would be killed the first time they entered. Many players in the top 6 took advantage of this 10 minutes to post and discuss on the internet. Someone immediately started to analyze. Damn, what's the scene when we go in? I'm stunned this time. A brand new way of entering, a face full of confusion. In a situation where you don't know anything, dying the moment you enter is the greatest possibility, but you only have one life. Maybe the higher the ranking, the better the starting point, and the lower the chances of them dying. That's right. Those who are ranked higher might have the newbie benefits. Those who are ranked lower might have a very bad living environment. A certain well-known reviewer spoke directly, and everyone agreed with him. To be honest, the players from the 6 servers were panicking. They had worked so hard to stand out from the 3,000 servers. Only they knew how hard it was. The more they valued it, the more nervous they became. Many of them sat in front of their computers with goosebumps all over their bodies and their palms were covered in sweat. You have to work hard. Learning medicine to save the world, Bai Xiaojun was sweating profusely. Looking at the intense discussion online, it was no less intense than the start of a marathon. 6,000 people were all sweating nervously. He was nervous, anxious, and excited. Countless emotions were intertwining in his heart. As this brand new large-scale online game, it's the first true batch of players to enter the game with a modified version. It may seem difficult, but the benefits are the greatest. Opportunity. A spirit treasure. Hidden NPC, strange encounter mission. He took a deep breath and muttered a few words. In the early stages of the game, anyone he met might be able to soar to the sky. Bai Xiaojun was also a well-known figure in the Spore Evolution sandbox. Previously, the genetic expansion drug that Alchemy Emperor had requested was rushed out by him and a group of brothers. He often posted on the forum, so he was also very well known. Later, he also wanted to write an evolution paper, but he did not have the talent to evolve species. After all the closed beta testing, he did not manage to squeeze in even once. He almost smashed his keyboard. And now, there was a chance in the food industry. This was his only chance. Although he was only in 5th place, at the bottom of the pack, the opening benefits should be very low, and the opening should be the most dangerous, but it was already his greatest chance. He sat in front of the computer and clenched his fists. Today was a special day. In order to prevent his friends and parents from interfering, he carried his laptop to the hotel and turned off his phone, blocking all external information. Countdown timer. 3, 2, 1. Voila! The 6,000 wizards in the wizard community felt their vision go dark. When they opened their eyes again, they saw a green forest. Where am I? Bai Xiaojun looked around nervously, ready to run at any moment. But then, he noticed something strange. He couldn't move. He could sense that he had turned into a tree. The trees that couldn't be moved could only be slaughtered. He could only be dumbfounded in silence as he sensed everything around him. Strange animals passed by one after another. This is the new deployment method? They would directly become all kinds of living creatures and appear in various places? Breaking us up is simply cutting off the player's greatest advantage, gathering together for warmth. In the early stages, they can only rely on themselves to develop. In his opinion, this game operator was a little perverted. He actually divided them like this and did not allow them to group up and take shortcuts. They could only rely on their own strength. In the beginning, it was a battle for survival. He kept organizing his thoughts. He was in the 5th place server. Did the players in the 5th district become trees? Did the top few players get special birth benefits? It turned into an animal, an insect, and continued to descend? Turn into a lower level creature? He took a deep breath. He couldn't move now anyway. Life and death were determined by fate, and wealth was up to the heavens. He could only silently look at the 3 hardcore choices in the corner as usual: screenshots, offline messages, and newly added live streams. He silently chose to go offline. The forum was still in an uproar, and everyone complained. I've especially turned into a tree. I'm a flower. Damn it, I'm already dead. This flower has been eaten by an animal. All of them complained. As expected. Bai Xiajun was sitting in the hotel, his palms sweaty. It was just as he had imagined. They had turned into various animals and plants, and were placed in various places. But why didn't anyone turn into animals? Soon, some people noticed and asked questions. There were no animals. Something's wrong. It's not that there aren't any animals. Did you guys notice that none of the top few server players have come out? They're not even streaming. Right. Perhaps they had become animals and were working hard carefully, which was why they did not dare to come out. They did not even dare to do a live broadcast. Being distracted in an unknown situation was like taking their lives as a joke. They're much more fortunate than us. We can only wait for death, and it doesn't matter if we go offline, but they can control their own lives. The players started to discuss nervously again. Even the evolution sandbox next door had many people coming to watch. As expected, people from the top 3 servers came out. I'm dead. I turned into a weasel-like animal and was killed. The first player from the first 3 servers had died, and everyone instantly confirmed it. As for the players who didn't come out, they were probably controlling their animal characters to fight. Cough, cough, cough. Since we're not as good as the previous few, and are at the mercy of others, let's sort out the information. If I'm not wrong, we can still advance and change our forms like before. In other words, this is only the initial form of the Pokémon. This view was agreed by most people. After all, the announcement said that the entry method had changed, but the evolution method had not changed. Then, let's work hard on our own. These frivolous plants in front of us can't move at all, let's make them more serious. Kakat. The internet was still in chaos. Bai Xiajun immediately logged in and began to work hard on absorbing nutrients, as if she was a boring tree. It was the same for the players around them. They began to try to become a tree in a dull manner. They were excited and looked forward to it. They even began to organize their future evolutionary routes. After all, he was already used to the game's hardcore mode. If other online games did that, he would be quitting the game. Everyone had been looking forward to this game before, watching the images and images of Alchemy Monarch, Mother Earth, and so on. Now that it was their turn, their anticipation and desire were brewing, and it would be a lie if they weren't excited. Bai Xiajun took a deep breath. Speaking of which, this place is not simple. Yuan King Hua, who disappeared previously, has not logged off either. She was captured by the mysterious transcendent. Could it be that she is addicted to playing? The days passed. After a week, he accumulated his strength and successfully broke through to the first stage, welcoming the first evolution. He began to become human-like and was overjoyed. At this rate, I can barely pull out my roots and start moving when I'm at the second stage. He looked at the internet. He wasn't the fastest, but was in the middle. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. The internet was full of talented people. Who wasn't working hard like him? You want to become a tree that runs away? Another day passed. Tap 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 tap. Suddenly, there was the sound of strange footsteps. Bai Xiajun's heart skipped a beat. I'm going to die? As the sound grew louder, a huge grey praying mantis came into view. Bai Xiajun let out a sigh of relief. Praying mantis only ate insects, not plants. They should be interested in me. I'm just an ordinary tree. He kept consoling himself, but the mantis suddenly stopped in front of him, mumbling different words. This tree looks very tall and strong. That guy should like it. After all, the number of tasks given by the higher-ups was huge. He had to find all kinds of species and let it reproduce all kinds of offspring. Can I try this? Perhaps the later generations are not bad either. After saying that, Pucci. The mantis pulled it up in a human-like manner, patted the soil clean, and carried it on its shoulder. It said in a muffled voice, "I've picked up another little wife." Eh? Bai Ziajun was dumbfounded. What had just happened? As expected of a real Second Life game. There was no script, and it was just like reality with all kinds of unknowns. Screenshot? No, let's try a new mode and start a live broadcast. My dear brothers and sisters, I've encountered an intelligent species. It was extremely exciting. Let's see if the subsequent development will bring us back to life. If you want to watch, follow me and don't get lost. Give me some gifts so that the streamer can afford to stream. He was carried on Kha'Zix's shoulder. After he started the live stream, he felt that his life had become complicated and confusing. Chapter 514. The dense forest was quiet and the trees were exuberant. A huge mantis was walking between the trees, carrying a tall, human-like tree. It was the spy of the path of the heaven-born in the path of animals. It worked for the heaven-born and lived an ignoble life. At this moment, it shook its shoulders. This tree has obviously developed its own consciousness. It's actually trembling? Its expression turned strange. It even vaguely resembles the aura of the Deo of Azura described by the Celestials. However, it was said that Azuras lived in groups, and this was a single person. They're also an extremely brave and fierce battle tribe. As for this trembling, and one more thing, the Azura Path's treants are all long-legged treants who can run, while this is a traditional treant who is very honest. It carried the tree and walked back on the road. The three conditions don't meet. I'm overthinking. Carrying it on his back, Bai Ziajun started the first live broadcast of his life. All of a sudden, many people swarmed into the live broadcast room one after another and watched everything curiously. Is this the tropical rainforest environment of the food industry? The scenery looks pretty good. It's green and quiet. I can recognize many species here. They are all the species that the players have created. I can't believe that they are all over the world. The entire world is our sun? The mantis carrying you seems to be an intelligent life form. Don't tell me you're going to take it back and use it as firewood. Some of the onlookers were spamming the bullet screen crazily. Bai Ziajun was also speechless. These guys are eating mantu made of human blood. Can't they see that I'm going to die soon? He couldn't help but feel angry. I haven't even eaten my own human blood mantu, and now it's your turn? Lying on the back of the mantis, he typed a reply. Brothers, deduct 6. If you don't give me a tip, I'll turn off the live broadcast because it costs money. Everyone's faces instantly darkened. Ding! Ding! The cute little pixie has sent a rocket. I'm stingy, Nuan Nuan, and I'm giving you an airplane as a tip. The live stream rooms gave gifts one after another and quickly rushed to the first live stream room's popularity. It stood out from the other newbie live stream rooms and other onlookers immediately rushed in. After all, there were a lot of gifts, which meant that there was something to watch here. What happened here? It's such a huge mantis. It's so disgusting. It's so real. This is the first intelligent species. This mantis is speaking the language of the game, right? I don't understand, I guess I'll have to learn again. This game is too hardcore. The comments on the bullet screen kept refreshing. Countless players were discussing. Other players were playing the war of survival and fighting against the various wild beasts of nature. How could it be more interesting than this place? According to traditional online games, he had obviously encountered a strange encounter hidden mission. Even though it looked like it was going to die soon. New brothers, remember to tip me. Bai Ziajun lay on his back weakly, walking slowly. The mantis brought him to a wide grassland, and in the middle of it was a large wooden house. When he entered the hall of the wooden house, there were a few strange animals tied up. There was a big black horse with horns, a black flower that looked like stinky mud, a big black fish that looked like a mud loach, and a tree spirit of a higher level. Then, Bai Ziajun was tied up like these animals and thrown to the ground. The bullet screen started to flood with comments again. What's this for? You caught so many and are preparing to cook. This tree is an exception. Remember to add more cumin. The live broadcast audience held their breaths. He was going to cook. Who knew that it wasn't? The black praying mantis grabbed the black horned horse and picked up a special golden arrow. It opened a door and brought it into the room. Bai Xiajun was speechless. His mind went blank. Fa. What had happened? He couldn't help but quietly type on the bullet screen. Guys, we can see that this animal was sent in by the praying mantis. Maybe there's some strange creature in this room, holding some evil ritual. Immediately, the bullet comments were unconvinced. Evil ritual? Why do I feel that something is wrong? Spring is here, and it's the animal's turn. Even though you're a plant. Bai Xiajun also felt that something was wrong. His body trembled and he quickly retorted, no way. The animals here are male and female. For example, I'm a male tree. Everyone scoffed. Trees are also divided into men and women? It's both a man and a woman, all right. Then, they saw the strange mantis NPC grab the next black flower skillfully and bring in a light arrow. There was another strange sound. This. Oh my god, what kind of perverted monster is inside? Bai Xiajun was stunned, and he got goosebumps all over. However, the bullet comments went crazy. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. Could this really be? Could it be that? He felt a strong and gloomy chill on his back. He looked at the animals that were caught in front of him and felt more and more uneasy. Bai Xiajun sent a bullet comment. Sob, sob, sob. Brothers, help me think of a way. It's my turn soon. The bullet comments were also dumbfounded. Was the first day that exciting? Such a shocking NPC miracle encounter? This game was too realistic. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. My stomach is hurting from laughing too much. Brother, you have a strange encounter mission. Although it's very difficult, the reward should be very generous. 233, congratulations brother, you've achieved a great achievement in life. I think you'll be happy soon. Getting married to an NPC in the game, giving birth to a level 1 baby with heaven-defying aptitude, born with 4 skills, blood cow aptitude, and instantly becoming rich. Just because you're poor, you can't have happiness? Just because you're poor, you can't form a happy marriage? I'm solemnly telling everyone, don't give up. Just 3 years ago, my girlfriend was unwilling to marry me because the betrothal gift of 300,000 yuan was not enough. She despised me for being poor. But now, I've worked hard and built a happy family. I'm now a mother of 2 children. Bai Xiajun was curled up in a corner, shivering. At that moment, the praying mantis caught another one. Only Bai Xiajun was left. He was also extremely dumbfounded. Was there really such a monster? It didn't care whether it was cold or raw, whether it was a plant or an animal, and it didn't care whether it was male or female. This didn't conform to the laws of nature. Voila! After a moment, the large mantis came out and grabbed the last one. It's going to be my turn soon. Bai Xiajun's face was filled with despair. He decided to turn off the live broadcast. He couldn't bear to look at this scene. Life was already so difficult, and he still had to let people watch. This Chinky can't do it. Everyone was excited and in high spirits. Don't. My roommate wants to watch it for 10 more minutes before he dies. I have a friend who's very interested in this matter. He's willing to donate 10 rockets. In an instant, the screen was full of rockets. The entire live broadcast room was pushed to the top. Bai Xiajun was also stunned. Looking at the overwhelming gifts, he gritted his teeth and continued the live broadcast. Chapter 515. So it's you. The entire wizard community was still cleaning up the closing ceremony of the PvP final, and cleaning up the tables and chairs in the arena. However, everyone stopped what they were doing. Was this a strange encounter mission? On the first day of the game's launch, there was already such an explosive mission? This was too showy. Many people expressed their opinions. The game has just been released, and it's already so exciting at the beginning. It's really rare. This live broadcast room is very interesting. Reward. I want to fire the Emperor. How can the game planning team be so insensible? Isn't the aristocratic system open yet? Someone immediately started to pretend, but it was unknown whether they were really rich or not. In short, the stream room was completely exploding with gifts. Looking at the bullet comments and the endless stream of gifts, Bai Xiaojun never dreamed that she would one day become a big streamer and make a fortune. But she still had a very complicated feeling. I've become a big streamer. He was lying in the corner, tied up, and his face was blank. He had never thought that he would encounter such a strange thing. It was too horrifying. One by one, he was captured, and the strange sounds kept coming. What's that monster inside? It's so brutal. But the average time is quite short? This thought inexplicably appeared in his mind, and even he himself was shocked. Perhaps the reward had made him lose himself and even began to find ways to accept it. Kakat. The door suddenly opened, and Kha'Zix strode out, reaching out to grab him. This is the last one. Let's finish it as soon as possible. Woo. The moment he was lifted up, his heart completely collapsed. He screamed and struggled crazily. His eyes were wide open, and his face was twisted. No one could withstand such devastation. Mantis was also confused. Why are you screaming so miserably? The trees from before had never been so exaggerated. This tree was very special. Ha 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 ha. Oh my god. She's screaming like a pig being slaughtered. She's just like a resentful little wife. This game is great. I like it. My ass. You guys have to understand that this is a game adventure, and you might even have won. The mother's position is elevated because of the sun, and you gave birth to a tree baby with heaven-defying qualifications. It has high HP and defense, and from then on, you've reached the peak of your life. The group of people completely cried out. This melon was big and sweet. The anti-fans and internet water army were also very excited. He didn't have a chance to slander her just now, but now he had a chance. There were two types of anti-fans now. The first type was hired by a rich father, and the second type was spontaneous scattered anti-fans. They were jealous and wanted to defame you on the forum when they saw that your game was doing well. Where there were people, there would be disputes. This was not only true for games, but also for novels. Ha! I've finally got the chance. Let's report them. They stared at the image and their breathing became rapid. Inform the sugar daddy. We'll take this job. The leader, a lean man, looked nervous. Script, brothers over there, finish your script first. He, passionate about learning? If you're passionate about learning in this area, you'll also be doomed. Everything is ready. Create a shock headline. A certain game actually, it's the beginning. A group of people was already ready, waiting for him to start acting and take screenshots to leave evidence. Kakat. Everyone's eyes were anxiously looking at the live broadcast room. Bai Xiaojun was in despair. He made a final struggle against his fate. Brothers, I'll bite my tongue to commit suicide later. It's useless. Do you see that mysterious arrow of light? Someone immediately analyzed, according to my deduction, this is some kind of special secret treasure. The Cupid's arrow that made you fall in love, you would not be able to love yourself. We can only hope that the monster inside isn't too ugly. Bai Xiaojun immediately expressed that he would commit suicide. Don't worry. Don't die, life is full of hope. Brothers, let's go and give our rewards. Let's start from the beginning. This song is for you. It accompanied me through the most difficult times. I once failed in my business and was in debt of 830,000 yuan. My wife ran away, leaving me with a son who was still in primary school. As long as the heart is there, the dream will be there, and there is still true love between heaven and earth. Hang in there, brothers. Cheer him on and sing with me full of positive energy. How can one see the rainbow without experiencing the wind and rain? No one can succeed easily and grasp every touch of life. And sing? Full of hot-blooded encouragement? Instructor Chicken Soup, you want me to get through? Bai Xiaojun was carried on his shoulder, and his face was filled with despair. These guys looked serious and hot-blooded, full of positive energy, but in fact, it was clear what they were thinking. He was not a young man, so who would believe them? He suddenly wanted to go offline, but at the same time, he wanted to live stream to get money. After all, he had been constantly tipping her, and it was almost 100,000 yuan. Even if he sold his moral integrity by weight, it would not be able to sell for 100,000 yuan. Ding! Ding! A private message came from the station. This was a private message that could only be sent after adding a friend. Bai Ziajun took a closer look and saw that it was his girlfriend. As expected, his girlfriend still found out about this. He couldn't help but sigh. His girlfriend was just as anxious as he was at this moment. He empathized with her and opened the private message. My dear. Hang in there, do your best. This time, I won't mind being cuckolded. As long as my heart is there, my dream will be there. We can buy a house now. Good luck. Bai Ziajun was completely dumbfounded. I didn't expect you to be such a forgiving girlfriend. But I don't want you to be so forgiving. Ta ta ta. He was carried into the room in a daze. The dark wooden walls and strange torture devices made the scene very strange. Previously, the animals had all fallen to the ground with their faces red. An unknown tree creature with a ferocious and terrifying aura was tied to the pillar. It seemed to be imprisoned and could not move. This hidden dungeon was very strange. When the netizens saw this, they couldn't help but feel excited in their anticipation. They looked at it with excitement in their hearts, but they felt. This tree looked a little familiar. He looks a little familiar. Looking at its legs, it's obviously the type of tree that can run. The surrounding people started discussing intensely. At this moment, this tree man was handsome and tall, but his face was numb. He looked helplessly at the tree that had been sent in. Another tree. I've had enough. Can't you hurry up today? In an instant, everyone's minds exploded, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Oh. It seemed. Mud. UN. Green. Flowers. Countless people were flabbergasted, so shocked that they could not say a word. No one would have thought that fate would be so coincidental. A random new player who entered the instance dungeon would actually encounter a person who had disappeared for a long time. Now, his life seemed to be very special. His 1,000 comrades from the same server could no longer remain calm. After being missing for so long, never logging off, and unable to be contacted, he was actually enjoying life here, indulging in it and forgetting about home. Cold and indifferent? He had never expected that his tree life had already reached the peak. Bastard, this guy is having fun here by himself? At first, I was a little worried about this tree player, but it turns out that he's also an acquaintance. It'll be fine if we digest it internally. I'm relieved. After all, we're all brothers. Who's with who? Bai Ziajun was also completely stunned. It was you. Yuan King Hua turned out to be a serious person among the players. Although he was occasionally a little funny, he did not expect him to be so disgusting. It was really hard to know a person's heart. However, he still had to greet her first and let her recognize him. Thinking of this. View. Bai Ziajun trembled slightly, then quickly winked at Yuan King Hua and made a gesture. It was the secret signal for them to start a fight. Yuan King Hua was in a daze and was shocked by the tree man in front of him. A team gesture? He shook his body and suddenly said to the mantis beside him, Brother Mantis, can you go out for a while? I really like this tree man and want to enjoy it all to myself. Kha'Zix looked at the treants on both sides. Previously, this Azura Deo had looked lifeless. Had he found his true love now? It's great that you can take the initiative. The survival rate is very high. Kha'Zix thought for a moment and didn't doubt him. He picked up the light arrow again. If you're playing tricks, you'll still have to go through the necessary punishment procedures. Don't blame me for increasing the amount. Voila! Kha'Zix strode out. There were only 2 trees left in the house. Bai Ziajun took a deep breath and looked at him warily. She immediately put on a fierce look and said, Yuan King Hua, have you opened the door to a new world? But don't worry, I respect you very much and won't discriminate against you. As long as you don't lay a hand on me, we're still good brothers. He had his own plans and was very nervous. Now that he was at the mercy of others, he had to be fiercer. Otherwise, once he compromised, he would be. He was trembling. Brother, don't be so excited. At this moment, the mighty treant hanging on the pillar quickly explained, it's not what you think. Listen to me. But before that, the NPCs outside will notice something is wrong. You have to wake up first, then I'll explain it to you. Why are you screaming? Bai Ziajun couldn't help but open his mouth. The next second, he realized what was going on. His expression gradually became dull, and he suddenly looked very sad. Brother, I'm not familiar with this business. Why don't you do it? Yuan King Hua was also very sad. Although I'm very familiar with the business, the other party is very familiar with my voice. The two of them looked at each other face to face, and it was extremely dangerous. However, Bai Ziajun still tried to open his mouth. Ah! Ha 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 ha! The live broadcast room suddenly burst into laughter, and their stomachs cramped. When the praying mantis outside heard the sound, it was instantly satisfied. It muttered to itself, "This is much better than using the arrow of 100 flowers to reproduce. Natural reproduction has a high survival rate. They're both trees, but it seems like they've found their true love." In the dark room, Yuan King Hua had never expected that there would be players among the captured creatures. While he was shocked, he immediately reacted. The first thing he said was, "Big brother, please don't tell anyone about my dark history. You have to keep it a secret. It's not what you think. I'm still a very serious person." I know. It's a secret, I'm super strict." Bai Ziajun nodded. The live stream room outside started to flood with comments. Right, he didn't expect to be live streaming at all. He's too young and can't keep up with the times. We can already turn on live streaming mode now, okay? I really want to know his expression when he sees the public hot discussion when he goes offline, funny. At that moment, Yuan King Hua looked at Bai Ziajun's frightened eyes and couldn't help but say, "Things are not as you think. I'm still innocent, I'm still pure. I was just kissing them, and they were just suffocated and unconscious." Bai Ziajun was still shouting, so that the praying mantis outside would not suspect anything. His heart felt sour. "You're pure my ass. I heard it from outside. I don't believe I won't do anything. Yes, your soul is pure. I believe you just kissed them one by one." Bai Ziajun tried not to anger him. After all, this was very scary. He vaguely felt the fear of seeing a soul. It was as if he was walking on thin ice, and he did not dare to provoke her. This was murder. "You don't understand." Yuan King Hua was also anxious and stomped her feet in anger. Looking at the other party's frightened expression, he hurriedly explained again, "That thing is a deva's strange technique. It's the love god's 100 flower arrow. It has a special and strange ability. As long as two creatures are penetrated, they will kiss and give birth to a baby." Bai Ziajun hid further and further away, looking at him in horror, as if saying, "Don't lie to me. Only a child would believe that. A kiss will give birth to a baby? Wasn't this what the parents of the common folk used to say when they were young? He's not what you think he is." Yuan King Hua was completely excited and said hurriedly, "The special characteristics of this arrow of 100 flowers. The two people who are hit will only be unable to resist kissing, and then they will have children." This didn't make sense. Was she that pure? Bai Ziajun was shocked. He seemed to believe him. He looked at him and asked, "Really? So you're in this situation?" "Yup. The Celestials are just that proud and pure." Yuan King Hua quickly said in a low voice, "This ability is extremely strange. It's a fusion talent that can exchange genes with a kiss. It's very terrifying. Hence, the love flower is one of the big shots of the path of the heaven-born. The arrow of 100 flowers was known to be an ability that surpassed the race. To lead the marriage of the path of the heaven-born. The path of the heaven-born?" Bai Ziajun felt strange. Yuan King Hua couldn't help but cry. Otherwise, how could I, a tree, be with animals, fish, and all kinds of strange creatures? The path of hungry ghosts. Only then did Bai Ziajun recover from his fear. That's right, under normal circumstances, how could this tree reproduce with other creatures? Bai Ziajun was speechless. 10,000 rushed past, and his heart was as exciting as a roller coaster. The entire broadcast room was speechless. This wasn't the result they wanted. This was all talk and no action. Some of the rich people who were spamming gifts were also dumbfounded. "I spammed money just to see this?" His heart ached. He felt that this was a scam. He had spent money, and now he was showing him the happy yang. The ability of this extraordinary world is an innate ability. Ha ha ha. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? This car was really going to the kindergarten, and holding hands would give birth to a baby? A kiss can make you pregnant? She's too innocent and cute. In the perception of the goddess of love, Could it be that this is the reason for her special talent? Isn't that a little similar to the nature of evil gods? That love flower is so innocent. Everyone was speechless. The scene was so simple. This game doesn't follow the rules. It doesn't love learning. Although it's hard to say, it's actually scamming people and making them have the wrong perception. I've been waiting for so long, and this is all you're telling me. The Internet Water Army, who had already begun to excitedly write black material, held their pens and trembled. They were silent, and their faces were as black as charcoal. They had never expected such a situation. It was such a fresh and pure scene. Chapter 516. Of course, I choose to forgive him. Under such a scene, everyone was silent. The god of love's 100 flowers actually had such a magical operation, giving birth to a baby with a kiss. He had actually dodged the danger of 404 so cleverly. The people in the live broadcast room could not help but exclaim how excellent he was. This time, the anti-fans and Internet Water Army who had been prepared for a long time were probably also dumbfounded. Their scalps were numb from the show. But you were screaming so miserably, and we thought you were in some kind of happiness, having so much fun that you forgot about home. It was a waste of feelings. Many people imagined the scene and felt that it was very shocking and unimaginable. All of a sudden, their hearts could not help but feel numb and panic. They felt a chill down their backs. If they were to put themselves in his shoes, it was not easy for this brother of theirs. He's a ruthless man. He's a hero. The first player in the history of the game. To be honest, the people in the live broadcast room were still very shocked and admired him. They didn't make fun of him anymore. Life was already so difficult. This was the pain in every man's heart. At this time, Yuan Qinghua did not know about the live broadcast and thought that the secret had fallen into everyone's eyes. She kept explaining her experience. The flow of time is different. This world was divided into the path of the heaven-born, the path of animals, the path of the human world. We're on the animal path, which has the lowest flow of time. It's the same as the Magus community's time flow, 1 to 1 year. So, the food industry we've noticed before is just the tip of the iceberg. Above us, there are 2 spaces with different time flows. The monster we encountered earlier descended from there. The flow of time, can you explain it? Bai Ziajun saw the questions on the bullet screen and said. Next, under everyone's shocked gazes, a terrifying new world view was revealed. This world had 3 layers of time flow, 1 day, 1 year, 10 years, and 100 years. Isn't this too unbelievable? It's actually this kind of structure. It's simply an infinite possibility. Everyone started to discuss the background of this scary game. At that moment, 6,000 people had entered the game. On the first day of the live stream, Yuan Qinghua, who had gone missing, came out to explain and educate everyone about the world. Everyone felt that it was a program deliberately arranged by the operator. In any case, this live stream and the promotion were simply too successful. At this moment, Yuan Qinghua still didn't know that the outside world was watching him. He continued to explain. And each Dao cannot stay in another world for a long time. Therefore, it is impossible to completely occupy another Dao. Love flower, that arrow can only be used a few times. I will be brought to the path of the heaven-born regularly for research and experiments. I will also be recharged with the arrow. When I was about to be killed by the repulsive force, he threw me down to ease the pain and let the big mantis guard the gap between the animal path. And they pushed me to the heavenly emperor realm in order for me to give birth to offspring. We'll make use of our evolutionary characteristics to evolve into a killing species that will be used as the Hungry Ghost Path's war weapon to fight for them. Everyone in the live broadcast room was completely silent. Hungry Ghost Path? What's with the ancestor of the Hungry Ghost Path? He's the leader of a race? Perhaps this is a great benefit, one of the progenitors of the 6 realms. They suddenly felt a little envious. If it was only Lays. It seemed that the benefits were not bad. When this thought came to their minds, they were actually a little tempted. Let me do it. After all, everyone who caught up with the times had achieved great success. For example, Cutie Pie, Green Vine Mother, and Belle, as the wizard ancestor, had created the wizard tribe and led an era. There are so many talents on the internet. Bai Ziajun looked at the bullet screen. He's selling his moral integrity. I guess even if he really becomes a father, he'll still be willing to go all out. Bai Xiaojun felt that he should not underestimate the various people on the internet. They were too shameless and extremely shameless, but he was different. It was his wife who made him persist, and that was why he could hold on until now. It was definitely not a problem of the gifts. Yuan King Hua continued. I haven't been out for the past few days because I've been learning foreign languages. Ve been learning the native language. You must know that there are currently 5 common languages in this world. They're very terrifying. Even I've only learned a part of one of them. Everyone was speechless. 5 common languages? Many of the students were dumbfounded. They were already in tears when they learned English, but this game in front of them required them to be proficient in 5 languages in order to play happily. They couldn't help but burst into tears. I'm proficient in 5 different languages, why am I still playing games here? It seemed that the taste was still familiar. This online game loved to learn, but the natives didn't speak Chinese. If you wanted to play the game, you had to learn a new language. After all, research has shown that learning a new language can develop the brain. Even the elderly can learn a foreign language, which can greatly reduce the probability of dementia. They kept trying to understand the game's structure and worldview, and Yuan King Hua continued. Right now, I'm learning the main language of the beast path. Then, I'll create a dictionary and use harmony as a replacement for words. I'll quickly master it and sell it in the wizard community for 500 meditation coins for a dictionary. Awesome! Brother! Bai Xiaojun felt inspired. The current Kangja. He was very touched and gave him a thumbs up. This big brother was so miserable. He was locked up in such a place and had such terrible experiences every day, but he still wanted to create a dictionary to make money and benefit the public. Yuan King Hua quickly shook her head and smiled. You're too kind. You're also very strong. If I were you and heard this from the outside, I would most likely misunderstand and kill myself in fear. How could I have survived until now? Bai Xiaojun naturally wouldn't say that the netizens had given them rockets to survive until now. Instead, she praised each other, likewise. We're all very strong and have amazing willpower. Same to you. Yuan King Hua laughed and was very satisfied. This kind of situation should be kept a secret and would not be revealed to the outside world. She could not help but think of what would happen next. Brother, you have to find a way to survive from now on. Bai Xiaojun was startled, and only then did he realize that he was still in danger. There was still a huge mantis outside. If he stayed here, it would be like catching a turtle in a jar, and he would die. He could not help but have a serious expression. There's someone listening outside. Although I'm still calling out to him so that he won't be suspicious, what should we do? This was a boss battle. The two of them had to think of a way to defeat the boss outside. Yuan King Hua was silent for a moment, then muttered, we can't beat him at the moment. If you don't get pregnant, that big mantis will definitely suspect you and you'll die. So, if you don't want to die, you have to. He silently looked at the arrow of 100 flowers. Bai Xiaojun was speechless. Why? Pregnant? His head was buzzing and his heart was in shock. Tears were streaming down his face. I've taken so many turns, but I still ended up on this path? What the heck? 2333. This game is so fun. Suddenly, an ID called Medical Little Sweetie posted, good luck. Everyone was a frequent member of the wizarding community, so they immediately reacted. Wasn't this ID the girlfriend of learning medicine to save the other world? In the end, the bullet screen was filled with encouragement and all kinds of gifts. The Empress actually came to the live broadcast room. She's probably shocked to death. I must be strong. Empress, hold on. As long as you can live, even if there's a little green on your head. To be honest, I have Doraemon's treasure bag. The forgiveness hat, as long as... Medical student Little Tian, don't worry. Of course, I'll forgive him. Everyone was speechless. What a simple answer, what an understanding man. What more could he ask for if he had such a girlfriend? At that moment, Yuan King Hua was looking at Bai Xiaojun, as if she was planning to drag him down with her. As long as she had the same dark history as her, she was not afraid that he would not keep it a secret. Bai Xiaojun took a deep breath. He knew that this guy was most likely trying to trick him. In a battle of wits and courage, he would not be able to outplay the other party if he did not have some skills. However, This was the live broadcast room, and countless people were staring at it. Once he died, wouldn't his reputation be destroyed? He still had other ways after all. He held his head high and said, in such a desperate situation, I can use the arrow of 100 flowers, but I refuse. Because we are not of a different species, we are all trees. Naturally, we can receive powder like normal flowers. Chapter 517. Promotion of the main plot. Normal trees were indeed spread by pollen. Bai Ziajun had studied medicine before, so she was naturally very proficient in herbology. She immediately saw through Yuan King Hua's plan to drag her into the water. Your flower, come here. He walked over to the tree man tied to the iron pillar, shook the flower of the tree expressionlessly, and shook out some pollen. Then, he calmly completed the process of pollen transfer on himself. The process was very ordinary. Everyone was extremely disappointed. Although this was also a form of communication between trees, it was not the kind that they wanted. No passion, no initiative. A lot of Fujashis were watching the live broadcast, and they suddenly felt extremely anxious. They were screaming in their hearts. This wasn't the scene of a gay relationship that he wanted. At the very least, they should kiss. It was such a fun game, but they didn't follow the routine. It wasn't exciting at all. However, some male netizens did not have such a hobby. After all, according to a sexual orientation survey on the internet, most men were disgusted when they saw two men together. On the other hand, women were the opposite. They were disgusted by two women and excited when two beautiful men were flirting with each other. This was a very special social psychological phenomenon. At this time, when the male netizens saw this scene, they only felt that this person was so terrifying. He actually saw through the other party's plot. It was a pity that he could not watch this explosive show. After all, under normal circumstances, in this kind of tense and stalemate situation, ordinary people really couldn't break through the dead angle of thinking and do this. Oh. This kid is definitely not simple. We were singing a hot-blooded song to disturb his mind and make him lose his mind. He didn't fall for it. The netizens outside in the live broadcast room were still wailing madly and feeling heartbroken. They felt that they had missed out on 100 million yuan. Bai Ziajun couldn't be bothered with those idiots who wanted to mess with him. They just wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Fortunately, he was smart. Is this okay? Bai Ziajun asked. She was a little nervous as she watched the pollen being delivered. Yuan King Hua took a deep breath. Seeing that the other party was not fooled, she could not help but say, nod. It's fine, but it may not succeed in one try. After all, if you're not shot by the arrow of the 100 flowers, you won't have a 100% chance of giving birth to offspring. Then we'll just have to try a few more times. Bai Ziajun thought for a moment and said, I am imprisoned here anyway. I can even live on and buy time. The other party will not kill me. In fact, after thinking about it, Bai Ziajun also felt that this player who was locked up had made a big profit. He was only being kissed. He was pushed to the level 7 Heavenly Emperor realm by the entire path of the Heavenborn, and even at the cost of the old life of the previous Heavenly Monarch. They were not cabbages. Furthermore, he had become the first ancestor of the Hungry Ghost path. It was undeniable that it looked very funny now. He was locked up, but he was riding on the train of the times. According to this worldview, it was very likely to be related to the 6 paths of reincarnation. To be called one of the ancestors of the Hungry Ghost path of the 6 paths, it was simply amazing. It wasn't that there were no lessons from the past. Wasn't Wizard Ancestor Bell, the laurel tree, and the green vine of Mother Earth suppressed for hundreds of years the same? He would definitely have a bright future, so he had to take the opportunity to build a good relationship. He immediately had a plan in his heart. Yuan King Hua might be the next wizard ancestor or green vine Mother Earth in the future. Both sides were scheming against each other. Both of them were experienced players. In this instance dungeon, how should they deal with their relationship with each other in order to work together? Cough cough cough. Bai Ziajun was the first to speak. Yuan King Hua, you're a talent in combat. You came in third in the PvP finals, but you're confined. I'm not good at combat, so I'm just helping the district server refine medicine and improve my realm. Although I am free, I am still weak. If we want to escape this hell mode instance dungeon, we need to plan for the long term. At this time, Yuan Qinghua had completely thought highly of the other party and did not fall into her own trap. She also said, "You are an alchemist. Perhaps you can use this time to research some potions and do something. After all, the pharmacy of this world is still very novel. However, don't let them find out that you're an Azura. After all, they only need one stallion, and they don't have to pay such a huge price to produce another one at the Heavenly Emperor level. If you're discovered, you might die and be subjected to all sorts of lethal experiments." Everyone in the live stream was eating melon seeds as they listened to them seriously talk about the dungeon-conquering content. They became more serious. This was what a normal player would do. He had the attitude of a pro player who had conquered a hell mode dungeon. From a certain perspective, this is indeed a hell mode instance dungeon. It is very difficult. However, if we manage to escape, the rewards will be huge. It's equivalent to obtaining a Heavenly Emperor level player, the ancestor of the Hungry Ghoul path. The rewards are simply generous. It's very in line with the settings of online games. The higher the difficulty, the better the reward. This is a chain of large-scale main storyline missions, right? How are we going to help them escape? Some netizens were discussing it in the live broadcast room. I don't think it'll be possible in a short period of time. Someone immediately said and became serious. But after a period of time, this group of players will grow up. They might be able to work together from the inside and attack this instance dungeon. They can sneak an attack on the giant mantis and catch it off guard. Everyone couldn't help but discuss it seriously and excitedly. They really suspected that the game's production team had done it on purpose. This was a common setting for newbie quests. The opening plot of traditional online games also started with an NPC being locked in a cage, and the player happened to encounter it. Then, the player would say, "Young hero, I am imprisoned here by an evil existence." Then, he introduced the background of the world and the race settings of the game. At this time, he said that the players were called the Azura race. Moreover, the main mission had also been set. It was to save the trapped ancestor of the Path of Hungry Ghoul, who was a member of the Azura Path. However, the NPCs of the main plot mission target to be saved, were all the players themselves. Oh my god, this game is too showy. This game is too fun. Many people sat in front of their computers and exclaimed. Their eyes were bright. To be able to encounter such a game in their lifetime, they only felt extremely happy. It was too cool. The other cheap online games outside couldn't do this at all, okay? The degree of freedom was extremely high. Just as everyone was praising him, another shocking scene occurred. The people in the live broadcast room shouted. "Brothers, quickly look at the main plot of this game. It's progressing again." Clang! The simple dark red door suddenly opened. The big mantis was speaking in a language that the players couldn't understand. It was fat and ferocious, and it was mumbling. "Are you two done?" It looked around at the trees and the animals on the ground, as if it did not notice the disguise of the two tree men. "Good, very good. Next is another pregnancy preparation. Eat and drink well. I hope you can meet the requirements of the celestial beings above." In fact, the praying mantis was also very glad that it had cooperated this time. After all, it did not dare to disobey the request of the devas. Not to mention the survival rate, it had to give birth to at least 100 children every stage. Otherwise, it would be finished. Furthermore, if it survived, the hungry ghost warrior that survived would also receive great benefits. After that, Bai Ziajun and the other animals were placed in a new room. They were fed well every day and were well nourished. They were about to give birth. The days passed by. It was worth mentioning that although you could watch live streams in the wizard community, you couldn't stay there for a long time. Although it was a year, a character had to go through 1000 players rotation every day. Each person could only log in for 1 or 2 hours and watch the live stream for a short while. Soon, the players who had experienced countless waves took turns to come online and watch the live broadcast. Half a day had passed, which was equivalent to 4 months. The animals inside were also quickly born under the terrifying 100 flower arrows. Horned horses, fish, and strange flowers were all born. However, it was obvious that they were stillborn, or they were born deformed. They were naturally complete and died after a few days. On the other hand, after pollinating Bai Ziajun's flower bud, it began to bear a bright pink fruit. "I'm finally rich. I've failed for the 1375th time. I'm finally on the verge of success. The Deva will definitely give me the greatest gift. On this day, the mantis began to jump up and down in excitement, wishing that it could be given nutrition every day. This 4-month-old fruit is full of life energy it's about to give birth. I think this will work. It's true love indeed, the survival rate is very high. The mantis was very excited. How powerful were the celestials? Any random gift would benefit him for life. Unexpectedly. Ran. Want. Live. It's over. Everyone in the live broadcast room was speechless. The opening plot of this game was so exciting. They looked at the bright red fruit on the treant's head and felt that it was simply too terrifying. Also, this grey praying mantis was clearly the villain boss, but why did it have an inexplicable sense of cuteness? It made it seem as if it was going to have a wife soon. 4 months was only half a day for the server to be launched. Everyone started discussing it. The carefully designed main plot of the game is simply amazing. I've blown the design team's trumpet. It's so immersive. Everyone agreed with the topic of immersion. After all, was there any better way to immerse oneself in the game as the main storyline NPC? No, it was simply an innovative game idea that transcended the era. This was the embodiment of a high degree of freedom. Game design team, I've killed so many brain cells to design such an exciting game storyline, it's very immersive. I'll just ask you a question. 666, I didn't expect that after 4 months of pregnancy, you're really going to give medical studies little Tian, your husband is going to give birth. You two haven't gotten married yet, but he's already going to be a mother soon. Wonder JGG. Of course I choose to forgive him, funny. Sigh, everyone, don't tell me it's really a baby with high aptitude. Some people were very curious. In my opinion, a mother's honor is dependent on her son. This pair of loving parents gave birth to a heaven-defying son, and that's how he reached the peak. Some people were very confident because this was a very traditional plot. It was the normal routine. However, prenatal education is very important. I suggest that someone should study more martial arts for self-cultivation. After birth, their combat power will be inhuman. Some people suggested. Wait, according to the Deva, this kind of hungry ghost is a beast that only knows how to kill. Brother, aren't you in the field of pharmaceutics? Do some research and come up with a medicine to offset the side effects, so that you won't be born with an idiot. I suggest drinking some deer milk. The child will be very smart. The entire live broadcast room had been reduced to a mother and child live broadcast room and had become the strongest overlord in the entire online game live broadcast room. Countless people had given gifts and everyone was discussing it with great interest. The main plot of this game was too awesome. Exciting, novel, and interesting. Everyone was excited. This operation was really a show. At the same time, her motherly love was overflowing, and all kinds of insights were being sold, creating a process of baby raising. After all, the degree of freedom was so high, and the world had infinite possibilities. It was up to them how they wanted to train it. On the other side of the live stream room, 4 months had passed, and only a few of the 6,000 players had been eliminated. There were still 4,000 players alive. Everyone was surprised when they heard the numbers from the players. These animals came prepared this time. I guess everyone is an expert in wilderness survival. They have done their homework and are especially good at hiding. Some players even started to encounter each other. They quickly formed teams, dug underground huts on the ground, built ovens, started farming, and raised livestock. We've entered the farming era, we're simply going to live forever. The game's production team says, they've made a huge loss by letting them play this game. This was an unexpected situation. Although the flow of time was different, and most people could only watch the live broadcast in the Wizard community, some online users still recorded and broadcasted it and posted it on the forums. Some well-known review players even commented on it daily, forming a whole new business chain in the germinal organization. A host sat in front of the screen. 4 months have passed, and most of the players have evolved. The highest number of animal-type players in the first 3 servers have reached Tier 3. There are more than 100 of them who have completed the threefold evolution. However, it is obvious that the first 3 tiers will allow them to evolve quickly by hunting crazily and obtaining natural treasures. The speed will slowly decrease in the future. Tier 4 will be the first threshold. His voice was very serious, like a weather forecaster on TV. As for the plant-type players in the 3 regional servers, because they can't move, they go around hunting for prey. Their training progress is still not as good. There are also a few players who have reached Tier 3 and can move. They have also started to group up. Oh! We can clearly see that these 2 plant players are pollinating each other, as if they want to give birth to one. After all, between vegetable players, this is only growing on one of their own branches, so it's not a big deal. This is the advantage that animal players can't compare to. Unless they dared to. Ha 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 ha. In the house, he sat in front of the computer. Su Ji flipped through the interesting comments and was a little addicted. He had no experience in online games, not to mention such a novel virtual reality online game. The kind of game that wore virtual equipment only appeared in novels and movies. It was unprecedented, so he naturally did not know how the response would be. Furthermore, he had even carefully set the time difference region to balance the players and the natives. From the looks of it, the response was still very enthusiastic within half a day of the launch. It's not bad. Su Ji immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that everyone was very satisfied, he was also quite satisfied. He kept moving the mouse. This online gaming world in the food industry is going smoother than I thought. After all, he had to try. The sorcerer world, the lava world, the ancient tree world. Every world view was created by one's own experiments. If one did not conduct various experiments and obtain data, how could they be as brilliant as the worlds today and have the obvious characteristics of the major worlds? Knowledge is power, such as the 9 revolutions mysterious art, Thulhu evil god, the god of death's eternal life. These heaven-defying cultivation methods are knowledge, genetic talent is knowledge, and the birth of living things is also a kind of knowledge. Su Ji opened his eyes slightly and reappeared in the Samsara temple. The path to the Supreme is paved with endless knowledge. He suddenly remembered the first sentence he had said in the sorcerer world, wisdom was the power of all. It seems quite interesting. Su Ji shook his head. An online game formed from an indigenous world that has completely integrated with a large number of players. The current world has just been formed, and the rules are very rough. It's as if there's nothing. There's no strict hierarchy or system division. I'll have to rely on these guys to help me settle it. I'll develop it to glory. After all, these guys were very good at these things and built the Magus community so beautifully. Su Ji strolled out of the Samsara palace as he thought about this. He found that the entire netherworld had been renewed, and there were even several new employees. They were obviously recruited by Mengpo, but they were all very ugly. Chapter 518. The Perfect Reincarnation. The pitch-black netherworld, the road to the netherworld, the bridge of helplessness, the 3 life stone. The long queue was very orderly. Su Ji walked slowly among them and looked at the 3 creatures he had just recruited. They were very ugly, fresh, and refined, and looked very fierce. As expected, the style here was still normal. It was very in line with the reincarnation of the netherworld and did not look like the path of animals. Those guys had already started the live broadcast. The server has been open for half a day. Let's see how things are developing here. Su Ji sorted out his thoughts and came to Mengpo's side. Shangguan Man had already abandoned the water dispenser from before. He was sitting at the head of the bridge of helplessness and feeding her soup non-stop. He was very old-fashioned. He was slightly surprised to see Su Ji and quickly stood up. No need to be so polite, Su Ji laughed. Shangguan Man hung up the closed sign and walked towards the Samsara palace. Over the years, I've successfully recruited the black and white ghosts according to your requirements. The black and white impermanences were originally genderless and split into 2, 1 male and 1 female, 1 yin and 1 yang. They are twins, and their attributes repel each other. When they attack together, their combat power is very exaggerated. They can deal with the instigators of hell and some other miscellaneous matters. Su Ji looked into the distance. He saw 2 strange zombie-like creatures with long tongues and faces as white as paper maintaining order on the road to the netherworld in the distance. He could not help but nod. Originally 1 person? Split into a man and a woman? It was not bad. After all, he didn't intend to completely match the ancient myths. It was unrealistic to make the reincarnation hell he created exactly the same. Su Ji looked around and could not help but ask, I've never seen anyone with such talent in the Book of Life and Death before. Shangguan Man quickly replied, yes. It was cultivated. Previously, I kept receiving reincarnated people and saw one person who was born genderless. He was gender-neutral deformed child and had been discriminated against for generations. When I looked at him carefully, found that this person was extremely strange, as if the chaos had yet to open, and yin and yang were vaguely separated. There were signs of schizophrenia, and his talent had not yet taken shape. I felt that it was somewhat similar to my childhood, and my heart was moved. After generations of reincarnation, I secretly entered the mortal world to guide and correct its life. I guided the talent to what I wanted, and it finally took shape. Su Ji's heart sank. He corrected his talent through secret influence. This was doable. After all, it was the accumulation of the obsession of generations of lives. If he continued to secretly influence the lives of the other party's generations, he could influence the direction of the development of the other party's talent and induce it to form. After all, I think, so I'm here. However, this was not easy and would require a lot of time and effort. Su Ji suddenly felt that he had found a reliable person. Shangguan Man was such a perfectionist. Otherwise, he would not have shown him that kind of horrifying, gentle and charming smile from time to make him ugly and short in order to fit the image of Meng Po. He immediately felt at ease. Finally, he had a reliable subordinate who he could fully hand over to manage. Su Ji could not help but say to Shangguan Man, it's been hard on you. In order to create a suitable talent for it, I guided it through several reincarnations. It's not hard. Shangguan Man shook his head, feeling flattered. He quickly said, it's just my duty to go to the samsara to guide suitable existences. However, during this period of time, in order to pursue the perfection of talent, I only guided the black and white impermanences. I haven't found the rest of the judges, ox head and horse face. Su Ji did not mind. He could just take it slow. Black and white impermanences, come and greet His Majesty. Shangguan Man waved his hand, his voice hoarse and old. Soon, from the road to the netherworld in the distance, a pair of twins, one black and one white, who seemed to be carved from the same mold, suddenly and slowly merged together, like a Sichuan opera with a face change, half of the body black and half white, slowly bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Get up and continue with your work. Su Ji said. Yes. The black and white impermanences stood up, curiosity flashing in their eyes. This was the emperor that Granny Meng had mentioned? However, they didn't dare to stay for long, splitting into two to continue maintaining the order of the Yellow Springs Road. After all, in the current reincarnation cycle, the Yellow Springs Road was getting more and more crowded. It was a vast expanse with no end in sight. Shangguan Man had a hunched back, but he continued, although the remaining inferno talents are still missing, they have taken in a third person. Even though this person is not within the scope of recruitment that His Majesty has mentioned. I see it. How could Su Ji not have noticed the third creature? It was a skinny man in black clothes. He was sitting cross-legged on the edge of the three-life stone. He had no flesh on his body, and his skin was wrapped in bones. He looked more like a skeleton, and his face was filled with excitement and obsession. He looked at the lives of others on the three-life stone, and it was disgusting. It had to be said that it was very shocking and in line with the spiritual appearance of the netherworld. He is unable to come and pay his respects to His Majesty. Shangguan Man gave a wry smile, cupped his fists and bowed, that's because he doesn't have a normal mind. He's crazy. Sometimes he's clear-headed, sometimes he's blurry. It's hard to communicate with him. He can be treated as a madman. Oh! Su Ji looked at the strange man who looked like a skeleton. Shangguan Man continued, his talent is very strange. He peeks at other people's privacy and goes around telling others. He also has an extremely terrifying memory. In his third life, he began to be a human. He was a crazy old woman. She peeked at men and women having sex, gossiped, and told her neighbors. In the end, she was beaten to death. In his seventh life, he was also alone, a crazy beggar. He was lying on the roof beam and peeking at a rich young master looking for women everywhere. He was so excited, but in the end, he was also beaten to death. Su Ji's eyelids twitched. This person's talent was to gossip? Gossip? Peeping into other people's privacy and gossiping everywhere? Shangwan Man said, he likes to pry into people's privacy and has good memory. As long as you ask him, he will tell you, that's why I thought of something. Since he likes to read it so much, why don't we let him read the Book of Life and Death and the 3 Life Stone? He can record the information of the entire netherworld and learn the secrets of all the living creatures in the world. Then, we can ask him when necessary. With his gossip, he'll definitely answer any questions. Su Ji's eyes darkened. He couldn't help but think highly of Shangwan Man. This was to let this gossipy fellow, who liked to peek into people's privacy, look at the Life and Death book and the 3 Life Stone. This would fulfill his desire for gossip. Then, it would become a humanoid library where he could find and ask questions at any time. It would naturally be much more convenient for a human search machine. How should such a creature be named? Shangwan Man said. Su Ji thought about it for a moment and suddenly laughed. Since its memory is so terrifying, and this living being likes to eavesdrop on other people's privacy so much that it's peeping at the secrets of all living beings in the world at all times. Why don't we just call him Diting? Diting. Shangwan Man's eyes gradually brightened, and he clapped his hands. As expected of your majesty, what a great mood. Chapter 519. Hell Dao. Su Ji just smiled. Truth Listener was just an original mythical name, but the current Inferno did indeed need the position of Truth Listener. Shangwan Man, the results of your management over the years have exceeded my expectations. Thank you for your praise, your majesty. Shangwan Man said humbly. Su Ji, on the other hand, was very satisfied. To be honest, he didn't even have a capable subordinate to take care of some things for him. Medusa, Little Phoenix, and Daoist Chang Shang? Caroline? Did she? These people didn't need to work for him because they were more useful. They were responsible for opening up new systems, as pioneers, fighting the unknown path of rank 9, and also the future heroes of the Zerg. As for Mother Earth Ivy, the racer of Mount Harana, and the alchemy monarch. It was undeniable that these players who rose up early were all very powerful. As time passed, their talents were outstanding, but they had too many flaws. All of them were poisonous. He was black-bellied, wretched, and full of cunning thoughts. Shangwan Man was a perfect fit. He was not talented in fighting, but he was upright and did not have as many flaws as the others. He was very worry-free and reliable in doing things. He was not sneaky or cunning. He was a rare talent in management. Perhaps, Shangwan Man can be the leader of my Zerg guards. Su Ji muttered to himself, after all, it's not easy to find a serious and reliable person to help with the management. At that moment, Shangwan Man did not know what Su Ji was thinking. When Shangwan Man saw that the emperor in charge of Samsara had fallen into silence, he thought that he was dissatisfied with Diting and quickly said, Diting. It's still very useful, and nothing can be hidden from it. It was it that let me know about the actions of the Dao of Azura. Oh. Su Ji was curious. Although the Dao of Azura does not allow one to enter the netherworld for reincarnation. It's recorded in the Book of Life and Death, but you can understand it indirectly. It means that you can understand every move of the Path of Azura from the dead living creatures that the Path of Azura came into contact with. Shangwan Man hurriedly walked to the side of the 3 Life Stone and said to Diting, what do you think of the living beings of the Azura Dao? This skinny man was originally peeking at the 3 Lives Stone nervously, but he suddenly became nosy and looked around nervously. After confirming that there were no outsiders, he said secretly, they are a bunch of perverts. There were all kinds of them, and they were all very sneaky. Sneak attacks, trickery, ass digging, and there were some logic that I couldn't understand. Kiting, tank, level, Pokemon. He began to explain in detail. Truth Listener even noticed that the players seemed to have some special communication divine power that allowed them to communicate with each other remotely. Su Ji's expression changed slightly. Even Diting peeked here? Had Shangwan Man already begun to target and try to understand the players who had descended into this world? Furthermore, they are constantly observing and investigating the actions of these foreign world beings. This was how a high-level figure in the world should act. Guard against any safety. He smiled. He needed a talent from hell who could control and fight with the players. You can indeed manage the netherworld well. Su Ji said. Shangwan Man lowered her head even more, revealing a gloomy, shy, and charming smile, but it was very creepy and her face blushed. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. I've been thinking about how I can do this job well and not let Your Majesty down. She was completely immersed in her character. The corners of Su Zhi's eyes twitched. That was the only bad thing about this. She was too serious in her work. It had become her instinct to scare people as a menpo. She seemed to be smiling at him deliberately. She probably wanted him to help her check if her smile was scary enough. What do you plan to do next? Su Zhi asked with a smile. What do you plan to do next? This was another test. Shangguan Man thought for a moment and answered seriously, those Azura Daos have a very strange way of thinking, but since they are part of our world, the origin of life, I want to try to get in touch with them, and even try to recruit some of them into the netherworld, to directly get in touch with one of their existences. In their language, there seemed to be some hidden mission, reward, NPC, and other strange vocabulary. I can vaguely understand it. You can do whatever you want. Su Zhi nodded. If Shangguan Man dared to do that, it meant that she was confident. At this time, Shangguan Man respectfully handed over a set of information and said, Your Majesty. This is your subordinate's plan for the future development of the netherworld. Su Zhi took the proposal and sat on the divine throne of the Samsara temple. The more he read, the more surprised he became. You want to build a city in the netherworld? Su Zhi put down the plan and asked. Yes, I am. Shangguan Man quickly spoke, but his voice was silent for a moment. He seemed to want to say something but stopped himself. After all, this had completely overturned the structure of the netherworld, and it might cause the emperor to be dissatisfied. Be more daring. Su Zhi said lightly. Shangguan Man took a deep breath to calm himself down before saying, after all, there is only one lonely yellow spring road in the netherworld. If they have to wait in line, they would have to wait for days. Instead of waiting on one road, they might as well build a city and let the dead souls live there. Su Zhi nodded. It was indeed much better than the rules of the netherworld that he had casually set up. Good idea. Since this city is the residence of ghosts and the dead, how about we call it Fengdu? Your Majesty is a genius. Shangguan Man took a closer look at the word and felt that it was as profound as Diting's name. He could not help but admire it even more, and said, at this moment, there are already the path of the heaven-born, the path of humanity, the path of the hungry ghost, the path of Azura, the path of the beast. There are 5 in total, so perhaps we can also call it one or the 6th path, a city for the dead to rest in their reincarnation. Su Zhi was silent for a moment. It's called the path of hell, a place for the dead to rest. From now on, there are 6 paths in this world, and the 6 paths have reincarnation. 6 paths of reincarnation. Shangguan Man took a closer look and felt that it was very fitting. The other 5 Daos were still fine, but the Dao of Azura referred to those outer realm creatures who called themselves players. After sorting out his thoughts, Shangguan Man spoke again, the 6 paths of reincarnation. We, Mengpo, the black and white impermanence, Diting, and the others. I'm in charge of the rules of the netherworld, free from karma, and in charge of reincarnation. But I think there's still one thing that needs to be perfected. Speak. Su Zhi sat high up, his voice emotionless. Shangguan Man bowed respectfully. Living beings in the cycle of reincarnation are constantly reincarnated. Generation after generation, their talents gradually become stronger. As for us who are in charge, we are not in the cycle of reincarnation and have been stagnant. In the long run, our talents will not be able to keep up with the progress of the times. We are really letting down our position. As such, I think that we, the division leaders, should take turns to reincarnate at regular intervals to temper ourselves. Reincarnation? Su Zhi muttered to himself as he continued to ponder. Mengpo, Diting, black and white impermanence, these supreme existences who had transcended karma, would take advantage of their vacation to reincarnate and enter the samsara to experience life and suffering? All right. Su Zhi laughed and said, it's a pretty good and complete system. One by one, eternal existences reincarnate into different paths. That's interesting. Shangguan Man bowed slightly. We don't have enough people at the moment. We'll reincarnate after we perfect it. The most important thing right now is that the netherworld should be established as Yedu. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to try and recruit some Azura Dao. Chapter 520. The Tyrant. The Azura Dao? Su Ji had already expected this. In fact, the characteristics of reincarnation were very powerful, but the flaws were also extremely obvious. That was, only 600,000 creatures had talents, and the number of true souls was fixed. This caused their number to be extremely small, but the number of players could increase. It was equivalent to an online game world with only 600,000 NPCs. As for the 600,000 living beings, there were also ordinary living beings, flowers, insects, fish, and even ordinary people with no talent that occupied 90% of the world. Their innate state was too weak, and it was very difficult for them to rise up. Those 600,000 creatures with their own talents were the core of this world. Therefore, the key of this world is quality over quantity. It is rare to begin with. It's an online game, even though it doesn't have a level or stats page. Su Ji bade farewell to Shangguan Man and walked up to the netherworld, his gaze slowly sweeping over the entire world. In this hell of reincarnation, a vast dragon was bustling on the road to the netherworld. It was spectacular, crying and laughing at the same time. It also revealed the various ways of life. In the face of death, the emperor and the slaves were equal. The foundation of the food industry has been largely perfected. At that moment, Su Ji did a little weighing. The three realms, the lava world, and the food world, which had just gotten on track. The third world, the world of gourmet, in a general sense, was just a small world within one's body. It was not a traditional extraordinary world. It could be said to be a training ground to train one's personal guards. It was a special weapon reincarnation. Thulhu currently had the mechanical armor form and the reincarnation form. Although it was very difficult to forge this weapon, its future prospects were extremely broad. After all, Su Ji had seen through his path of cultivation. If one wanted to have higher combat power and greater potential in the same realm, they would have to pay a greater price and time. Voila! With a slight flash, he appeared in front of Samsara again. This was a huge black and white wheel that was slowly spinning, emitting an eternal aura. Every number written on it was the true name of the samsara, undying and undying. At that moment, it was sitting in Su Ji's body and becoming the core power source for the 9 revolutions mysterious art. As for the Fengdu Ghost City, it's not surprising that the players would be so excited. Su Ji raised his head and looked at the huge black and white wheel of light. He was mesmerized and shocked by its beauty. As for the netherworld, although there are only 3 people now, they can continue to recruit new people. It's on the right track. Su Ji was very satisfied with Shangguan Man's choice after his inspection. He could now completely delegate his power. But I still have to stay in the netherworld for a while to see how the construction will go. However, a day for the animal path is a year, a decade for the mortal path and 100 years for the path of the heaven-born. Just as I was developing the beast path and reincarnation, a long time has passed in the outside world. The birth of civilization by celestials was known as the heavenly years. Heavenly year 321. The country of Yao's ruler, Zhang Qian, was a man of great talent and strategy. He had the potential to sweep across the world. He traveled to the 18 vassal states on the earth and was the first person in history to break through the realm of heavenly emperor. He was dissatisfied with the celestials and wanted to go against the heavens and attack the Dao. The heavens sent disasters, and tens of thousands of miles of fire and water spread. Deva, how dare you humiliate my people? Zhang Xiao was furious. Whoosh! The blade slashed across the sky and into the path of the heaven-born. In an instant, the world lost its color. The sky split open with a rumble, sweeping across the entire mountain range. In the tier of the celestial realm, a heavy rain fell, mixed with some bright drops of blood. The style of that blade was simply indescribable and breathtaking. What was invincible? This was it. This was the first great emperor in the history of the mortal world. His battle strength was unprecedented and he was born to kill. In the sky, the Devas were completely moved. The potential and terror of the mortal world's Dao always gave birth to mysterious and unknown talents. Even they were afraid and vigilant. A cold voice came from the sky. Since Saber God Zhang Yao wants to fight against the Celestials, we won't bully you. Emperor-to-be and Emperor-to-be are not allowed to participate. We'll let the younger generation fight. Even the heavens fear me. Zhang Yao laughed out loud and raised his head to say, you all know that my talent is terrifying and my combat strength is unparalleled. Even if 2 or 3 Devas surround me to kill me, I'll still bite back and kill one or two of them. I'm afraid of death. Since you want the new generation to fight, I'll go with you. In just a few days, many young celestial beings descended to the lower realm. They were extremely talented and entered the land of the country of Yao. They massacred wantonly, causing the dissatisfaction of countless strong cultivators and started killing. Deva, how dare you look down on the country of Yao? Are you using us as whetstones to train the Devas? The generals were furious. In the beginning, the younger generation of celestial beings were covered in injuries. After all, celestial beings were respected, so how could they have such an encounter? After that, the celestial being returned to the celestial realm with serious injuries. In less than a day, he recuperated and charged at the opponent he had faced a day ago again. However, at that time, their opponent was still in a state of serious injury. Detestable. That's how terrifying Devas are. Damn it, we don't have the same amount of time. They returned in the blink of an eye and have recovered from their injuries. They also sorted out their 10 days of experience, constantly reflecting, and then targeting their previous opponents. Their combat skills are much better than their previous inexperienced combat skills. If that's the case, we've really become a training ground. Young celestial beings descended to the mortal world one after another, and tens of thousands of refugees fled in hunger. Corpses were strewn all over the ground, and the entire place was dyed red with blood. The Devas world was too terrifying and was equivalent to a supreme-level world. It had to reduce its dimension to attack medium-level worlds and use the terrifying flow of time to recuperate and build up strength. It was almost invincible. Zhang Yao was furious and asked for help from other countries. The other countries were silent. The country of Yao has incurred the wrath of the heavens. It should be destroyed. When the heavens are angry, 1,000 miles of land will be turned red. Even mortals dare to fight against the heavens? However, there were still righteous people in the mortal world. Some of the talented geniuses from various countries were struggling in their hearts. They resolutely rushed to the country of Yao in secret to fight against the Celestials as part of the younger generation and fought bravely. So what if the Devas are strong? In a short 10 years, many young talents traveled around Yao. They had come here with a brave heart, thinking that they were extremely talented, but only now did they truly realize how terrifying the other party was. Large groups of geniuses from various large countries who thought they were heaven's favorites and were originally famous in the land were easily crushed to death. It was as if no genius in the mortal world could compare to the brilliance of a celestial being. This was the darkest era. However, being bathed in blood was always the beginning of a legend. One by one, the young experts of the Dao of the mortal world began to resist the Devas and even killed some of the Devas who did not manage to return in time. The most dazzling era had been born. The 7 young heavens favorites were like the most dazzling suns. They were unrivaled and added a beautiful color of hope to the earth. This period of time was known as the 50 years of hope, but in less than a short period of time, they fell one after another. More talented heavenly geniuses appeared and suppressed them to death one by one. The Yao country was completely defeated and no longer had the power to resist. Heavenly Year, 373 years. Zhang Yao met the 2 celestial emperors in the Warthiarch Palace. He has finally come. Zhang Yao sat quietly on the chair and looked at the 2 existences covered in hazy white light. They were waiting for their final deaths. He was defeated. He was alone and the number of heavenly emperors was not as many as his opponent. The 2 sides had a bet, and the younger generation below heavenly emperor and emperor to be had completely lost. But in the end, it's just that I've ignited some flames. Zhang Yao, the great emperor, was extremely calm. He already knew that defeat was inevitable. Ever since he declared war on the Devas, he knew that this would be the end. His country would be annihilated, and millions of his people would be homeless and their families would be destroyed. But he still did it and became the first tyrant in history. His heart was cold and cruel enough. History would remember this, and later generations might evaluate him like this: Zhang Ji, the first person in the history of the mortal world to break through to level 7 heavenly emperor, a barbaric tyrant, leading millions of people to fight against the Celestials, leading the kingdom to destruction. Did he not know the consequences? No, he knew the consequences better than anyone else. He knew that he would die, but he still chose to do this. That was because humans would always have to take the first step and let out a roar. There was no revolution that did not go through blood. If one did not challenge or probe, one would not know the opponent's background and would not be able to defeat the opponent. One would forever be shrouded in the shadow of the celestials and the path of humanity would be ruled and dominated. Today's destruction of the country of Yao would eventually turn into a spark of hope for tomorrow. In the long history of the future, it would bloom into bright flowers. Everything that happened today was to pave the way for future generations. His eyes were in a daze. If it was possible, who would be willing to be the tyrant? In front of him, there were many celestials who were emitting a terrifying white light. Zhang Ji stood up, lowered his head, and slowly raised the long saber that had followed him for countless years. The tall and mighty boorish man wiped the tears off his face and laughed loudly. Even if I die, I must kill 1 or 2 celestial emperors. Zhang Ye raised his knife high. He was going to make a move. Zhang Ji, one of the Devas said coldly, do you think we Devas don't know what you're up to? We all know what you want to do. You have to pave the way for the future. Emperor Yun looked at Zhang Ji, who had exaggerated talent and combat strength, and Yun Zongjun and the other existences standing beside him. He said indifferently, you've seen our talents. Do you know each other? Zhang Ji's expression suddenly turned cold. The talent of this celestial ruler was extremely similar to the ancient existence that he respected the most, the White Emperor. However, this was simply tarnishing this ancient hero of the mortal world who had swung his blade at the celestial. Emperor Yun continued, perhaps it's just a coincidence. There are so many people in the world. There will always be similar flowers. That's what you think, but were there really so many coincidences in the world? In this world, there might be a mysterious world of death, where the dead were reincarnated. Death is not the end, but the beginning of a new life. We Devas kept observing and gradually discovered a pattern. We realized that many of us Devas have made great contributions to the history of the path of humanity. In our next life, we will enter the path of the Deva and become the most honorable existence. 1, 2, more than 10. Their talents were similar to those famous people in history. It was no coincidence that they appeared among the celestials. Zhang Ji, you will be like me, just like the White Emperor. In your next life, you will enter the path of the heaven-born. Zhang Ji's expression gradually turned dull. Emperor Yun continued, it's not just you. Even the 7 heavens favorites who were killed in the fight against the Devas will join the path of the Deva because of their great achievements. They are extremely talented and can replenish our blood. Did you think that this battle between the celestials and humans was within your calculations? No. Emperor Yun took a step forward and said. Something's wrong. You're gravely mistaken. Emperor Yun's voice grew louder and louder, like a heavy bell. You've always been in our plans. We've been taking advantage of the situation and beating you at your own game. This war will not only train the younger generation of the path of the heaven-born, but it will also send all the new blood of the mortal world. Those 7 existences and you will completely expand the power of the path of the heaven-born. At that moment, Zhang Ji's mind went blank. He instinctively clenched the long saber in his hand. This was his only companion. Are you really going to attack us now? Emperor Yun's voice was cold, and each word pierced into the depths of his heart. After helping us, you will eventually become one of us, you're the hero of the Devas, and will give you a great merit in your next life. Zhang Xiao's eyes widened, and his body trembled. It was as if he had aged more than 10 years. No, 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 your talents are similar. It's just an occasional occurrence. They are all a group of hot-blooded heroes in history. It's impossible for them to become you. You've wavered. You've lost all your fighting spirit. Emperor Yun looked at Zhang Ji quietly, watching his lost soul. This was a terrifying enemy. His will was firm to the limit. However, at this moment, his heart relaxed and a hole appeared, because he began to kneel down. With Emperor Yun's talent, the opponent who knelt down was bound to lose. It was undeniable that Zhang Ji was a terrifying opponent. His combat power was very scary, and he could suffer heavy losses in a head-on fight. However, the plan in front of him was affecting his morale, spirit, and belief step by step. He had personally sent 7 talented heroes to the path of the heaven-born, including himself. He looked like a tragic hero who had to bear the infamy of history. In reality, he was indeed the greatest sinner and traitor of the path of humanity. He had helped the path of the heaven-born. His faith had collapsed. Wonderful. It was a wonderful plan. Be it intelligence, calculation, planning, or combat ability, they were all at an extremely shocking level. Was this the ruler of the Devas? Was this the White Emperor who had led humanity to slash and burn cultivation, the first great leader of humanity? Zhang Ye was silent. Perhaps no one could defeat such an existence. Emperor Yun stared at Zhang Ji, who was already wavering, and sighed. You, Zhang Ji, will be just like the historical records and future people will talk about you. Be it your appearance or your personality, you will be the cruelest tyrant in history. This was the cruelest sentence. At this moment, Zhang Ye's knees had completely gone soft. So. I'm a tyrant. He was stunned and suddenly swung his long saber. Puchi. Blood bloomed. The blade god, Zhang Ji, who had dared to wield his blade against the heavens, had actually committed suicide in his own royal palace. Your Majesty, Yun Zongjun stepped forward, and his expression changed. The extremely troublesome Zhang Ji had actually been so easily. He clearly knew that from the moment he knelt down, his heart had collapsed and he had no chance of winning. This was a true hero. I'm willing to bear the infamy to open up a path. The White Emperor slowly bent over and touched Zhang Ji's eyes that were wide open with unwillingness. He mumbled, Zhang Ji, you alone are the spirit of an era. If you are defeated, the entire mortal world will seem to have aged countless years in an instant, and there will be no life left. He slowly stood up and looked at the white clouds floating in the vast sky. He murmured, Samsara? What a mysterious place that was. After a living being dies, will it be another world? Death was the most mysterious realm of life, and also the end of life. The moment every life was born, they had to face death. You've reached the finish line ahead of time. Emperor Yun was surprisingly calm. He disappeared from the spot with the corpse. When he reappeared, it was already an unknown green mountain. The soil was tumbling when he stretched out his hand. A grave stood quietly. He erected a stone tablet and wrote Tomb of the Hero Zhang Ji on it. A gentle breeze blew past. The sky was high and the clouds were light, it was vast and boundless. Although they had won the war, Emperor Yun was not happy. He stood quietly in front of the tomb and said, What exactly is reincarnation? The world after death, as we have guessed, really exists? Is there someone controlling it? Then, if there is a god in control, then what are we to you, the mysterious existence who controls reincarnation? Zhang Ji, you went to see him. I hope you can tell me what happened when you come back. The White Emperor lowered his head and looked at the tomb. Behind him was a group of celestial realm subordinates who were kneeling. He muttered. He chuckled. The existence of samsara? I also want to see you.